Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Payback by Christina Phillips, narrated by Avi Page and Wayne Mitchell. Chapter 1. Amelia. The early December wind isn't that cold, but it still makes me shiver as I stare at the sign above the door of the bar. Odin's. For a crazy second, I nearly run back to my car and get the hell out of here, but it's like I'm frozen on the sidewalk. When I was offered this bartender job the other day, it all seemed so easy. But it hadn't been 9 at night then. And now, in the dull glow from the streetlights, the bar is giving off a sinister vibe. Right. Sometimes having a vivid imagination sucks. There's only one reason I'm here. My dad's face fills my mind, and even though he's been dead for 10 years, my throat closes, and there's a familiar crushing sensation in the middle of my chest. Not now, Amy. I drag in a deep breath and force the memory to the back of my mind. I can't meet the owner of Odin's with red eyes. I'm supposed to make him trust me, or at the very least think I'm so dumb that it doesn't matter what anyone says in my hearing. That shouldn't be hard. Guys always take one look at me and think I'm dumb as shit until I put them straight. Not this time, though. This time I'll take it, if it helps me bring down the bastards who are behind the murder of my dad. For about the 100th time since Rex got in contact with me a week ago to tell me about this job, I remind myself this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance for payback. I'm not going to screw it up. I push open the door and step inside. It's packed with guys showing muscles and tats, but they don't faze me. Until I was 13, I grew up surrounded by tough bikers, and I always thought they were part of my extended family. Yeah, some family the Silver Wolves turned out to be. I paste on a bored pout and saunter over to the bar where Todd, the guy who interviewed my boobs the other day, is grinning like a thirsty dog. Asshole. Sure, I'd worn a low-cut top deliberately, but he might have at least made the effort to look in my eyes when he was asking me questions. Whatever. It obviously worked, since here I am. "Hey," he says, his gaze running over me. Disappointment flashes across his face when I don't whip open my short leather jacket and give him another eyeful of my cleavage. Not likely. That ploy served its purpose as far as Todd's concerned. He ushers me behind the bar, and I ignore the suggestive comments and leers directed my way by some of the guys. They can look. They can even flirt if they like, but there'll be no touching if they want to keep their mating tackle intact. Todd shows me where I can stash my purse in a small room behind the bar and tries to help me off with my jacket. I give him a sweet smile and shrug out of it myself, and he doesn't seem to care that my shirt buttons all the way up to my throat. When do I meet the boss, then? I throw another smile Todd's way, and he smirks as though he thinks he's getting some tonight. With luck, Gage Reynolds will be just as easy to wrap around my pinky. He and Todd are cousins, after all, so I'm hoping douchebag runs in the family. He'll be down in a while. Todd squeezes by me, managing to cop a full-body rub, and the only reason I don't stab the heel of my boot through his toes is because I can't afford to be fired before I've even started. Let me give you a lesson on how to handle the pumps. No need. I told you I'm experienced. True enough. My impressive list of part-time jobs since leaving school mainly consists of waitressing by day and bartending at night, with the occasional detour into fast food outlets. Casual shift work suits me just fine. I don't want to get tied down in a 9-to-5 job when my real career plans, which don't involve working for anyone else, might blossom at any moment. I'll bet you are. Todd leans in close, clearly thinking his innuendos are the smartest thing ever. I take a mental breath, count to 10, and remember why I'm doing this. For you, Dad.
Gage. I drag my fingers through my hair and glower at the paperwork covering the small dining table. Even after 5 years of owning Odin's, keeping the books up to date drives me nuts. Somehow I thought that side of things just took care of itself until Granddad died and left me his pride and joy, which included this apartment upstairs. Running the bar had never crossed my mind before then. I always thought I'd end up helping my older brother, Zach, in his garage. Not that I'm complaining. It's cool having my own business. Except for the fucking paperwork. I glance at my watch and frown. Guess I should go downstairs and meet the new girl Todd hired the other day. He usually clears stuff like that with me first, but apparently this girl's tits were irresistible, even though he knows about my no screwing the staff rule. Don't want any of that shit on my doorstep. The bar downstairs is packed with the usual Friday night regulars, and I lean against the frame of the door that leads into the back room where the guys are playing pool, and I survey my turf. Todd and my sister Kat are working the bar, and there's no sign of Amelia Davis. Has she packed it in already?
Hey, Gage.
The breathy voice pulls me from my thoughts, and I give the blonde who's clutching my arm a cursory glance. Can't remember her name, but she gives great head.
You okay?
Her hand slides down my torso and rubs across my groin. I push her hand onto my thigh. It pisses me off when chicks grab my junk without invitation. She doesn't take the hint.
You work too hard.
She purrs, going up onto her toes and rubbing herself over me.
Haven't seen you all week. I know just what you need to unwind.
I'm almost tempted. Maybe later.
Sure.
She grips my arm harder. Christ, her perfume's strong. I try not to breathe it in and start to turn away from her.
Fancy a drink, Gage?
She really can't take a hint. The thought of hooking up later is no longer even half tempting. I'm not that desperate for a blowjob. Rowdy laughter erupts from the back room and I pull free from her grasp. Not that I'm expecting trouble, but sometimes non-regulars need a reminder of just who owns Odin's. I swing around and stop dead. Strolling toward me, grasping a handful of empty glasses and beer bottles, is the sexiest chick I've ever seen. It's like I've been punched in the gut, and all I can do is drink in the sight of her knee-high boots, black fishnets, and short leather skirt. Her messy copper blonde hair frames her face, and her lips are full and inviting. But bizarrely, it's her black sleeveless shirt that snags my attention. It hides everything when I expected cleavage, and somehow the combination of fuck me now legs and don't touch tits strikes me speechless. She tosses her head, clearly not giving a shit about the coarse comments following her, and catches my gaze. For a second I think she's going to stumble, but instead she gives me an oddly furtive once-over before I block the door and she has no choice but to stop.
Coming through.
There's a husky edge in her voice that dives straight to my dick. Fuck, no. She raises the glasses and gives me a half smile that doesn't do anything to kill the graphic image of me shoving her up against the nearest wall. She's obviously Amelia Davis. Who the hell else can she be? And this chick has got to go. Any girl that works in the bar is hot, my sister excluded, of course. It's a job requirement. But I don't want one who can give me a hard-on just by standing there. Instead of telling her that, I step back to let her pass, and it's got everything to do with wanting to see how cute her ass is as she walks on by. I swallow a groan. It'd be funny if it weren't so inconvenient.
Thanks.
She tosses the word over her shoulder, along with another lingering glance. She takes in my leather vest, and her smile freezes as if she never even noticed it before. Her cheeks go pink, and why that's a fucking turn-on, I don't know. But instead of looking me in the eye again, she speeds up and disappears behind the bar. I let out a breath and scanned the room to make sure no one saw the effect she had on me. It's like she was full of electricity, sending shockwaves through the air. I grin at the image, which is fucking insane, but also weirdly accurate. Shame I have to fire her. On the upside, at least it means I have a chance of screwing her tonight.
Amelia. I dump the bottles in the trash in the room behind the bar and take a deep breath. My cheeks are still burning, and I resist the urge to press my hands against my face. Or escape out the back door. That'd work, too. For almost an hour, I'd collected the empties and wiped down tables, and despite some dirty comments, no one had tried to grab me. Maybe it's a house rule, but it kind of surprised me. Whatever. I can't believe the only guy I looked at twice is a Viking bastard. What are the chances? I hope he's not Gage Reynolds, because that's just going to be awkward as hell. Amelia. Todd leans into the small area. Come and meet the boss. No way. My stomach churns, and I risk patting my cheeks, which are as hot to the touch as I feared. There's still a small chance that the guy I all but drooled over in public isn't my temporary boss. I'm not holding my breath, though, which is just as well, since the guy behind Todd with his arms folded across his impressive chest is, of course, him. He looks nothing like his cousin. For a start, he's got to be 6 feet tall, and his dark brown hair isn't nearly as long as most bikers I've known. Stop staring. I blink a couple of times and pretend I can't see his gorgeous brown eyes or the hint of a smile playing about his kissable lips. Todd slinks back to the bar, and there's nothing for it but to brazen it out. Gage probably didn't even notice me giving him the eye a couple of minutes ago, not with that blonde dripping all over him. Hey, Amelia, he says, and his voice is all dark and throaty and sends shivers racing over my arms. This isn't supposed to happen in real life. Except it is, and I literally have no idea where to look because he's taking up all the space. All the air, as well. I hitch in a shallow breath and try not to stare at his patches. Or his abs. Definitely not any farther south. Hi. I manage to sound bored, which is a huge relief. I have the crazy urge to tell him to call me Amy, like all my friends and family do. And I don't know why, because that never crossed my mind when I had the interview with Todd. Gage Reynolds is not, and will never be, my friend or anything even approaching that, so Amelia it is. It's nothing to do with the way my name seems to roll off his tongue like spiced honey. Get a fucking grip, Amy. Gage Reynolds. He holds out his hand, and for a second I stare at it. Is he for real? I have the scary conviction if I touch him, I'll spontaneously combust. Before I can stop myself, I take his hand. His fingers wrap around me, and his thumb caresses my skin in a blatantly possessive gesture. The last of the oxygen disappears from my lungs, and I clutch his hand as though he's the only thing keeping me upright. Since when has my hand been an erogenous zone? I can't breathe. I'm going lightheaded, and all I can see is Gage Reynolds smiling at me as though he'd like to eat me up and then come back for seconds. This is so not right. Mortification shoots through me, and I tug my hand free. It's only a small consolation when he appears as reluctant to release me as I am to escape. Wait, what am I thinking? Gage Reynolds is the son of the man who killed my dad. It's not my fault Gage is hotter than sin, but it sure as hell isn't an excuse to dissolve into a hormonal mess every time I look at him. My fingers are tingling from our contact, and I resist the desperate need to wipe my palm on my thigh. It's bad enough he turns me on. I don't want him guessing just how much he does, though.
Sorry I wasn't around to interview you the other day.
He looms over me, and I step back until my back hits the wall of the small utility room. Instead of keeping his distance, he plants one hand on the wall beside my shoulder, and I have the terrible certainty he's going to kiss me. I want him to kiss me. No, I definitely don't. And if he treats all the girls who work here like this, which, per Rex, he does, then no wonder he can't keep staff for longer than a week. I tilt my chin and try to ignore the sexy stubble covering his jaw and the irresistible hint of leather and sandalwood that's turning my brain to jelly. Concentrate. You plan on interviewing me now? I can't believe how suggestive that sounds. I didn't mean it to. Didn't I? His slow grin leaves no doubt that he thinks I'm coming on to him. Shit, this isn't going to plan at all.
Guess that's one way of looking at it.
I know I wanted to get close to him, but this is crazy. I've already been hired, remember?
How bad do you need this job, Amelia?
The way he says my name kills me. And then his question manages to penetrate the fog of lust that's trying to overrun my entire body. Is he suggesting I sleep with him to keep the job? With any other guy, in any other job, my knee would be connecting with his nuts right about now. But even if I didn't have an ulterior motive for being here, I'm not sure my survival instincts would have kicked in. Even though he's not touching me, I like the way he's looking at me. And that's so sick, I should probably hand in my cards right now. Like that's going to happen. Pretty bad. We might both know what he's implying, but that doesn't mean I have to play by his rules. Rent to pay, food to eat, the usual. Which isn't a total lie, since my last bartending job ended a couple of days before Rex contacted me. Talk about good timing. Even though I have plenty of shifts at a local diner, it's not enough on its own. Gage narrows his eyes as though he knows I'm playing him, but he seems more intrigued than pissed off.
You live alone?
I think of my mom and 2 younger sisters. Alone is something I've never been in my life. No, I share with 3 others. As if I'm going to tell him the truth. I don't think so. He'll reckon I'm weird if he knows I still live at home with my mom at the age of 23. Not that I care what he thinks, obviously.
Guys?
Huh? No, girls. It's stretching things to refer to my mom as a girl, but whatever. Why? He shrugs.
No reason. How'd you know there was a job open here? I hadn't advertised it.
I shrug right back at him. Word gets around. He looks as though he's trying not to laugh. Why isn't he a butt-ugly, miserable bastard like I'd imagined him to be? He leans in close until his warm breath teases my cheek. Goosebumps chase over my skin, but not because I'm cold. I fist my hands before I do something unforgivable, like grab his vest and haul him in for a kiss. Then he speaks.
Guess I need to give you a personal tour. You up for that?
Chapter 2. Gage. Amelia blinks her long, copper-colored eyelashes as though she's considering my proposition, and her green eyes are kind of hypnotic. Yeah, they must be if I'm thinking shit about the color of her eyelashes. And what the hell am I doing, offering to give her a tour? I planned on sweet-talking her until she couldn't keep her hands off me, and then I'd tell her Todd had screwed up, and I had no choice but to fire her. The plan, once she was in my arms, was I'd offer to help find her another job. My grand plans crashed the second she told me how badly she needed this job. Well, shit. I don't usually change my mind just because of a few words that might not even be true. Same way I don't go around shaking hands with chicks. What the fuck was that all about? Good thing none of my brothers saw that. They'd give me hell.
A personal tour.
She sounds skeptical.
I've seen everything I need to, haven't I?
As she's been working the bar for half the night, that's true enough, but I can't back down now. Did Todd show you the cellar? What the hell am I saying?
No. He said I wouldn't need to deal with the kegs.
I laugh. Can't help it. You're not here to deal with the kegs.
Don't think I couldn't if I had to.
I deal with the deliveries. You deal with the customers. Guess that makes it official. She's not fucking fired.
Well?
She hesitates, as though she's thinking about it, even though I'm the one having serious second thoughts. The last place I want to take Amelia Davis is the cellar. What's wrong with me? Okay, then. Great. This way. I swagger toward the end of the storeroom where a door leads to the cellar, as though this is something I do with all new staff.
You're a member of the Viking Bastards, then?
It's not a question, and I glance at her. She's a couple of steps behind me and eyeing the back of my cut. That's right. She barely reaches my jaw, and her faint scent is driving me wild. I want to bury my face in her hair and breathe it all in. I should have fired her when I had the chance.
Is this the local hangout for the bastards?
Her eyes are so pretty. I don't think I've ever had a chick with green eyes before. Not that I tend to notice their eyes, usually. And I'm not having this chick either. Made sure of that, didn't I? After our club, yeah. I don't mean to stare at her, but I can't stop myself. There's a sprinkling of freckles across her nose and cheeks, and for some reason, they fascinate me.
I thought brothers only ever drank in their club.
Know much about it, do you? She looks so delicate, like china that'll shatter if it's not handled with care, which sucks, since I like my sex rough. Not having sex with Amelia. Why is that so hard to remember?
I know enough. I'm not part of the life, though.
If she'd ever been around the bastards, I'd remember, even if most of the chicks who drift through the club are forgettable. You wanna be? Even as I ask the question, I dismiss it. No fucking way am I taking Amelia to the club for my brothers to enjoy. She gives a breathless laugh, as though she thinks I'm crazy.
No, I don't.
I give a grunt of satisfaction and have a hard time not spearing my fingers through her hair. I usually go for girls with long hair that I can wrap around my fist and hold under my command, but although Amelia's only reaches her chin, it's all kind of fluffy and tousled, and it's blowing my mind. Is it really as silky soft as it looks? She has 3 silver hoops in her right earlobe, and I don't know why that's so damn sexy, but it is. Keep it that way. I growl the words at her, hardly caring if she reads more into my comment than I want her to. I might not be having her tonight, but I sure as hell don't want any of my brothers touching her either.
That won't be hard.
She gives a small smile, as if she's enjoying a private joke.
Do the bastards own Odin's, then?
No one owns Odin's but me.
But did it used to belong to the club?
Why are you so interested in the club?
Odin's.
Her gaze locks with mine.
It's not such a big leap to link it with the Vikings, huh?
Guess not. I focus on her mouth and imagine feeding her my dick, inch by inch. I can hardly think straight, never mind talk.
Thought you were giving me a tour.
Her whisper is so fucking hot, I'm tempted to just shove her up against the door and to hell with it. That's right. I ignore the graphic images flooding my mind. Serves me right for not following my gut instinct and firing her 5 minutes ago. I open the door and flick on the light switch. After you. She grips the handrail, and I watch her butt as she goes down the stone steps before following her and pulling the door shut behind me. Nothing wrong in looking. The cellar's small, but big enough to do its job. Amelia wanders around, taking an abnormal amount of interest in the boxes and kegs stacked against the walls. If she weren't so hot, the way she's examining everything would be suspicious. You sure you aren't an agent for the ABC? I grin at her from across the room because there's no way she's one of the alcoholic beverage control assholes. I can smell any type of law enforcement a mile off.
Why? You got something to hide?
She trails her hand along a keg, and her sideways glance is a killer, like she's expecting me to make a move on her. I swallow a groan. What do you think?
You don't want to know what I think.
The way she says it, like she means it, makes me laugh. Try me. I prowl toward her, and she backs up against the wall. It'd be so easy to trap her there, to run my hands down her naked arms and grasp her wrists. Bringing her into the cellar was the worst idea ever.
You're a Viking bastard.
Her gaze roves over my face as though she's trying to work something out.
I reckon you've got plenty of shit to hide.
The only thing I'm trying to hide from her right now is my heart-on. Nothing you need to worry about.
I'm not worried.
Her eyes are dark, and there's a sexy little catch in her voice. Even though she doesn't touch me, her body's giving me all the signals. Shame I can't act on them. Jesus, I need to get away from her. My legs refuse to move. You sure about that?
Your connections don't scare me.
She gives a little huff, as though the thought I could scare her is funny, and damn if that doesn't turn me on more than ever. This is the craziest conversation I've ever had with a chick. Usually when a girl wants me, there's nothing subtle about it, but although I'm getting the vibes from Amelia, she's obviously fighting it. Because I'm her boss? Or because I'm holding back? If she wants this as much as I do, then why don't I just go for it?
Amelia. This is so wrong. I know it, but I can't help how much I enjoy flirting with Gage. I thought for sure when he invited me down here that he was going to try something on, and part of me wishes he had. Then I'd know what a sleaze he really is, and I'd feel better about why I'm at Odin's in the first place. I don't need to feel guilty about that. Rex told me the bastards are involved in large-scale gun distribution, and since my dad was put inside for handling illegal weapons for the wolves, it's a trigger for me. All I need is some proof I can pass on to Rex so he can let his police contact know, and then goodbye, bastards. Amelia? There's a strange, questioning note in his voice, and it'd be so easy to forget who he is and just lean a little closer. Hey, Gage, you down there? It's Kat, opening the door to the cellar, and I freeze, horror burning through me at how close I came to touching him. Even though we're hidden from view behind a couple of kegs, I feel like my terrible thoughts are exposed to the whole world.
Be right up,
Gage says, without taking his gaze from me, and he doesn't move until the door slams shut. This is my cue to saunter away as though everything's fine, but I have the scary certainty that it's only the wall that's keeping me upright. After a few tense seconds, he gives me a slow, sexy smile that shatters whatever's left of my good intentions.
Later,
he says, before he turns away. I don't know if that's a promise or threat, but I can't take my gaze off his tight butt as he crosses the cellar toward the stairs. I let out a jagged breath and wait until he disappears through the door before I follow him. No way can I go through with this. Geez, I make a lousy spy. My half-formed plan to grab my stuff and make a quick getaway vanish when I return to the bar. The place is packed, and Kat's run off her feet, so I grit my teeth and pitch in. Gage show you the ropes, then? Kat squeezes by me, and there's no mistaking the mocking look on her face. Something like that? I shrug to show I don't care that she thinks Gage and I did the nasty in the cellar, but it still stings. I try and remember what Rex told me. Something about Gage being a total asshole, which was why he couldn't keep staff, but he was a sucker for a pretty face, and I shouldn't have any problem reeling him in. It had all sounded completely feasible when we'd discussed it in a seedy backstreet diner. Then again, I hadn't imagined in a million years that I'd find Gage anything other than a disgusting shithead who deserved everything that was coming to him. I go around collecting the empties, and there's no sign of him, although the blonde he was with earlier gives me the stink eye. Don't know what her problem is, seeing as she's letting another beefy biker feel her up. On the plus side, it doesn't seem as though anyone else is aware that the owner of Odin's gave me a special tour of the cellar, or that he manages to turn me on just by breathing the same air as me. I know for sure whose face is going to haunt my fantasy heroes for the foreseeable future, and not just his face. My vision kind of glazes as lust rolls over me, and I dig my teeth into my tongue to bring back focus. This is the craziest shit ever. I slam the empties into the recyclable bin and take a deep breath. There are 4 more hours before my shift ends. I can get through that without dissolving into a hot puddle of desire at his feet. 4 hours, and I'll never see him again. Right on cue, the door swings open, and in he strolls, flanked by a couple of guys wearing the bastard's colors. For a fleeting second, our gazes clash, and heat spirals through me at the possessive gleam in his eyes. Am I imagining that? No, I'm not. Something changed in the last few moments we were in the cellar, and just as I thought, his casual later was a warning. Just play it cool. Nothing's going to happen while we're in the bar, surrounded by dozens of customers. Who am I trying to fool? If I go anywhere near him, I'll melt over his boots. I grab a cloth and scrub the bar as though my life depends on it. A part of me thinks it does.
Gage. I'm hanging with a couple of brothers from my club who just dropped by, but I can't stop watching Amelia. She's deliberately ignoring me, which both pisses me off and kind of intrigues me at the same time. We were a second from kissing when Kat interrupted us, but Amelia's acting as though she doesn't have a clue. Didn't she understand my message before I left her? Sure, she works for me, but if she wants me even half as much as I want her, then to hell with my usual rules. We can have some no-strings fun together. Right now, I don't even care about any possible fallout. I'll deal with that when it happens. Who's the new chick? Ty's giving Amelia the eye. I don't like it. She works for me, so she's off limits. Put your fucking dick away. Ty gives me the finger. I don't work here, and she sure as shit isn't off my limits. Our other brother, Hawk, gives a dry laugh. think Gage has already staked his claim, Ty. You fucked a chick who works for you? Ty leers at me. Hypocritical asshole. If we were at our club, I'd call Ty out on that. But I like to avoid fights inside Odin's. It gets too messy, since it's a publicly licensed premise, and he knows that. Stay away from her. I can't help it. I glance in her direction again. It's like I don't exist to her, and it's fucking weird. She must know I'm standing right here. She's with me tonight. What the hell? Guess I'll say anything to ensure Ty doesn't make a move on her. Told you. Hawk takes a long slug of beer. Ty laughs. I'll pick up the pieces when you fire her ass in the morning. Not gonna happen. I don't even know what I mean by that, so I finish my beer instead. The blonde who grabbed me earlier saunters toward us and squeezes between Ty and Hawk, who shift to accommodate her. She drapes herself over Ty, who's still watching Amelia, and I'm damn sure he's only doing it to see how far he can push me. You okay, sweets? Ty slings his arm around the blonde's shoulders, and she shoots me a triumphant smirk. Like I care.
I am now.
She snuggles into him, apparently unaware that his attention is elsewhere. You sure she's staying with you tonight, bro? Ty waves his bottle in Amelia's direction. Looks to me like she's avoiding you. She's clearing tables and giving as good as she gets when some guys get mouthy, but she still doesn't so much as glance in my direction. A disturbing thought worms its way through my mind. I didn't read her wrong, did I? Ty's snort of laughter does nothing to improve my mood. I've never second-guessed a chick's motives before. Then again, I've never been so tempted to break my number one rule before either. Ruby, Ty says to the blonde, Gage needs some stress relief. He passes her on to me, which for some reason annoys the fuck out of me.
Gage,
she purrs, running her hands up my chest and over my shoulders. Although Amelia's messed with my head, I don't normally fool around when I'm working, but that's not the reason I untangle myself from Ruby. I don't want Ruby. Not when all I can think about is Amelia Davis. I tear my gaze from Ruby, and Amelia's not 2 feet away, looking right at me as though I'm her worst nightmare come to life.
Chapter 3. Amelia. I shouldn't care that Gage is all but dry-humping the blonde he was with earlier, but it doesn't stop my heart slamming against my ribs in disbelief. Stupid. I swing away before he can guess how messed up I am and make my way back to the bar. I'd assumed she was just some girl, but what if they're together? My stomach churns. I don't know why I'm so hung up on the possibility that he's in a relationship. It's not like anything happened between us. Well, nothing outside my overactive imagination. It wasn't all my imagination. He might not have touched me, but he almost had me trapped against the wall. And the promise in his voice with that one word, later, definitely wasn't work-related. Rex was right. Gage is nothing but a lowlife. I already knew that. He's Axel Reynolds' son, and this is a great wake-up call. Gage isn't my secret hero, and I'm not going to spend the next week dreaming about how things could have been in another life. Jesus, my head hurts. Kat nudges me in the ribs. Take a break. She doesn't wait for an answer, just takes my arm and steers me through the storeroom toward the stairs that I guess lead to the upstairs apartment. What the hell's she doing? The last thing I want is a lecture from Gage's sister. I'm fine. I pull free. Should we even take a break together? Can Todd cope? Todd's a useless ass, but yeah, he can cope for 10 minutes. I glance over my shoulder. I don't think this is a good idea. Kat's already halfway up the stairs, and she leans over the banister and waves her finger at me. Make him sweat, Amelia. That's so not what I expected her to say that I'm following her before I can stop myself. What? She smirks and leads me up to the apartment and straight into a small kitchen with ancient, mismatched units. My brother hasn't been able to take his eyes off you all night. It's hilarious. Are you leading him on, or are you really not interested? This is the kind of conversation you have with best friends and sisters, not a chick I've only known for a couple of hours. The irony isn't lost on me. If I were still going through with my plans for Payback, getting friendly with Kat would be a massive bonus. I imagine a big pair of crossed fingers in my mind's eye. I'm really not interested in him. Kat pulls a couple of bottles of beer from the fridge and offers me one. My head's already pounding, and I glance at the coffee maker. She sighs and pours me a cup, and the prolonged silence grates on my nerves. Does she know I just lied? She sits on the counter, her ankles crossed, and waits until I take a sip of the strong brew. How long's it been standing in the carafe? All day by the taste of it. So you didn't screw him in the cellar, then? She's matter-of-fact, as though she's asked the same question 100 times in the past. She probably has. No, I didn't. I'm not lying this time, but I feel like I am, whether I'm blushing or not. She takes a long swallow from her bottle, her gaze sweeping over me from head to foot. When she's done, she rocks the bottle on her knee. What happened then? Nothing. I stare her out because it's the truth, even if in my head a whole lot of something went on under the surface. I don't know why you think anything did, unless, of course, that's his MO with every girl who starts work here. She shrugs, but I'm not sure she believes me. He has this rule about not fucking girls who work for him. I thought he'd broken it tonight. Shit, that would have been fun to ram down his throat. Well, that doesn't quite fit with what Rex told me. Although I'm starting to think he got more than a few facts skewed. Gage might be a douche, but not in the way I was led to believe. I decide to make things crystal clear. In any case, I don't date guys who are already seeing someone. Kat looks as though I've just said something funny. I never mentioned dating, and Gage isn't seeing anyone the way you mean. Wow, you're kind of adorable, aren't you? It's not a compliment, but I give her a stiff smile so she doesn't guess I'm pissed off by her remark. It's not that I believe in fairy tales, or think for 1 minute Gage is the type to date. But I do like a happy ever after, and while I don't mind my sisters laughing at my romantic notions, there's no way that extends to a virtual stranger. If that isn't bad enough, Gage strolls into the kitchen, and a little piece of me just about dies. Did he overhear our conversation? Shit, what exactly did I just say about him? He glances from me to his sister, and there's no way to tell from his face whether he thinks I'm kind of adorable, too.
I don't pay you to sit on your ass half the night, Kat.
She slides off the counter, drops her bottle into the sink, and gives her brother a sweet smile. Just getting to know Amelia better while you were busy with Ruby.
I wasn't...
He cuts himself off and shoots me a glance. I take another sip of the foul coffee to show him I don't care what he was or wasn't doing with Ruby, and he lets out an impatient breath.
Kat, get back downstairs before Todd has a fucking heart attack. You,
he rounds on me when I place the cup on the counter.
Stay right there.
Kat struts from the room, but the look she slings over her shoulder at me before she pulls the door shut is triumphant. Did she plan this? The kitchen's a narrow galley, and it shrinks dramatically once Kat leaves and Gage takes a couple of paces toward me. I refuse to back up against the counter, so instead I cross my arms and give him my "what the fuck do you think you're doing invading my space" glare. Unfortunately, he doesn't appear to understand my nonverbal demand for elbow room. He stops right in front of me, so close I can smell his intoxicating cologne, and the scent of leather and motorbikes and everything I've never wanted in a guy since I was 13 years old invades my senses like a malignant drug. His gaze roves over my face as though he's searching for something. Has he somehow discovered the reason why I took this job? Of course he hasn't. I try and ignore my racing heart and clammy hands. Not even my sisters know. Rex said the fewer people who know the truth, the better, and I agreed.
Everything all right?
He's frowning as though he knows something's wrong but can't figure out what. If he thought for 1 second I was here to help bring his precious bastards down, there's no way he'd be asking questions. He would have thrown me against the wall already, with dire threats of God only knows what. I wait a couple of seconds for my pulse to slow, but of course it doesn't. Not with Gage all but devouring me with the heat from his body. Later is now, and there's no mistaking that he's abandoned his hands-off approach from the cellar. Why shouldn't it be? I shrug and refuse to be mesmerized by his gorgeous, let-me-give-you-countless orgasms eyes. Huh, yeah, that worked. I blink a couple of times. It's so hard to breathe when all I want to do is lick my way over his body. I didn't just think that.
I don't know.
He sounds as though that's something he's not used to saying.
You're blowing hot and cold and won't look my way. You got a problem with me?
Even though he's not touching me, every nerve ending is on fire. It's ridiculous. No one should be able to turn your body into a burning heap of need just by being there. Would it make me really awful if we kissed, just once, just to get him out of my system? Then when I leave tonight, never to return, I won't keep obsessing about him. Because there's no way the reality could ever match up to my fantasies. And it's just a kiss. It doesn't mean anything.
Gage. Amelia sweeps her gaze over me, and there's nothing icy about this look.
No, I don't have a problem.
I didn't read her wrong. With any other girl, that'd be my cue to pull her into my arms. Hell, I'm tempted to do that right now with her. One kiss will be more than enough to melt the weird, frosty vibe she's been giving me downstairs. Except she's not just some girl. She works for me, and since I've no intention of firing her, she's still going to be working for me in the morning. Is that the reason she's playing so hard to get? I don't play games when it comes to sex. It's an easy enough choice, yes or no. But that was before I decided to forget my no screwing the staff rule. I traced the outline of her ear and those 3 irresistible hoops. She gives a little shiver, but still doesn't grab hold of me. Guess it's time to ease her mind on things. I move in closer and she steps back until she's flat against the larder door. What happens between us tonight doesn't affect your job. You understand?
You mean if I knee your nuts, you won't fire me?
Instinctively, I cradle my junk. That wasn't my first thought. Her smile damn near takes my breath away.
I bet it wasn't. I know exactly what you're thinking.
Is that right? I'm sure my package is safe, so I twist a length of her hair around my finger. It's as soft and silky as I imagined. What's that, then?
I think you're trying to get inside my thong.
The image of Amelia in nothing but a sexy thong fills my head. You got a problem with that?
Yeah, it's not happening.
My gaze drops to her mouth. Want to bet?
I don't need to bet. I'm telling you, all you get tonight is a kiss.
Chicks don't lay down the law to me. But then again, I've never been with a girl who confuses me as much as Amelia. If she wants to leave, she could easily walk away. I won't stop her, but she stands there like she's daring me to take me up on her offer. A kiss. I give her a mocking smile. You'll want more than a kiss from me. She doesn't answer right away, and I hide my smirk of victory as I lean in to claim her mouth. Her head tilts to the side, evading me, which is both frustrating and oddly fascinating.
It doesn't matter what I want. A kiss is my best offer. Take it or leave it.
Despite the throb between my legs, I have the crazy urge to laugh. That's your best offer? You sure you don't want me to go down on you? For a second, I swear she's about to say yes, but then she hitches in a ragged breath.
Totally sure. Keep your head right where it is.
No chick has ever refused that offer before. And the way she's so desperately trying to hide how turned on she is makes me grin. Okay, but I'll only kiss you on one condition.
Huh?
She sounds drunk and blinks at me like everything's out of focus.
You have a condition?
It's only fair. She stares at me as though I've lost my mind. I think I fucking have. Not that I care, since crazy as this all is, I've never had as much fun hooking up before. Finally, she speaks.
What is it?
I can use my hands on you. I wave my fingers in her face, and she glances at them as though she has no idea what I'm talking about.
Okay.
There's a cautious note in her voice as though she thinks it's some kind of trick.
But that's all. Just your hands.
That's all I need. I run the tips of my fingers along her body from shoulder to hip. She gives a little shiver, which is all I need to know that she wants this as much as I do, despite the way she's holding out. You like that?
I guess.
She sounds reluctant to admit it, as though it puts her at a disadvantage or something. You're not leaving here until you know. I thread my fingers through hers and pull her arms above her head. Her back arches and she glares at me like I've crossed her line.
What the hell are you doing?
Using my hands. That's allowed, remember?
I didn't say anything about...
She flounders for a second as she glances up at her trapped hands.
Bondage.
You didn't say it was off limits either. Give me a break, Amelia. I'm only using my hands, like we agreed.
I didn't think you were...
She cuts herself off and groans.
Okay, you win.
I grin with satisfaction and move a little closer so our bodies are all but touching. I usually do. It's the wrong thing to say. I know it as soon as the words drop from my mouth because instead of wrapping her leg around me, she tries to tug free. When that doesn't get her anywhere, she glares at me again.
Can we just kiss and get it over with?
I laugh. Can't help it. I don't know why she's fighting against it so hard when all that's at stake is a kiss. Are you sure you want this? Because if not, just say the word.
Oh my God!
She squeezes her eyes shut for a second before leveling me with her gorgeous green gaze.
Do you always talk so much before you kiss a girl? Or are you hoping to make me so desperate I'll agree to do anything? Because I've already told you my hard limits.
Her hard limits are killing me. But a promise is a promise, and the fact she's just admitted she's close to being desperate is enough for me. Okay. I drift my mouth along the length of her throat. I don't know what her scent is. Her roses, driving me crazy. If you don't come, I promise the next time we kiss, I won't say a word. She gives a choked laugh.
You're so full of it. That's not going to happen. Either the kiss or the other.
She adds, as though I need clarification. I graze my teeth on the soft flesh where her neck meets shoulder, and she gives a delicate shudder. Sounds like a challenge, Amelia. I never back down from a challenge.
I'm not going to have sex with you.
Her voice is all breathy, and I don't know why she's making such a big thing out of it. Not that it matters. She wants me to work for it, fine by me. I'll have her on her knees before she knows it, begging me to take her right fucking now. Keep telling yourself that. I release one of her hands and slide beneath her skirt and drag one finger over her satisfyingly wet pussy. She rears back, banging her head against the door. Yeah, I can tell how much you don't want to fuck me. She digs her nails into my shoulder, but she's not pushing me away.
That's cheating.
She sounds like she's in agony. I slowly suck her earlobe into my mouth and tongue her hoops before easing back. Her eyes are all glazed and her lips are parted as though she's having trouble breathing. I don't cheat.
Your fingers. Stop doing that.
Stop doing what? I wrap my hand around her thigh. Turning you on?
Yes. No.
She wriggles her ass, and her hand slips to grip my bicep.
This is a really bad idea.
I've had worse. I grin at the glare she slings my way. I'm playing by your rules. What's your problem?
It's a conflict of interests.
A what? There's no conflict. Trust me.
No, I mean...
She flounders and looks at me with those hypnotic green eyes of hers, and I'm through playing her games. My mouth claims hers. She gives a soft moan of surrender, and I push my tongue inside. There's no lingering hint of beer or booze or even weed. She tastes fresh and minty, and there's no reason in the world why that should be so sexy, but my dick thinks it's Christmas already. Our tongues tangle, and she's not holding back any longer. She spears her fingers through my hair and holds me tight as though she thinks I'm going to stop. No chance. I can't remember how many chicks I've kissed, but I'm damn sure none of them kiss like this. I shove my hand between her thighs. Fucking fishnets are in the way, but she's so hot and wet and writhing beneath my fingers that I don't want to break the moment. I promised she'd come, and she fucking will.
Chapter 4. Amelia. I shouldn't be doing this. I know it, but can't stop kissing Gage Reynolds as though my life depends on it. He's still pinning one of my wrists to the wall above my head, and all I can hear is our harsh breathing and the erratic thud of my heart in my ears. I need to push him away. The fingers of my free hand grip his hair, and I have the vague intention of pulling his head back. Instead, I just revel in the feel of his hair caressing my palm as he ravishes my mouth. I groan, and it vibrates between us, making it even more impossible to pull away. He's stroking my pussy and teasing my clit, and I'm not even naked, and it's driving me out of my mind. He wrenches his mouth away and nibbles kisses along my throat and behind my ear. My head falls back against the door, and my eyes are squeezed shut as his teeth graze my skin and his fingers probe where no fingers have been in, like, forever. Gage. I choke on his name and have no idea what I want to say anyway. Not that he takes any notice. He just continues to traumatize my flesh and destroy my defenses. Heat licks through me, and my legs shake. Sweet Jesus, no way am I going to come. Not here, not now, and most especially not with Gage Reynolds. I rear back, or try to, but my back is already plastered against the door.
Stop fighting it. His throaty whisper against my mouth is a whole new kind of torture. You're not going anywhere until I've made you come. I want to see your face as you fall apart, hear you scream my name.
I clutch his hair, and my eyes spring open. He's watching me as though I'm his own private porn show, which shouldn't turn me on at all, but for some twisted reason it does. My head's screaming no, but my body's having none of it. I'll deal with the guilt later. All I want now is this. It's like he knows the exact second I give in. His mouth crushes mine, and it's rough and possessive. His tongue no longer exploring, but invading. I writhe helplessly, wanting to rip his clothes off and feel his naked skin, but I'm pinned in place. And I love it. He tears his mouth from mine, and his harsh breath fans my face. My pussy convulses, and his fingers are magic, and I can't get enough. The orgasm splinters through me, and I swear the world slips out of focus. All I can see is Gage's face as I buck into his hand as he milks me for everything I am. My legs give way, and I would have ended up at his feet if he weren't still holding me. His grin is one of victory, which isn't what I want to see right now, so I close my eyes. Doesn't make any difference. His body's still crushing me against the door, and his cock's so hard it's kind of awesome. For God's sake, stop it. Sanity slithers back into my mind, and all I want is for the floor to open so I can disappear and never have to look at Gage Reynolds again. Although I've never had a one-night stand or a quickie hookup before, it's not that I'm against them. I've just never had the opportunity. My problem is the guy I've just given that particular cherry to. And my fantasies have never been so freaking hot as this reality. So much for one kiss and he'll be out of my system. And sure, I hadn't counted on his magic fingers, but I've only got myself to blame for agreeing to that.
You look like a fucking angel when you come.
I give a mortified groan and can't help giving him a quick peek. Angels don't fuck. Oh shit, did I say that out loud? How the hell am I going to walk away from this with any dignity? His smile is made of sin as he finally releases my still quivering pussy and traces the outline of my lips with one finger. I hitch in a shocked gasp and try and hold my breath, but that's not happening. But what's even worse than knowing my cum drenches his finger is my face starts burning. I'm not sure how many more humiliations I can take.
Suck it into your mouth.
His voice is low and husky, and so damn sexy I very nearly do as he tells me before reality hits. No. I squeak the word between my teeth, and then my mouth drops open when he slowly slides his finger between his own lips. Treacherous lust curls between my thighs again, and I belatedly untangle my fingers from his hair. He pulls his finger out, and I'm totally mesmerized.
You taste like fucking heaven. I'm gonna eat your pussy later, all night long.
What have I done? And why do I desperately want to take him up on the offer? I should have walked as soon as I escaped the cellar. I shouldn't have followed Kat up here. Get real, Amy. All you shouldn't have done was let Gage touch you. I'm flattened against the door, paralyzed by the tangled thoughts bouncing around my brain. Does he expect me to return the favor? Well, of course he does. Or maybe he expects more than that? Panic hammers through me, but it's more than that. Because deep down, I want more. Kill me now. Gage. I press my palms against his muscular chest. Don't think about his chest. It's a struggle to remember what I have to say to him. This was a mistake. I didn't mean... Before I can make an even bigger idiot of myself, the kitchen door bangs open. I snatch my hands from him, and he growls under his breath before swinging around to face whoever's just come in.
What the fuck do you want, Todd?
I shudder. He didn't see anything, did he? While Todd rambles on about some shit happening in the bar, I rake my fingers through my hair and peer down at myself. Do I look as though I've just been ravished within an inch of my life? Part of me wants to stroll out from behind the protective width of Gage's back and confront Todd as though he didn't interrupt anything, but I'm still reeling from the mind-blowing orgasm, and I sure don't want him guessing that. After a seeming eternity, Todd leaves the kitchen and I let out a silent sigh of relief. Gage cups my face in a blatantly possessive gesture that I enjoy way more than I should.
We've not finished yet. You're staying with me tonight.
Although I try not to, I can't help watching him as he washes his hands. I was supposed to keep Gage at arm's length, not practically climb inside his jeans. If only he wasn't Gage Reynolds. Yeah, well, he is. Get over it. He slings me a grin, but the tension etching his features is clear. Despite my best intentions, I glance at his crotch, and there's no mistaking he's still rocking a hard-on of massive proportions. He swaggers over to me, and I'm not sure if that's his usual walk or whether it's because of his erection. A bubble of nervous laughter threatens to escape, and I bite the inside of my mouth before I embarrass myself even more.
Hold that thought.
He kisses me again, and it's hard not to wrap my arms around him. Jesus, what's wrong with me? Just because he can get me off barely trying is no excuse to be seriously considering his offer. I pull back, which he clearly isn't expecting, and take a deep breath. I'm not staying tonight. He frowns, obviously not used to having girls turn him down.
Sure you are.
No. I can't help forking my fingers through my hair again. It's a terrible habit when I'm nervous, but it's better than grabbing his cut and slamming him up against the refrigerator. Look, things got out of hand just now, but I meant what I said. I'm not having sex with you. Because sex, of course, is full penetrative cock and pussy. Fooling around doesn't count. If I tell myself that enough times, I might even start to believe it. There's a dangerous gleam in his eyes that should scare the shit out of me, but just makes me want him even more.
What are you saying? You don't want me touching you again?
No, I'm not saying that. Oh my fuck, did I say that out loud? What's wrong with me? The last thing I need is for him to touch me again. His gaze is relentless, and I fold my arms in the hope that will somehow clear my mind. What I mean is, touching's fine if you can respect boundaries. Just shut the fuck up, Amy, and go home. I'm making this situation worse with every ridiculous word that comes out of my mouth. I'm never going to see him again after tonight. We don't need to have a freaking conversation about boundaries.
Boundaries?
He looks as though he hasn't the faintest clue what I'm talking about. And if he wasn't Gage Reynolds in the first place, I wouldn't even want any boundaries between us. I unfold one arm and draw a never-ending circle in the air with my finger. Yeah, you know what I mean. No more wandering hands. He's watching my finger as though he's never seen anything like it before. I freeze, fist my hand, and refold my arms before I do any other stupid thing. Finally, he drags his gaze back up to mine again. There's a wary edge about him that wasn't there a couple of seconds ago, and I brace myself for whatever's coming next. How do I manage to get myself in these situations?
You're not a virgin, are you?
He sounds like he's just asked me if I have the plague or something, and not for the first time since I've met him, I have the inappropriate urge to giggle. Are you? I toss the challenge back at him, since first, it's none of his damn business, and second, I have this mad need to wind him up a little. Not since I was 14. There's a hint of a smile on his lips now. What about you? I was 19 and a half. Actually, 19, 5 months and 3 days, but hey, who's counting? He visibly relaxes, and his smile turns predatory as he strokes a lazy trail along the side of my face with one finger. It's hard, but I tilt my head to break contact. Boundaries. It's a shame my voice is all husky, since I sound as if I'm giving him encouragement instead of a warning. Why? His question is a low throb that perfectly matches the thrum of my blood. I swallow, momentarily swayed off course. This is why I can't come back tomorrow, because sooner or later I'll fall right under his spell. My brain is so fried I have no idea what he's talking about. Why, what? Now I'm croaking, which is not so sexy. Not that I want to sound sexy. Of course, I do. Why are you giving me such a hard time? His sinful smile is more than enough to cause excitable little flutters in my pussy. It's like all my lady parts are on high alert, just waiting for another hot session with Gage the sex god. We both know how much you want me. Yes, I do, but I don't like having my nose rubbed in it. Arrogant son of a bitch, aren't you? It's not a question, and I wish I sounded pissed off instead of breathless. I hardly know you, and I don't do one-night stands. Just one-night orgasms. Instead of backing off or laughing at my prudery, he appears fascinated, which is so not the response I expected. Unless he thinks I've just issued a challenge. Wouldn't surprise me. Jesus, I'll be glad when this night's over. Liar. You mean you only put out if a guy takes you on a date first? That isn't what I mean, and the stupid thing is I'm offended he even thinks that. It doesn't matter what he thinks. Why do I keep forgetting that? I go on plenty of dates. I don't end up sleeping with them all. And just so we're clear, I pay my own way, all right? Nice one, Amy. So much for playing it cool. He'll know I'm pissed off with him now. Except a part of me does want him to know, because he basically told me he thinks I use sex as a payment for a freaking date. I don't do the dating thing. I ditch my pride and take a hasty step back. Good for you. No one's asking you to. Instead of taking the hint, he comes in close and plants his hands on the counter, effectively trapping me between his arms. Again. It's like I'm doing it on purpose or something. I'll take you out Sunday afternoon. Wait, did he just ask me out? For a moment, my brain goes numb as his sexy gaze ensnares me. But then I catch his cocky smile and reality crashes back in. Did you hear what I just said? There's no way I'm going out with him on Sunday or any other day, but I can't seem to control my tongue when we're together. I'm not making an exception for you. His grin damn near sucks all the air from my lungs. Keep telling yourself that, baby. Don't call me that. Okay, so I like it when he calls me baby, but I shouldn't, and that's the point. I'm a sex-free zone. That sounded so much cooler inside my mind, and it really should have stayed there, since Gage's lips twitch as though he thinks I'm adorable. Damn cat and her stupid comment. All Gage sees when he looks at me is a piece of pussy. I know how these guys think. It's the reason why I was so sure I'd be immune to Gage Reynolds, not only for who he is, but what he is. After the way the wolves treated my mom all those years ago, there's no way I'll ever get personally involved with a member of an MC. Not even for you, Dad. Chapter 5. Amelia. It's almost 2:30 when I arrive home. I'm not sure how I feel about living less than 15 minutes away from Gage. for the last 10 years, the Viking bastards were like the boogeyman, something to hate and plot against in the dead of night. But it had never occurred to me that in real life they were so nearby. Did Mom know that when we ran from the Silver Wolves, we ended up right by the bastards' territory? As usual, Mom left the front room and hall lights on. She hates me working nights. Well, unless I can find another job this weekend, I won't be for the foreseeable future. I make myself a coffee and tiptoe up the creaky stairs to my tiny bedroom and dump my cell on the desk. Rex left a text a couple of hours ago, but I'm in no hurry to call him. In any case, I said I'd let him know when I had any info, and the only thing I found out tonight is that I can't go through with it. As my laptop boots up, I collapse on the bed and peel off my boots before I pull an envelope from my jacket pocket. Gage didn't even blink when I asked for my wages up front. There's no reason to feel guilty. I worked my tail off all night and earned every last cent. Guilt crawls through me anyway. I feel bad that I'm going to let him down, which is batshit crazy. I don't owe him anything, and it's not my problem if he thinks I'm playing hard to get. Guys like him never have to work for it. I might have only been 13 when my old world imploded, but I remember the life. The girls who'd hang around the wolves, desperate for any kind of attention from them, and how the brothers would casually share their conquests like they'd share a beer. Not that I was supposed to notice things like that. I was the eldest daughter of their enforcer, and as such, I was pretty much untouchable. I take my laptop and get myself comfortable in bed. My shift at Mama Coco's diner doesn't start until 11, which gives me a good 2 hours to work before I need to grab some sleep. As always, when I open my latest document, anticipation zings through me at being able to dive into my imaginary world again. This is my real passion, the reason I work odd hours, so I can write down the stories that crowd my head and fall in love with guys who are never going to break my heart or crush my world. Only this time, as I read through the last chapter with the hero being all macho and shit, all I can see in my mind's eye is Gage Reynolds. Being all macho and shit. I wince, but it's no good. I have the sinking feeling he's going to be the inspiration for my next few heroes, whether I want him to be or not.
Gage. I usually hang out at the clubhouse on Saturday nights, and tonight's no different, except for the first time I was tempted to stay at Odin's to see Amelia when she turned up for work. It's crazy. I haven't been able to stop thinking about her all day, and that's after I jacked off in the shower last night and this morning. I should have taken Ruby up on her offer after the bar closed, but Ty beat me to it. I didn't fucking want Ruby in any case. Weird, but the memory of my uncomfortable night makes me grin, and I take a long swallow of beer before any of my brothers see it. I can't work out whether Amelia is for real or winding me up, but either way, before this week's done, I'm going to have her. Hey! My older brother Zach gives me the nod as he comes to stand beside me. Surprised you're here? Grace let you out for good behavior? I leer at him and he gives me the finger, but he doesn't follow it up with a punch like he might have if I'd said something like that to him a few weeks ago. I'm still trying to figure out how a rich chick like Grace ended up trapping my brother, but he sure as hell seems happy about it. She's at some bachelorette weekend shit with her sister and girlfriends. You know what happens at those parties. I can't believe he allowed her to go, seeing how crazy he is about her. His smile freezes. Grace isn't like that. Okay. If he trusts her, that's all that counts. He knows from personal experience what some trust fund babes are like when they're on the hunt for bad boys before one of their pack mates gets hitched. Need to have a word with you. He glances around the room, but the only others here are a couple of brothers who are sprawled on the couch watching a porn movie, and they aren't taking any notice of us. What about? I take another slug of beer. If it was anything important, he would have texted me. Damn sure I saw Rex Abbott hanging around outside of Odin's when I rode by earlier tonight. My mellow mood shatters. Rex's father was the president of the Silver Wolves, the one who ordered Crane to murder our dad while they were both inside. And while Crane was killed in retaliation, that doesn't clear Rex's father of what he did. There's bad blood between us, and Rex is a crazy son of a bitch in his own right. Was he on his own? When the Wolves sorted their shit out 10 years ago, they'd buried their president and banished his son on the understanding he was never to set foot in California again. Far as I could see. Zach gives me a brooding look. If he's back, we need to let the Wolves know. I finish my beer. With the death of their former president, the Wolves became our allies, and although I don't like to admit it, they've proved their worth over the last few years. It's never eased the raw ache deep inside me, though. I was only 15 when it happened, and even now it doesn't feel like justice was served. I flex my fist. The Wolves' coup was bloody, deadly, and swift. It prevented a war, but left me hanging like I have unfinished business with a fucking ghost. You gonna tell Jet? Our president turns up most Saturday nights, although he isn't here yet, and this is something that needs to be said to his face. Yeah. Zach scrubs his hand through his hair. Might need to step up security at Odin's until this is sorted. Amelia's face flashes into my mind. When her shift ended, I made sure she was safe inside her car before locking up. We always make sure our girls are okay. And although Todd's there tonight, and he'll see both Kat and Amelia to their cars, there's an added threat now. I don't know why Rex Abbott's hanging around Odin's after all these years, but I'm not taking any chances. I need his photo. I might remember him, but I've no idea what he looked like. Yeah, I'll sort it. Jet strolls into the club. Catch you later, Zach says before making his way to our president. It's not even midnight, but I have no interest in the strippers that have just started a sexy routine by the bar, which is weird, as I usually enjoy the live shows. I need to get back to Odin's. Even though I had no intention of seeing Amelia until tomorrow, I can't get the idea that she's in danger from Rex Abbott out of my head. Fucking crazy. Why don't I just admit it? I want to see her tonight. I don't bother going through my apartment and instead push my way through the crowd to the bar, searching out Amelia. There's no sign of her, so I scan the room. Kat leans across the bar and prods my arm. She's quick, Gage. I swing around. What? She called a couple of hours before her shift started. I had to get Sav in to help out. Kat's best friend, who also happens to be Ty's little sister, blows me a mocking kiss from the other end of the bar. I ignore her and glare at Kat. What the fuck did you say to her last night? My sister laughs in my face. God, you're funny. It's not me she doesn't want to see. I stare at her, not understanding what she's going on about. Why wouldn't Amelia want to see me? I gave her a fucking awesome orgasm with the promise of plenty more. I'm a sex-free zone. Sure, she said she wasn't going to sleep with me, but... Fuck. She really was serious when I thought she was just messing around, seeing how far she could push me until the inevitable hookup. Did she tell you that? The words all but stick in my throat, and I don't even know why I give a shit. If she isn't interested, it doesn't matter. There are dozens of girls who'll put out based on nothing more than my colors. For the first time, that knowledge doesn't give me a sense of satisfaction.
Yeah, right.
Kat scoffs.
Don't be such an asshole.
What the hell did she say? Kat glances around as though she doesn't want to be overheard. I lean in close, even though a part of me can't believe I'm so hung up on what Amelia Davis told my sister.
Looks to me like Zach isn't the only one who's pussy whipped.
I rear back and Kat's snorting with laughter as she flounces off. Fucking pussy whipped my ass. I haven't even screwed Amelia. Is that why I can't stop thinking about her? It's a new one on me, and I don't like it. She's just a chick. Nothing special. It's almost an hour later before I remember the real reason why I left the club and came here. To make sure Rex Abbott doesn't get his hands on my sister. Or Amelia.
Chapter 6. Amelia. The Sunday lunchtime rush at the diner has eased, and I'm taking a 10-minute break at one of the small tables by the window when my cell rings. It's Rex. I fork my fingers through my hair, but it doesn't help the nervous pitch in my stomach. I can't avoid his calls forever. The sooner I get this over with, the better. Hey.
You didn't answer my text.
His voice is gravelly, but not in a sexy way. In fact, when he turned up last week, I hardly recognized him from when I was a teen and had a secret crush on him. Talk about aging badly. He looks nearer 50 than 30. I've been busy. He has a coughing fit, and I fidget with my charm bracelet until he manages to catch his breath.
Thought as much. You had no trouble getting close to Reynolds?
The scene in the kitchen floods my mind, just like it had several times during the night. No. Well, I mean... He laughs, and it sends a shudder along my spine as though he's the evil villain, which is crazy, since that role is filled by Axel Reynolds, who also happens to be dead. I grip my cell tighter, not sure I want to know where my thoughts are taking me.
That's my girl.
He sounds satisfied, and I don't like his tone.
You reel him in good and tight, Amy. I'll do the rest.
Look, about that, I'm not sure.
You fucked him yet?
The question is so casual that I forget my irritation at being interrupted for the second time. Of course I haven't. I hiss the words. What I want to do is scream them, but I can't risk making a scene at work. What the hell do you take me for?
And he's still interested?
Rex sounds intrigued, as though that possibility had never occurred to him. Jesus, I am dumb sometimes. I had no idea that's what he had in mind when he said I needed to get close to Gage. This is the perfect time to tell Rex I'm calling it quits. But my stupid pride is wounded that he thinks all Gage wants from me is sex, even if deep down I know that's the truth. And the words are out before I can stop them. Yeah, he wants to take me on a date this afternoon. I screw my eyes shut and cover my face with my hand. Nice one, Amy.
I'm impressed.
He sounds it, too.
This is going better than I expected.
That does it. I turned him down. I'm sorry, but I can't do it. I don't sleep with people on command. Okay, so I've twisted the truth a little there, but I have to salvage some pride from this mess. A strange prickling sensation skitters over my arms, and I prop my chin on my hand and open my eyes. What the holy fuck? I don't even care that Rex is speaking. I cut him off, drop my cell on the table, and watch as Gage Reynolds swaggers toward me, looking as though he owns the place and everything in it. Did he hear me talking to Rex? No, he's too far away. My mouth dries, and it's getting harder to breathe. He was hot in his natural habitat, but in Mama Coco's, which is the least cool place on Earth, he looks like a freaking alien sex god. I'm so screwed.
Gage. I've never chased after a girl in my life, and up until a couple of hours ago had no intention of hunting Amelia down. If she wanted out, then fuck her. Except her cute smile and the way she waved her finger at me kept running through my mind until I could hardly think straight. Finally, the question I'd been avoiding all night smacked me in the face. Did she quit because she didn't think I could respect her boundaries? Chicks in my world don't give ultimatums or back off when it's obvious we both want the same thing. My head's telling me to forget her, but I can't. And that's why I'm at Mama Coco's Diner, the place she put as a reference, which is full of old people with little kids. Amelia's staring at me as if she can't believe her eyes, and it's crazy how good she looks in her buttoned-up, ugly-as-fuck uniform she's wearing. I forget about giving her a hard time, as if that was ever my intention, and instead I grin at the expression on her face, pull out the chair opposite her, and sit down. She slowly straightens and sits back in her chair.
Well,
She says at last.
I didn't expect to see you again.
It's hard, but I resist the urge to stretch out my legs and hook my feet around her ankles. You walked out on me. Need to know why? Guilt flashes across her face.
Kat said she could get someone to cover for me.
For a second, I'm thrown. She feels guilty for letting Kat down, but not me. I lean my forearms on the table and lean into her space. Are you scared of me? She laughs, which isn't exactly what I expect, but it's a relief to know that isn't the reason she bailed.
Get over yourself. You're not that scary. I could bring you to your knees no problem if I needed to.
I'd like to see you try. I don't bother hiding my mocking tone. She's a tiny thing, and the thought of her being able to bring any guy to his knees is laughable. Carry a baseball bat in your purse, do you?
You'd be surprised what I carry in my purse.
You'll have to show me sometime. What the hell? Did I really just say that? I've no interest in what shit chicks have in their purses, but when Amelia smiles, I guess my comment wasn't so crazy after all. She inches forward and rests her elbows on the edge of the table.
What are you doing here, Gage?
I wish I knew. Not that I'm going to tell her that. You want to tell me why you bailed on me, baby? She doesn't get prickly when I call her baby, and I'm taking that as a good thing. Christ, what's wrong with me? It's kind of funny, in an unbelievable way, how badly I want her to come back to Odin's. She drops her gaze and frowns at the table.
I think it's a bad idea. That's all.
Why? Because you want to sleep with your boss? I leer at her when she glances up at me, and she pulls a face like she just sucked on a lemon. Since when has talking with a chick ever been this much fun?
No, because my former boss can't keep his hands to himself.
Sure I can. I wait for a couple of seconds so she knows I'm serious. Am I really having this conversation? I just don't understand why you want me to. And right then it hits me. The reason why she's so determined to hold me off. Why hadn't I thought of it before? Are you seeing someone? She doesn't answer right away, and I'm pissed off. Why didn't she tell me yesterday? Sure, I don't do the whole dating and commitment thing, but I don't chase tail that's not available. Would it have made any difference with Amelia? I ignore that thought.
No,
She says at last, as though she was debating whether or not to tell me the truth. Then she sighs.
it's complicated.
No, it's not.
It really is.
I change tactics. What if I swear to keep my hands to myself until you're ready? Will you come back to Odin's? Zach would piss himself if he could hear me. Fuck, I'm almost pissing myself. I never thought I'd all but beg a girl to come work for me.
Suppose I'm never ready.
I can't help it. I shoot her a filthy grin. Then I'm gonna have blue balls. Instead of laughing, she looks fascinated.
Seriously, with all the girls that hang around the bastards, I find that real hard to believe.
I'm finding it hard to believe, too. Not that I said it to her. Hell, guys say anything to get some pussy. But because a part of me means it. No way can I let her know she's managed to mess with my head that much. Hey, I might be an asshole, but I don't go back on my word. I won't push you into doing something you're not ready for. What the fuck? She leans a little closer, almost as though she doesn't realize what she's doing.
It sounds like you want to date me. Exclusively.
I give a choked laugh, mainly to hide my shock that what I said sounds exactly the way she describes. Don't push it.
So you don't want to date me. You just want to screw me.
Anything wrong with that? She looks as though she's trying not to laugh.
And being exclusive isn't in your vocabulary?
Is that a problem? She appears to consider it.
I guess not, if it preserves the state of your balls.
You're the craziest chick I've ever met. You know that? She's smiling at me, and it kills me that I can't wrap my hand around the back of her neck and haul her over the table for a kiss. If she takes me up on my offer, my dick's going to love me. Not.
And you're nothing like I thought you'd be.
I'm better, right? She groans.
Your rep was right about one thing. You're so full of yourself.
Where'd you hear about my rep? There's something about her that intrigues me, besides wanting her in my bed. She's not part of the biker life, but it's like she belongs in a weird way I can't figure out.
You'd be surprised.
For a second, her smile slips, as though she doesn't want to think about it.
And I'm not going to stroke your ego by telling you what I've heard either.
An old guy wearing a stripy apron hovers by the table, and when he realizes I've caught him eyeing my colors, he takes a hasty step back. Amy, honey, could do with some help here when you're ready. Amy? I shoot her a glance, but she doesn't seem to get my message. She drops her cell into her pocket and stands up.
Sorry, Colin. I'll be right there.
Colin gives me another look, and I favor him with a lazy grin that appears to scare the shit out of him. As he turns tail, Amelia sighs.
You just had to do that, didn't you?
It's not a question, and again I'm struck by her attitude. I know plenty of sassy chicks who've chanced their luck by being mouthy when we've hooked up, but it's more than daring flirting with Amelia. It's like she has the right to say what she thinks without fearing the consequences of pissing me off. And I get the feeling she's not flirting with me at all, either. Yeah, I did. I almost grab her hand, but stop just in time. And what's with the Amy?
People call me Amy.
She shrugs as though it's no big deal.
You can as well, if you want.
I lean back in the chair and run my gaze over her, the way I do when I check out a new hot chick I want to nail. She folds her arms and stares right back, and I have the crazy urge to laugh again. Nah, you look like an Amelia to me. What time do you finish here? She blinks as though that was the last thing she expected me to say.
In a couple of hours. Why?
Before I could stop it, the words come out. We have a date, remember?
Chapter 7. Amelia. I watch Gage swagger out of the diner without even trying to kiss me or grab my hand or anything that I half expected. I can't believe he remembered his threat to take me out this afternoon and still wants to go through with it, even after I walked out on him. A low hum of conversation stirs, and it hits me that the whole place went silent for the entire time Gage was here. Not that I'm surprised. Mama Coco's isn't known for attracting smoking hot bad boys. Add the fact he's also a member of the Bastards, and I'm only amazed all the regulars didn't flee in terror. Poor Colin. I'll have to go and calm him down and promise Gage won't make a habit of sauntering into his beloved little empire. He's in the kitchen, chugging down a black coffee. Amy. He takes my hand, and I smother a sigh. I've been working here for almost 3 years, and he's very protective of all the staff. Are you in trouble, honey? No, I'm fine. Although, why does he immediately think I'm in trouble? Gage was almost perfectly behaved just now. He's the boss of the bar I just started work in and wanted to, straighten out a few details. Is that safe? Did you see what he was wearing, Amy? He belongs to one of those motorcycle gangs. He says the word in a horrified whisper, and I bite the inside of my mouth so I don't giggle. He has no idea of the life I led up until I was 13, when Mom had to change our name so the wolves wouldn't track us down. The fact Gage wears colors doesn't faze me. It's only his allegiance that does. Well, that and his blood connection to Axel Reynolds. That's enough to sober me up, and I give Colin a reassuring pat on the arm. It's okay. I can handle myself. And don't worry, he won't cause any trouble here. After my shift ends, I squeeze into the tiny bathroom and replace my uniform with my skinny jeans and a sweater. They're not exactly great, but I didn't dress this morning with a date in mind. I groan at my reflection and dig out my makeup to touch up my face. This is hardly a date, no matter what Gage decided to call it. He'll do anything to get inside my panties, and I can't afford to forget that. What the hell are you playing at, Amy? Am I going back to work for him? I've already told Rex I'm not going through with our plan, so it's not like I'd go back to Odin's with a secret agenda or anything. What about Gage's dad? For 10 years I've hated him. The faceless bastard who killed my dad for no other reason than the fact he was a silver wolf. I'll never forget the night Mom told me what had happened. Even though there are things I want to ask her about it, like why the bastards killed him in cold blood, I never will. She'd fall apart if she had to relive that night. I screw my eyes shut and grasp my mascara as if it's a magic wand that has all the answers. I'm not expecting a big romance with Gage. Nothing's ever going to come of this crazy, wild attraction, but it's been so long since I've met anyone who could turn me on with hardly a glance. Make that never. It's addictive. I can't stop thinking about him. It doesn't matter how often I remind myself who he is. All I can remember is how mind-fuckingly amazing he made me feel in the kitchen. I won't sleep with him, because there's too much unspoken history between us. But maybe we can flirt. He seems up for it, which is surprising, but it's probably a novelty for him. It's not like he won't be getting sex whenever he wants it elsewhere, just not from me. And with Christmas less than 3 weeks away, I need the money. I'll go back to Odin's until I find another job, and I'm not making excuses. I'll start applying right away. Well, tomorrow. I grip the edge of the sink and take a deep breath. It's only temporary. Deep down, I know I shouldn't go back, that I should end this right now, before it goes any further. Except, I can't.
Gage. I have no idea where to take a chick on a date. When I hook up, that's all it is. Sex. Where the fuck am I going to take Amelia? If we were going out tonight, I could take her to a club. But where do we go in the middle of the afternoon? I guess I could ask Zach, since he's gone all domestic since meeting Grace, but I'm not sure the grief he'd give me is worth it. Todd ambles into the kitchen and I shove my cell back into my pocket. Not that he'd be able to see I was surfing the net searching for clues on first dates. I scowl at him, but he doesn't notice as he reaches for the coffee. Need to find another girl if Amelia isn't coming back, he says as he scratches his balls through his baggy jocks. When I first took over Odin's, I didn't care about having to share the apartment with my cousin, but he's such a fucking slob. And after 5 years of living together, it's getting on my nerves. I grunt in reply, since instead of persuading Amelia to come back to work, I've still no idea whether she is or not. Fuck, she was hot. He takes a swallow of black coffee and misses the glare I shoot him. You should have seen what she wore to her interview. Tits to fucking die for. If Todd wasn't family, I swear I would have buried him in the backyard years ago. Shut the fuck up about Amelia. He leers at me from across the kitchen. Saw you couldn't take your eyes off her. Is that why she quit? You want me to break your nose again, or what? His grin vanishes. Hey, I'm just messing with you. I didn't know you and her were... Whatever. It's all cool, cuz. It's not fucking cool because I just lost my shit over a chick. And Todd's giving me a speculative look as though he thinks something's going on. Since when do I care what other guys say about a girl I want? Since Amelia walked into Odin's. I park just down the street from the diner so I can see when Amelia leaves, but not so close that the owner thinks I'm casing the joint. I get off my bike and don't miss the way people cross the road in order to avoid me, as though they think I'm going to cut them down if we make eye contact. It doesn't bother me. I'm used to the looks, but I'm not used to hanging around quiet streets with no bar or dealer in sight. The diner seems to be the local magnet for families, although the old guy across the road, wearing a coat that's flapping around his ankles, looks as out of place as me. My gaze sharpens on him. Is he the same guy I saw earlier today after I left Amelia? As I take a step toward him, he vanishes down a side street, almost like he knew I was watching him. Hey! I swing around and see Amelia standing there smiling at me. She's fucking gorgeous. What was I thinking when I told her I'd keep my hands to myself until she changed her mind? You ready? I might have shot myself in the balls with my insane promise, but at least she'll wrap her body around me when we get on the bike. Sure. She runs the tip of her finger along my handlebars, and there's no mistaking the awe on her face as she checks out the Harley. Where are we going? Wait and see. I hope to hell no one else I know sees where I take her. Okay. She looks like she's trying not to laugh again, as though she knows how hard this is for me. Your bike or my car? I scoff. I'm not getting in your car. She slings her purse across her shoulders, takes my spare helmet, and waits until I'm back on the bike before she swings her leg over. It's like she's done this 1,000 times before, and disappointment stabs through me when she clutches the grab rail behind her instead of me. It doesn't take long to get there. She pulls off the helmet, shakes her head, and gives me a disbelieving look.
We're going to the movies.
Yeah. Fuck. I thought she'd be impressed, especially since it's some chick flick shit. I stroll inside as though I'm used to doing this stuff, even though I don't remember the last time I even went to the movies. I download everything I want to watch. Who doesn't?
Are you sure you want to do this?
She's on her toes, leaning toward me but not quite touching.
I thought you'd take me to a bar or something.
I frown. You want to go to a bar? I sure as hell do. Just shows how much I suck at this whole dating thing. It's not a date. Yes, it fucking is.
No, of course not.
She presses her palm against my bicep to keep her balance, but I'll take it.
This is awesome. I was going to see this movie with my sisters next week.
Huh. So, she has sisters. Not sure why I think that's important, but I file it away.
Do you want me to get popcorn and drinks?
I can't help it and glance around, just double-checking that I don't recognize anyone. If this ever gets back to my brothers, my life won't be worth living. I'll get it.
No, you won't. I pay my own way, remember?
She gives me a challenging grin before sauntering off to the counter. We sit in the back row, and as far as I know, that's for one reason only. The place is half empty, and it'd be too easy to slide my hand under her sweater and play with her gorgeous tits. My dick stirs, and I grip my teeth. It can't be good that I have a permanent hard-on whenever she's near me. I watch her from the corner of my eye as she digs into her popcorn. The lights dim, and it's real hard not to sling my arm around her shoulders. But I have the weird feeling she expects me to, just to prove that I can't keep my word. She's only a chick, and the only time my word is everything is when it comes to my brothers. If Amelia wasn't interested, she wouldn't be here with me now. We can spend the next 90 minutes making out like a couple of horny teens, and I won't think any less of myself for breaking my word. Or I can be a fucking martyr and call her bluff. When the movie starts, she wriggles in her seat and rests her arm next to mine on the armrest. Is she doing it on purpose? We're barely touching, but it's like an electric charge zaps through my body. This is going to be the longest 90 minutes of my life. When we finally leave the movies, it's late afternoon and dark, which is a relief. Not that I'd expect to see any of my brothers hanging around, but I guess I'm paranoid. As we reach the bike, Amelia bumps her shoulder against my arm.
You didn't fall asleep. I'm impressed.
I shrug. I've seen worse. No way will I admit the movie wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. It's still way too early to take her to a club, but I'm in no hurry to let her go, even if she isn't going to put out at the end of the night. Guess we could get something to eat. Before I can figure out whether I'm ready to ask her that, because movies and eating out in one evening is kind of full on, she takes the helmet and hugs it like it's a shield.
Well, thanks for inviting me. Can you take me back to my car now?
What the fuck? Is that it? Sure. I'm pissed off and don't know why. I've had some shit ideas in the past, but taking Amelia out has got to be one of the worst. If this is dating, then they can keep it and I'll stick to my easy, no need to think about it hookups.
Only I need to get home and freshen up before my shift starts at Odin's.
She pauses for a couple of seconds as if she's letting that sink in. Christ, I'll never understand how chicks' minds work.
That's if the offer is still open.
Chapter 8. Amelia. It's been 2 weeks since I started work at Odin's. I've had all the shifts I can handle, which is great for my bank balance. But every time Gage turns his sexy-as-hell smile my way, I lose a little more of my mind. There are a couple of other girls who work here besides Kat, who apparently only fills in when her brother's desperate, and they're real nice. I've gotten to know the regulars, and it burns me to admit that a couple of Viking bastards who hang out here are quite hard to hate. I know Gage has a hands-off-his-staff policy, which is why we don't get hassled. But even so, it's hard not to remember how things used to be, when my dad was a respected member of the Wolves and all the brothers treated me and my 2 sisters like little princesses, before they kicked us out in the cold. But it isn't just his staff Gage looks out for. Last night, a drunken SOB kept trying it on with a totally uninterested girl in the bar. I'd never seen her before, although the guy's been in a few times. Before I even realized it, Gage had thrown the guy out with a warning. It's crazy how much that impressed me. After all, heaps of girls come in here for the sole purpose of hooking up, but he still noticed when one of his regulars overstepped the line. It's hard for me to remember if any of the Wolves would have done that, but I sure never would have imagined a bastard having those kinds of principles. The longer I'm around Gage, the less I believe he's involved in illegal gun running. Where did Rex get that info, anyway? There's only half an hour until I knock off, and I collect dirty glasses from the tables and give as good as I get with the good-natured comments, but my heart's not in it. 10 minutes ago, Gage disappeared out the back with a redhead, and it doesn't take much imagination to know what they're doing. I've discovered that the alley next to Odin's, which leads from a locked gate at one end to the main door to the upstairs apartment, is nice and private, where Gage allows a few select encounters to take place. For 2 weeks, he hasn't touched me and doesn't seem to notice when I accidentally on purpose brush up against him, just for a reaction, just to know that he does still want me as much as I want him. Jesus, I'm messed up. All my talk about not having sex with him, that flirting will be enough, has rebounded and smacked me in the face. Well, sure, he flirts like a pro, but when he wants more, there's a queue of willing girls, which is exactly what I knew would happen. So why am I so torn up about it? Did I think he'd want to date me like we were in a relationship and things would just progress from there? Yes. No. I slammed the thought down, the way I have every time it's surfaced since we went to the movies. That was just a one-off. It didn't mean anything. I'm not entirely sure what his motives were, but I guess if all he wanted was for me to return to Odin's, then it worked. The garbage doesn't need emptying, but I take the bag anyway. The trash can is just outside the back door, and for a second I hesitate. Do I want to catch him in the act? Will that finally crush my stupid fixation on him? I need to get over him. It's not like I haven't applied for other jobs, but being so near to Christmas, they've already got all the extra staff they need. I haven't tried that hard. I ignore that thought, take a deep breath, and swing the door open. Fuck it. He doesn't owe me anything, and a part of me hopes he's banging the daylights out of the redhead just so I can channel it all into the scene I'm stuck on in my current book. The muted glow from the security light above the door is more than enough to illuminate the scene. Gage is on his knees beside a guy who looks drunk or stoned, and the redhead is twisting her hands together like she's in some B-movie. I grip the garbage bag as heat washes through me. I'd been so sure of what he was doing that the reality is making me feel about 2 inches tall.
Hey, Amelia.
Gage sounds tired.
Keep this to yourself, all right?
Sure. I nod quickly, hoping he doesn't possess the ability to read my mind and discover why I came out here. Do you need me to do anything? With Gage's connections to the bastards, I'm sure the ABC are just dying for a reason to close him down, so the last thing he needs is any hint of drug use on the premises. Hang on. He checks his cell before hauling the guy to his feet. Come on, move yourself. He glances at the girl, who appears rooted to the spot. You too, princess. He half drags, half carries the guy down the alley toward the gate. I shove the bag in the trash can and follow them. Gage unlocks the gate and offloads the guy to someone. I'm guessing a prospect of the club, since they always get the dirty work of clearing up. He shuts and locks the gate and then turns back to me. I'm gonna fucking tear Todd a new one for this. Todd's not working tonight, so I'm not sure what he means. Was he a friend of your cousin? Gage grips the back of his neck and works the kinks from his impressive muscles. In the dim light, he looks dark, dangerous, and irresistibly fuckable. He always looks like that. They're best buddies from school. It's the only reason I let the jerk use the alley. Fucking idiot nearly OD'd. I'm not naive enough to think he's being taken to a hospital. He'll probably be dumped somewhere far from here so his girlfriend can call for help. Guess he's barred, then. Gage focuses on me, and the hard expression on his face fades as he gives me that grin that always makes me want to melt over his boots. You bet your ass he's barred. It's no good. There are a million reasons why I shouldn't touch him, and only one why I should, because I want to. And right now, that's the only one that matters. In 2 weeks, after the new year, I'll be out of here. I don't want to think about the future, only this moment. I roll onto my toes and brush my lips across his. We both stop breathing, as though we're caught up in a magical world where only the two of us exist. He doesn't push me back against the wall or shove his tongue into my mouth. And I have the sudden, terrible conviction that I waited too long, and the magic is all in my mind. I pull back, and I'm shaking, which is the most ridiculous thing ever, since that kiss was so chaste it hardly even qualifies for the word. For a couple of excruciating seconds, we stare at each other. Is he going to laugh? I'll die if he does. I'll have to leave Odin's. He doesn't laugh. He doesn't move. And then he speaks. Does this mean you're ready? I think my knees are giving way, and there's nothing to break my fall. Is this the reason he hasn't tried anything on? He's been waiting for me to spell it out? It's crazy, but it makes me want him even more. Maybe. It comes out all croaky, like a frog with laryngitis, but he doesn't appear to notice. Instead, he takes a step toward me, until his warm breath fans my hot cheek. Maybe. There's the faintest hint of mockery in his tone. You still playing games with me? My dad's face flickers in my mind, and guilt spears through me. I shouldn't get involved with Gage, not even for a brief Christmas fling. But if I don't, I'm afraid I might never get him out of my head. I take a deep breath, inhaling an intoxicating hint of leather and sandalwood. It scrambles whatever's left of my good sense, and I slide my palm over his stubble-darkened jaw. I was never playing games. A strange expression crosses his face, as though for the first time he's considering my words. Leave it, Amy. The only thing he's considering is whether I'm finally going to put out, right here in the alley. I don't even care. If I'm going to have a dirty fling with a bad boy, I can't think of anyone else I'd rather do it with. You weren't, were you? It's not a question. It's almost as though he's thinking aloud, and he rakes his hand through my hair, which is far more erotic than it has any right to be. You've been driving me crazy these last 2 weeks. I thought you'd forgotten me. I push my hand beneath his leather cut so I can feel the rock-hard muscles of his back through his t-shirt. His grip on my hair tightens. Forgotten having you? His grin is lethal, and my pussy quivers with delicious anticipation. No, but I'm going to make you pay for making me wait. If you're very good, I might even let you. He dips his head, and his teeth graze my earrings in a sensual caress. I shiver and clutch his back a little harder. I'm not giving you the choice. It's a threat, and I shouldn't find it such a turn-on, but his arrogance is somehow irresistible, and it's making me wet. He trails kisses along my jaw, and my head falls back, but only for a second before his rough grip on my hair forces me upright. Is that right? My voice is husky, and he finally pins me against the cold brick wall, his hot body imprisoning me from breast to toes. Yeah. His mouth takes mine, and it's primitive and wild, stealing my breath and leaving me dizzy. My nails dig into his back as his tongue owns me, and his free hand cups my face in a gesture both tender and possessive. He pulls back, just enough that our mouths are no longer touching, and drags the pad of his thumb across my tender lips. First, I'm having you on your knees, and I'm going to fuck your pretty mouth. His words slam into me as the visual fills my mind. Out here, in a dark alley. It's kind of disgusting, and so freaking hot that if he wasn't holding me up against the wall, I'd probably tumble onto my knees right now. His thumb slides inside my open mouth, and I dig my teeth into him, just enough so he knows he enters at his own risk. It's a crazy thought, and a nervous giggle escapes me because I seriously doubt I'd be able to bite him if my mouth's full of his cock. Don't think I won't punish you if you're a bad girl. Oh my God, did he say that? I'm not into BDSM. Who's talking about BDSM? You just said you'd punish me. I'm not sure I should be feeling so horny at the prospect, but then again, since I'm breaking all my good guys only rules when it comes to Gage Reynolds, why not go the whole 9 yards? That's right. He obviously feels that's enough explanation as he trails a finger along my throat and over my breast. My nipples are aching, but he doesn't stop to give them any attention. Instead, he slips his hand under my short denim skirt and cups my throbbing sex. I try not to grind into his palm and totally fail. His stubble grazes my cheek as he breathes into my ear. Then I'm gonna fuck your sweet little pussy. A needy moan escapes me, and I don't even try and hold it back. Gage, I whimper, hardly aware I'm speaking at all. But he hasn't finished torturing me yet. His strong hand molds my thigh and then grips my ass cheek. As if that doesn't feel good enough, his fingers tease my butt crack, slowly sliding downward until he's massaging my anus. I suck in a shocked gasp, and all my muscles tense, but not because I don't like it. He smiles against my temple, and I can just imagine the evil intent in his eyes. And when you've collapsed across my bed, I'm taking your tight ass and making it mine. Whoa. I'm so turned on I can't even think straight anymore, but no way is he getting away with that comment. I'll take a rain check on that. I sound like I'm dying for it. His finger probes a little deeper, hampered by my winter tights, and I'm not sure whether I'm relieved or not by my unexpected chastity belt. You ever taken it up the ass? His voice is a smoky whisper, and any reservations I might have had about doing it that way are melting along with my panties. No. Why not? What? I struggle to remember what we're talking about, because his finger is causing all kinds of havoc in places I didn't even know existed before now. No one ever asked me, and I sure as hell never asked them. He pulls out and rubs my ass, round and round, as though he's getting ready to give me a spanking or something. I give another unintentional moan, and I swear his impressive erection, pressed hard against my stomach, gets even bigger. Guess you've only dated nice boys who do it missionary style. There's more than a thread of mockery in his voice, and I'm not telling him he's too close to the truth for comfort. Instead, I tangle my fingers in his hair and pull his head back so I can look into his eyes. I might only date nice boys, but tonight I'm with you. Something flickers in those gorgeous eyes of his, as though he didn't much like my comment. It's gone in an instant. I probably imagined it. That's right. The words come out in a growl. You're with me, and you'll do it the way I want. Any other time, I'd have had so many issues with that statement it's not funny. But right now, it's everything I want to hear. I push my hand between our bodies and cradle his junk. Jesus, my mouth's watering already. Guess that's fair. I owe you one from the kitchen. You're fucking killing me. He grabs my ass, crushing us together until I can hardly breathe. He trails open-mouthed kisses along my throat, sucking and nipping at my flesh, his fingers tangling around my hair. I'm fumbling with his zip and getting nowhere fast. He's so damn hard I can't get a good grip on the metal, but mainly it's because I can't see what I'm doing, and I've never actually unzipped a guy before. He grunts and eases back a fraction, then he drags his hand from my hair, rips open his fly, and shoves his jeans over his hips. Knees, now. None of my boyfriends ever spoke to me like that. Gage isn't my boyfriend. I sink to my knees, even though I've never done that before either. The ground's rough and cold, and a tiny part of my mind is reeling that I'm doing this. Anyone could stroll out of the door and see us. Instead of shocking me back to my senses, it makes me hotter than ever. I'm a closet exhibitionist. He plunges both hands into my hair, which kills the nervous giggle bubbling inside, and holds me still so my face is right by his cock. For a second, I'm paralyzed by the sight. I'll fucking choke. I wrap my hand around him, and his appreciative groan makes me forget about the gravel digging into my knees. Jacking a guy off has never done much for my lady parts before, but tonight my pussy's pulsing in time with my heart, and I'm so freaking wet I can't even. Open your mouth. It's a harsh command, and I'm so turned on I'm already obeying before some sliver of sanity kicks in. Rubber. It comes out all wobbly, and I can't tear my fascinated gaze from his erection. Is it because we're in a sordid side alley that he appears so damn huge? His grip on my hair is painful, and I let out a faint gasp. It's so tempting to just give him a quick lick, but I don't think I'd be able to stop once I started. Fuck. He sounds agonized, and I glance up at him. You for real? What? I keep stroking and playing with his balls because, hell, I can't stop myself, even if it's making him all but rip my hair out by the roots. He grinds out a colorful curse. Back pocket. Make it quick. It's not easy trying to dig around in his pocket, but I manage to pull one out and tear it open. For a second I hesitate, as I imagine doing him without using the condom, but there's no way I'd ever risk it. Not with anyone. But especially not with a guy like Gage who thinks nothing of screwing a dozen different girls in a single week. I don't know for sure he does that. I blank the thought, because of course he does, and roll the rubber over his cock. God, he feels good. So hot and hard, like a living sculpture of a barbarous god. Christ, Amelia, you've made your fucking point. I give him a wicked grin because it's unbelievably hot that he's so desperate for me. It's only sex. But I'm not interested in listening to my common sense right now. Safe sex isn't a point. He bares his teeth and in the dim light looks feral and dangerous, like a werewolf about to shift. Open up. It's not a request. A shiver races through me, and it's got nothing to do with the chilly winter breeze. I wrap my hand around him, at least as far as I can manage, so there's no chance of him going deeper than I'm ready for, and inch him into my mouth. His growl of satisfaction makes my nipples throb and pussy quiver, which is another first. I close my eyes and suck hard, flicking my tongue against his rigid length as though I'm a pro at it, instead of relying on a really good memory and vivid imagination. You look even hotter with my dick in your mouth than I imagined. His thrusts become harder, and I'm loving it, not least because his raw comment is burning me up inside. My hand slowly slides down his cock to his balls, allowing him more access, and he takes instant advantage. It's almost too much. I can't pull back because he's holding me at just the right angle so he can fuck my pretty mouth. Lust washes through me as his voice echoes around my mind. I might have done oral on my couple of boyfriends in the past, but they never took me like this. Wild and demanding, and without asking, "You sure you're okay?" I can't breathe, can't move, and just when I start to panic that my jaw is going to dislocate, he goes rigid and pumps himself into me. Never ending. My fingers slacken, but he still hasn't finished, and I'm vaguely relieved I didn't have to swallow it all. I'd drown. The terrible urge to giggle bubbles up from deep inside, which makes me gag. His death grip in my hair relaxes, and he withdraws. My mouth feels swollen and strange, and I can't quite shut it yet. He's looking down at me, and I can't figure out his expression, but he sure doesn't look as though he's had enough. Baby, you give great head. He strokes my cheek in an oddly tender gesture, and I shrug, since I'm not sure my voice is working properly yet. Guess it was worth waiting for. A cold splash lands on the end of my nose, followed by more in quick succession on my cheeks and eyes. I blink the raindrops away and test out my tongue. Wow, you sure know how to compliment a girl. He laughs and hauls me to my feet, and I cling onto him like an idiot, as though this is more than just a hookup in a side alley. Doesn't make any difference. I can't tear my fingers from his cut, and he doesn't appear to mind. Only one thing could have made it better, if you'd swallowed my load. Yeah, right. Keep on dreaming. The sky opens, and the rain comes down in a torrent, taking the rest of my comment with it. Gage slings his arm around my shoulders, and we run for the door, but by the time we get inside, I'm drenched. Not that I care. He made me a promise tonight, and while I'm still not totally on board with it, his words are scorching my brain. I'm taking your tight ass and making it mine.
Chapter 9. Gage. I lock the door and turn to Amelia. Her hair is soaked. She looks like she's entered a wet t-shirt contest, and damn if my dick doesn't want more of her mouth right now.
I'm soaked,
she says unnecessarily. She glances down at herself and her smile vanishes.
Oh my God, my tights are ruined.
She sounds like that's a bad thing. What's the problem? Who's gonna see? She sure as hell isn't going back into the bar looking like that. The only place she's going is into my bed.
Everyone?
She sounds mortified as she plucks at the ripped material, as if that's going to magically make the holes disappear.
They'll all know what we've just done.
I've lost count of the number of girls who've given me head and don't give a shit who knows about it, either during the act or right afterward. Hell, some of them seem to think it's a badge of honor, the way they brag about how many of the brothers they've had. It's kind of funny that Amelia is so worked up about it, especially since I've no intention of allowing anyone to see her while she looks so unbelievably fuckable.
Hey, Gage.
Danny, one of the chicks who's worked here for over a year, pushes open the door from the bar. I turn around, making sure I'm shielding Amelia.
Ready to lock up?
Sure, I'll be right out. Danny nods and the door swings shut behind her, and Amelia lets out a loud sigh of relief.
I can't believe I just did that.
I don't have time to discuss it, but I can't leave. Believe it, baby. You were amazing. Even if she did insist on using a rubber. Sure, I always do safe sex, but oral.
Huh?
She wraps her arms around her waist and shivers.
I bet you say that to all the girls.
You're crazy. I have the equally crazy urge to give her a hug, but then I won't want to let her go. Instead, I unlock the door that leads to the apartment. Get upstairs and dry off. I'll be there in 10.
Okay.
She grabs her purse, and I watch her sweet ass as she goes up the stairs before I take a deep breath and return to the bar. It's almost empty, and when I show my face, the last few stragglers beat a hasty retreat, except for Ty, who's leaning on the bar finishing up his beer. I see the girls to their cars, and when I get back, he's still there. Beat it. I hold the door open so he knows I'm not screwing around. Coming back to the club? Nah. He leans back against the bar. Where's Amelia? Ty doesn't miss anything when it comes to hot chicks, and if we were talking about any other girl, the knowing leer on his face wouldn't annoy me. None of your business. For real? It looks as though he's trying not to laugh. Hope you're not gonna fire her a week before Christmas, bro. That's harsh. No reason to fire her. I widen the door. Catch you tomorrow. Ty pushes himself upright, and as he passes me, he punches my arm. Lucky bastard. Sure you don't want to share? I've shared chicks with various brothers in the past, usually at the club, but not always. It's a valid question, and there's no disrespect behind it, but I've the powerful urge to ram my fist down Ty's throat for even thinking it. No. There's a deadly note in my voice I've never used before when speaking to a brother, and Ty's grin fades into a frown. Sure. You should have said she was more than just a piece of pussy, man. You know I don't poach. He strolls out into the rain, and I shut the door and lean my forehead against the wood. My natural reaction should be, of course she's just a piece of pussy. That's all chicks ever are. Except there's this kind of hard knot in my chest at the thought of her blowing another guy the way she did me just now, and that's anything but normal. I slowly straighten. It's not normal that I haven't been with another girl since the night I met Amelia either. Not for lack of offers, but none of them appealed. All I wanted was her. Tonight, I'll have her every which way. Maybe then I'll get her out of my head. But I have the weirdest feeling if I'm not careful, I'll end up like Zach, pussy-whipped. Instead of the thought pissing me off, I start to grin because that's the craziest thing ever, and I make my way to the apartment. She's cross-legged on the floor in front of the heater in the living room, drying her hair. Her legs are bare and guilt stabs through me when I see the state of her knees. That's not fucking normal either. I crouch by her side and she gives me the sexy smile that's been haunting my dreams for the last 2 weeks. Thank fuck she has no idea how much I want her. I brush my finger over her knee. Didn't realize you were on stones. We were in the alley. Of course she was kneeling on stones. Point is, that's something that never occurred to me in the past. She tosses her head back and her hair stands on end. It's funny and sexy, but I don't laugh, since I have the feeling she wouldn't find the state of her hair half as great as I do.
That's okay. It was all part of the experience.
I ditch the crouch and sit next to her, slinging my arm around her shoulders and hauling her close. Don't tell me you never gave your nice boyfriend's head before. I try and sound scornful, but it's hard. I'm still kind of burned by her nice boys comment in the alley, although I've no idea why.
Of course I did.
She sounds like she's trying not to laugh, though I don't see anything funny about it.
In bed with the lights out, thank you very much.
I don't do lights out sex. I'm still kind of pissed, but not at her, which makes even less sense. Fuck, what's going on with my mind?
What I meant was it was my first time doing anything like that outside, and on my knees.
She traces her finger over my chest.
And it's kind of nice. It wasn't as degrading as I thought.
Degrading? I can't help it and laugh. It was the hottest thing ever.
Not for you, idiot.
She pats my chest, and for a second I'm speechless. No one calls me an idiot, least of all a chick, yet I've no urge to put her in her place.
But it was kind of hot, you giving me orders. Just don't try doing it all the time, that's all.
I'm not one of your nice boyfriends you can keep on a fucking leash. She gives a little hum of laughter which vibrates all through my body to my dick. I stroke the inside of her thigh where she's all soft and warm, and she wriggles closer.
I didn't keep them on a leash. They were just naturally...
She pauses as though she's searching for the right word. If she says nice again...
Gentlemanly.
I nearly choke on my goddamn tongue. What? She's shaking with silent laughter.
Yeah, they were. I dated my first real boyfriend for over a year before we had sex. He didn't want to rush me, seeing as it was my first time.
Sounds like a jerk. I scowl because obviously Amelia didn't think he was a jerk if she also thinks he's a gentleman. Who uses that word anyway? So what happened to the whole white picket fence shit? She stops smiling, and her fingers still on my chest. Is she still in love with them? Why do I care?
He proposed on my 20th birthday.
She sounds reluctant to share, and my arm tightens around her, although I don't know why.
I guess it was the wake-up call I needed to face the fact I didn't really love him.
I grunt. Not sure what to say to that. All I know is a sense of satisfaction sweeps through me at the knowledge she didn't love the other guy, no matter how nice he was. She sighs.
I really tried, but you can't love someone on command. It's one of those fate things, you know?
I don't know, and it's freaking me out that we're talking about the L word in any case. I don't believe in fate. She twists in my arms and looks up at me. There's a wicked smile on her face.
Ooh, interesting. You didn't say you didn't believe in love.
My hand inches beneath her skirt, and there's no thick woolen barrier hampering my progress. Just silky smooth skin and a flimsy scrap of lace. You talk too damn much. Her legs part just enough so I can stroke her pussy. Christ, she feels good. I slide under her thong and she's hot and wet. She might have gotten me off less than half an hour ago, but I'm more than ready for her again.
Deflecting. Again. Interesting.
I'll give you fucking interesting. I kiss her, and she's sweet and sexy as she teases me with the tip of her tongue. I circle her clit until she can't keep still, and then I pull back, panting. Still want to talk? She forks her fingers through my hair and tries to pull me back for another kiss.
Not really.
I push my middle finger into her, and she shudders, her eyes flickering shut. It's addictive and exciting, like I've never done this before. And I guess that's true when it comes to Amelia. You sure about that? I nuzzle her neck before tonguing her earrings. I don't know why there's such a turn on. We've got all night. Yeah, and I don't intend to spend the rest of the night talking, but this chatting shit is kind of fun.
Oh.
Her eyes spring open, and they're dark and unfocused.
I can't stay all night. They'll worry.
Instead of being pissed that she's basically turning me down, I have the irrational urge to laugh. Tell them to back off and get a life. She blinks a couple of times as though she's trying to figure out what I mean.
I can't do that.
Sure you can. I tug her thong over her hips and she doesn't try and stop me. Who the hell are they? Your keepers? I don't expect her to answer, but hey, this is Amelia.
No.
She drags out the word as she lifts her ass so I can pull the thong to her knees.
But Mom still worries. I can't do that to her.
My hand freezes in the process of sliding up her thigh. Your mom? She lives with her mom? I thought she lived with friends. Didn't she tell me that? I can't remember now.
Yes.
She sounds defensive.
And my 2 younger sisters. They'll freak if I'm not there in the morning.
Girls never share this kind of personal stuff with me. Hell, I don't want to know it, but coming from Amelia, it's kind of cute. Text them. Tell them you won't be back tonight because you're fucking your boss. I grin, since I think that's pretty damn funny, but she doesn't laugh.
Text them at 2:30 in the morning. They'll think I'm dead.
That doesn't make sense to me, since how could she text them if she was dead? I don't think my logic will go down well with her right now, though. You're not leaving yet. She relaxes against me again.
I can stay a little longer.
I can't believe I'm the one who doesn't want her to leave yet. It's always the other way around when I'm with a girl. You'll stay until we're done here.
That sounds like another order to me.
You bet your ass it's an order. She slides her hand beneath my t-shirt.
You could try asking me nicely.
That does it. I roll her onto her back and straddle her hips with my knees, imprisoning her wrists with one hand. I've told you before, I don't do nice.
I don't know about that. This is quite nice.
She's laughing at me again, and the strange thing is, I like it, even if no girl's ever dared say anything like that to me before. Maybe that's why, or maybe it's just because she's Amelia. I shove the thought aside. I don't need all that heavy shit right now. Oh yeah? I tug her tight black t-shirt up to her throat and lose my thread as I gaze at her half-naked body and plain black bra. Your tits are fucking gorgeous. She wiggles, trying to free her hands, but I'm not having that. She gives a little huff and gives up.
Stop staring at them.
No chance. I glance up at her, though, because I like looking at her face.
I've been jacking off thinking about your tits for the last 2 weeks, and now I don't have to imagine how they look.
Her cheeks turn pink, make that red. Much as I want to strip her naked as soon as possible, I can't drag my fascinated gaze away.
That's...
She gives a choked cough.
That's disgustingly dirty on so many levels, Gage.
I snort with laughter and trail a finger over her hot cheek. You like it, though, don't you?
I guess.
She sounds reluctant. Admit it. Underneath your good girl gloss, there's a very bad girl trying to get out. And I'm the one to help her escape.
That's not true.
She sounds put out, like I was trying to insult her.
I'm not trying to hide who I really am.
Her blush deepens, and there's no hint of a smile on her face now. For a second, she looks as though she's about to call the whole thing off. Not a chance. I don't know what suddenly upset her, but there's no way she's walking out on me tonight. I know you're not. They're only words to calm a chick, except I mean them. She's given me the runaround, more sass than any girl I've met, and flirted in front of me with all the regulars. But she's never pretended to be something she's not. Right from the start, she told me our first hookup was a mistake, and she wasn't going to sleep with me. The fact she's here with me now is a gift I'm not about to screw up. It goes against everything I believe in, but I manage to ignore her tempting body and lean in for a kiss. It takes a few seconds before her tense muscles relax and her mouth opens for me. What the hell was that all about? I decide I don't care, not when she's obviously over it. I'd forgotten how addictive her kisses are. My dick's so hard it hurts, and it's no good. I have to pull back. She pants into my face, her lips all swollen and pink. And for a moment, I'm tempted to fuck her mouth again just because.
Hey,
she gasps.
Don't like to point fingers, but this is the missionary position.
You don't want to know what I just thought, then. She flexes her fingers.
Are you going to let me go?
Haven't made up my mind. Are you going to be good if I do? I don't know how such a sweet smile can also be so dirty.
No, I think I might be really bad.
Chapter 10. Gage. That's a challenge I can't resist. I release her wrists, and before she can do anything, I pull her long-sleeved t-shirt over her head and along her arms, then toss it onto the floor. She has a sprinkling of freckles across her shoulders and chest, and I have the weird urge to kiss every one.
Your turn.
Her voice is husky as she tugs at my gut. I don't usually like girls doing that, but none of my usual rules seem to mean anything when I'm with Amelia. She drops it onto the floor next to us, and I don't stop to toss it onto the nearest chair. I rip my shirt off, and she sighs as she brushes her fingertips over my ink.
Love your tats.
All chicks love my ink, but for the first time I get this warm glow in my chest at the compliment. Wait till you see the rest. She laughs and eyes my bicep.
Awesome eagle. That must have hurt like hell.
I scoff. I'm a bastard. I don't feel pain. She's still smiling as she traces my bald eagle.
Yeah, right. I forgot. What does it signify?
It's cool she knows the ink isn't just for show, but means something, like my patches. But how does she know? I forget the question even as it forms because who the hell cares? It's a family tradition. Got one when I made Prospect, same as my brother.
Family tradition?
She frowns as though she doesn't get it. I undo the metal buttons on her denim skirt. My granddad started it when he formed the Bastards, and my dad carried it on. She tenses, and I pause midway down her skirt. Only 3 more buttons and I finally get to see her pussy. But I want her begging me for it, not having second thoughts. You okay?
Yeah.
She fists her hand against my bicep and doesn't meet my eyes.
Sorry.
I have no idea what she's talking about. It's fine. We've got all night. She gives a jerky nod.
I guess it's a nice tradition.
It takes me a couple of seconds to figure out what she means. Now who's deflecting? I don't say it, though. I know she wants me, but something's holding her back.
I only date nice guys.
It clangs through my head. I might as well face it. I want Amelia Davis to date me. I've never had to coax a girl to sleep with me. Hell, I've never taken so long getting a chick naked once we were both down for it. She's not pushing me away or grabbing my hand, but I don't want her all tensed up because of some mindfuckery she's dealing with that I have no idea how to handle. All I want to do is rip off my jeans and sink into her. But I mentally grit my teeth and plant my fists on the floor beside her elbows. She's biting her bottom lip and has this tragic look on her face, but I'm not about to ask her what's up. I don't want to know. I just want to make her forget whatever it is until the only thing she can think about is me. I trail hot kisses along her stomach, and she shudders as I reach the open waist of her skirt. I nudge a little lower, and she digs her fingers through my hair, keeping me where she wants me. It'd be easy to go down on her right now, but there's still an edginess about her that's not right. I retrace my path using my tongue and my fingers, and she arches her back and lets out a soft little sigh. That's more like it. I ease my way between her tits and regret not having ripped her bra off already. Plenty of time for that later. She shifts restlessly, her fingers tangling in my hair as I suck her nipple through the cotton.
Take your jeans off.
Her words are slurred like she's drunk, and I tear my mouth from her so I can see her face. You giving me orders?
I want to see the rest of your tats.
You will. That's a promise. I inch down her body again, teasing and stroking until she can't keep still. Her last 3 buttons tug free, and finally, her sweet pussy is laid bare to me. I give an unintentional groan because, Christ, she's so pretty, I just want to eat her up and never let her go. I spread her thighs with my knees and kiss her, open-mouthed, sliding my tongue through her silky slit. Her nails dig into my head, and her soft moans are the craziest turn-on I've ever heard in my life. My dick throbs, and the need to make her mine thunders in my head. Not yet. I shove my hands beneath her and grasp her ass. Gonna make that mine too. I tease her clit with the tip of my tongue. Her breath's ragged, her grip on me lethal. Her muscles tense, and with a choked gasp, she comes, bucking into my face like she's lost her mind. And I fucking love it. She's still shuddering as I pull back and tear off my jeans. If I don't get inside her right now, I'm gonna die. It's sheer reflex that I grab a rubber and roll it on, as I can't take my gaze from her wet pussy and pink lips. I lie next to her and haul her onto me. She collapses onto my chest, her breath rasping and eyes closed. It's hot, but I need more. Sit up. My voice is raw. I want to watch you slide down my dick. She pushes herself up, her hands on my shoulders. Her face is flushed and her eyes are glazed, and a weird pain shoots through my chest. Christ, she's beautiful.
Inverted missionary.
She gives me a smile that damn well takes my breath away.
You ready for this?
I've been ready for 2 of the longest weeks in my life. Ride me hard. Roughly, I drag her bra down so her tits spring free. Her nipples are dark and erect, and my mouth waters. Do it now. I drag my gaze from her chest and watch as she slowly eases herself into position. She takes her sweet time about it, as though she's deliberately pushing me to the edge of my control. A feral grin splits my mouth. She might be killing me, but hell, I like it. Her swollen lips stretch around the head of my dick, and I swear my heart stops beating for an endless second. I can't tear my eyes away as she slowly sinks down my length, her tight pussy damn near blowing my mind. I cup her gorgeous tits and play with her nipples, and she falls forward so I can suck her hard. She squirms, loses momentum, and I push her upright again. Much as I want to own every inch of her, right now I need to see the way her pussy hugs my dick. It's fucking insane. I grab her hips and take control, slamming her down my length with every frenzied thrust. Her tits jiggle, hampered by her tangled bra, and it's too much. With a savage growl, I let go and pump into her, harder, more, everything. She convulses around me, another orgasm, and it's good and right, like nothing I've had before, and my whole damn mind shuts down. She falls onto me again, and this time I wrap my arms around her, holding her close, holding her like I'll never let her go. I don't fight the thought. Don't care. It doesn't matter. All that matters is she's here in my arms, and she's mine. I don't know how long we lay there while I suck in air and wait for my heartbeat to return to normal. Seems like hours. I don't want to move. I'm still inside her, and I know I should do something about it, but it feels too good to shatter the moment. She shivers, and I sigh. You cold? I trail my hand along her back and cradle her butt. She sounds reluctant to admit it. I roll onto my side, holding her close, and withdraw. It's cold somehow, now that I'm no longer inside her, and instead of freaking the shit out of me, it makes me give a twisted smile. Stay there. I take care of business and go find a blanket. Sure, we could just go straight to bed, but there's plenty of time for that. When I return to the living room, she's sitting up, hugging a cushion to her chest. Here, I sit next to her and pull the cushion away, and a tat on her hip catches my eye. How didn't I notice that before? Except I know why. I was too wrapped up in owning her pussy. I run the tip of my finger over the tiny, multicolored unicorn and laugh. Such a girly thing, and it suits her perfectly. Cute. She hums a laugh and wraps the blanket across her shoulder.
hurt like holy hell. My sister had to practically hold me down so they could finish it off.
I snort and pull the blanket over my legs. Not because I'm cold, but it just feels good to share. Why go through with it then?
I always wanted a tattoo. I promised myself I'd get one as soon as...
Her voice trails away and she gives a strange little smile, as though she's not sure whether to tell me or not. As soon as what? I wrap my arm around her and tug her close. Now that my brain's functioning again, it occurs to me we were lucky Todd didn't walk in on us. He'd better not show his face anytime soon either.
As soon as my first book was published.
What? I heard her fine the first time, but have no idea what she means. A book? Published?
Just over a year ago. I'm close to finishing my fourth now.
Wait. You're a writer? My head's kind of reeling. For real?
Sure. I mean, I'm not making a shitload of money yet, but that's my plan.
Well, fuck. What do you write? Romantic shit? Her smile goes stony.
I write romance. When was the last time you read one?
I laugh out loud at that. I'm not a great reader, period. But even if I were, I sure wouldn't read those kinds of books. You got me, baby. I haul her closer since I obviously hurt her feelings, even though I didn't mean to. I've never met a writer before. Do you have sex in your books?
Actually, I do.
So I could walk into a store and see your books on the shelf? How fucking amazing is that?
No, I'm digital only at the moment, although I want them in print.
Not in shops, then. Not that it makes any difference. I'm impressed, and I don't even mind that she knows it. You're full of surprises, aren't you? It's not a question. This chick's been one surprise after another since the minute I met her. She sounds as though she's not sure if I mean that in a good way or not.
I guess so.
What else should I know about you? I'm grinning, even though there's a part of me that can't believe what I just asked her. Before Amelia, I've never wanted to know anything about a chick I slept with. In fact, the less I knew about her, the more I liked it.
What do you want to know about me?
She sounds wary, as though she thinks it's a trick question. Everything. I think of the guy who asked her to marry him, and it's like a burning fist punches through my chest. You ever lived with a guy? She blinks at me in obvious confusion.
No. Why would you think I had?
I grunt, satisfied by her answer. Got any older brothers I should know about? I'm half joking, but if she does, then I'd rather know in advance, especially if they're as protective of her as Zach and I are of Kat.
Oh, I get it. You're afraid my older brother might kick your ass for screwing around with me?
He can try. I drop a kiss onto the tip of her nose. Thinks he's tough, huh?
He'd be real tough if I actually had a brother.
I'll bet. She pokes me in the ribs.
You can quit laughing. No one wants to get on the wrong side of me and my sisters. We could bring you to your knees.
You bring me to my knees all by yourself.
Flatterer.
She sounds as though she's trying not to laugh.
Does that line ever work?
I've never used that line before. Never needed to. Never wanted to. You tell me. I leer at her for good measure.
It's pretty good,
she concedes.
7 out of 10 for effort.
That's harsh.
I'm not a pushover, you know.
That's for sure. This is so weird. Sitting on the floor buck naked with the most gorgeous girl I've ever met, talking shit. I don't remember ever having a conversation this crazy with a chick before, and definitely not after we just had sex.
Are you serious?
She gives me a mock frown. What do you think? Her hand slides up my thigh and nudges my dick.
I think you need to be careful what you say right now.
You played dirty. You know that?
I learned from the best. Just hope you never get to see any of my self-defense moves.
Your self-defense moves don't scare me.
They should. I played dirty, remember?
So we're talking Dirty Davis tactics? Who taught you them? Your mom? I drag her half on top of me, but instead of laughing or winding herself around me, she tenses.
No, my dad.
I frown. She's never mentioned her old man before, and I guess I thought he wasn't around. Something's not right, though. I loosen my grip so she slides back to my side, but I don't release her. With anyone else, I'd ignore her last comment. I don't want to know about her family baggage. Except that's not true. Not when it comes to Amelia. Fuck it. So what? All my rules have died since meeting her. What does one more matter? What's with your dad? For a second, I think she's about to leap to her feet, and I tighten my hold on her again. Not going anywhere, baby. She sucks in a jagged breath.
Nothing's with him.
Just leave it. She obviously doesn't want to talk about it, but strangely, I do. You can tell me. I'm so fucking relieved no one's ever going to know about this conversation. She swallows and stares at my chest.
He's dead.
Fuck. Is she going to cry? I hate it when chicks turn on the waterworks. Except they generally do that when I tell them our hookup is over, or it was nothing serious. And this is different. I should have kept my big mouth shut, except she's the one who brought him into the conversation. Does that mean she wants me to know about him? You were close, huh? Inside, I grimace because I don't do all this emotional, touchy-feely shit. But what else can I do when she's looking at me with those big, tragic eyes?
Yes.
Her voice is barely above a whisper.
I'm sorry. It happened a long time ago, but I still miss him.
I don't know why she's saying sorry. That should have been my line. I give her another hug, wishing there was something I could do to make her feel better. But at least I can let her know I understand how she feels. Yeah, same here. My old man died 10 years ago, but sometimes I still expect him to walk in through the door. She looks as though I've just stabbed her through the heart. Jesus Christ, I need to shut the fuck up.
He never laughed at me when I was a kid. When I told him I wanted to be a writer, always said I could do whatever I put my mind to. I miss him so much.
She bites her lip and looks down at her lap.
I'm sorry, Gage. I didn't mean to.
It's okay. I pat her shoulder. It's awkward, and I'm not sure whether I should get up and give her some space. But the point is, I don't want to leave her alone to get over it, the way I would with anyone else. Still hurts, huh?
I know he wasn't perfect, but don't laugh. He was like my knight in shining armor. I'd do almost anything to see him again.
I grunt and rub my jaw across the top of her head. I rarely speak about my dad, even to my own family, and don't talk about him to anyone else. What good does it do? But for some reason, here with Amelia, it doesn't feel so bad. Sounds like the way my dad used to treat Kat, like a little princess. Amelia shivers, and I wrap the blanket more securely around her. She slides her palm across my chest, and it's a strangely tentative gesture, as though we're strangers and haven't just had the greatest sex ever.
It was all such a waste.
Her voice is muffled against my shoulder, and I sigh heavily. What would she say if I told her how my dad really died, and that he was murdered inside by a crazy son of a bitch wolf? She's smart and knows about the MC lifestyle, but the truth is I don't want to scare her away with my bloody family history. I frown and rest my cheek against her hair. What's with that? It's hardly a secret. My dad died a hero, doing time to protect the club. I'm proud of him, no question. But the way he died screws my guts into knots whenever I think about it. I let out a long breath. Weird, but with Amelia snuggling me in a way I don't usually allow, the ache is somehow fainter, as though, finally, I'm coming to accept it. I know. I breathe in her elusive scent of roses, and even though my dick stirs with appreciation, a strange sense of peace threads through me. She shivers again, and I pick her up in my arms and take her into my bedroom. Never gonna let you go.
Chapter 11. Amelia. With Gage's arm around me, holding me close in bed, the last thing I want to do is leave. It's warm, and I feel strangely safe and protected, and I screw my eyes shut in an attempt to halt those crazy thoughts. This is just a hookup. He's gotten what he wanted. Well, 2 out of 3 anyway. My face burns, and my insides melt as I recall his dark promise. I totally expected him to follow through after he brought me to bed, but instead he just stroked my hair and kissed my face, as though he thought I needed comforting. Nothing like my prejudiced idea of how a big bad biker behaves with a girl, which I've clung on to for so many years. And now he's asleep. It'd be so easy to pretend there's more between us. Or does he always make a girl feel so special afterward? Somehow I don't believe that. Don't want to believe it. Things were so great and perfect, and then I went and mentioned my dad. What the hell is wrong with me? Gage isn't a regular guy who one day I'm going to take home to meet my family. He's never going to find out about my past. There's no reason why I had to mention Dad to him. Except there's a twisted part deep inside me that wants him to know who I really am and not care. I don't care who he is anymore. He can't help who his parents are, and it's not like I'd ever have to face his father. No, but I still see my dad's face every time I make some excuse to see Gage again. When he talked about his dad, he sounded so normal. Nothing like the ugly monster that's haunted my nightmares for so many years. Face it, Amy. But I don't need to, because deep inside I've always known. My dad would have done anything for us, and we could wrap him around our little fingers. But he was the enforcer for the wolves, and rumor has it he was a scary mofo when it came to business. Looks like Gage's dad was the same. I let out a shaky breath. I'm falling for this bad boy, hard. I knew the danger from the second I met him, but it didn't stop me. All these years of only dating nice guys, guys who'd shit themselves if they knew who my dad was, and not one of them came close to making me feel the things Gage does. Tough. I came into this with my eyes wide open. I've had my fling. He won't care that it's over. He'll probably be relieved that I don't expect another date from him. For a minute, I hesitate. If all that's true, then why did he cuddle me in the living room and make me laugh with his crazy comments? If all he wants is sex, he wouldn't waste his time flirting. Not when I'm a sure thing. Or maybe I'm reading more into everything he does, because deep inside that's what I want. Stealthily, I slide out of bed and pull the discarded blanket around me, since my clothes are still in the other room. A faint glow from the street lamp outside the window is just enough to illuminate his face, and for a few seconds I can only gaze at him as crazy, disjointed thoughts tumble through my head. Does this have to be the end? My gaze slips, and his magnificent bald eagle tattoo pins me to the spot, and my heart aches. Of course, it's the end. This is just a one-night stand that was 2 weeks in the making. It's over, all right. Hey, are you okay? My sister Ava's voice penetrates my black-fogged mind, and I groan and bury my face in my pillow. I've only just crawled into bed. Except the light's all wrong, and I force one eye open to check my cell. Oh, shit. It's gone 10. I'm due at the diner in an hour, but I'm too damn exhausted to move. And not just because I've only been in bed for 5 hours. My whole body tingles from the after effects of being with Gage, and all I want to do is wallow in it. Ava sits on the edge of my bed. I heard you sneak in earlier. I hope your boss is paying you good overtime. Groggy, I sit up and push my hand through my tangled hair. Huh? My sister sucks in a dramatic breath. Fuck me sideways. Is he a vampire or something? My neck stings, and I press my fingers against my sore flesh as heat washes over my face. I haven't looked in a mirror since yesterday, but I guess I don't need to. Ava's snigger tells me everything I need to know. I hug my knees and lean back against the wall. How bad is it? She tilts her head and narrows her eyes. They are very impressive. Better not let Mom see them. I haven't had hickeys since I was a teen, and Mom always went apeshit. Sure, I'm 23, but her words still rattle about inside my head. What would your dad say? Guilt churns through me. I don't even want to imagine what he'd say about this clusterfuck. Anyway, never mind that. Ava scowls and pokes my chest. Why the hell didn't you tell me you were hooking up with your boss? That is who you're seeing, isn't it? Must be. It's not like you ever go out anywhere to meet hot guys. Are you dating someone, Amy? Our youngest sister, Abby, wanders into my room and leans her butt against my desk. Whoa, did he try and eat you last night? I get the sudden vision of Gage going down on me and give a defeated whimper. Just thinking about him, even after a night of mind-bending sex, and I'm wet and needy. How can I go back to Odin's and behave like nothing's changed between us? That's assuming I still have a job to go back to. I'm under no illusions about how these things work. Yeah, he's my boss. I've wanted to confide in my sisters for the last 2 weeks, but how could I? Then again, it's not like I have to tell them who he really is. And obviously, I have to tell them something now. A crazy one-night stand. I wasn't drunk, either. You don't do one-night stands. Abby looks vaguely shocked. For real? Ava sounds intrigued. Just the one night? Where's this place again? I might come see you at work tonight. Good luck with that. She's not 21 yet, and while we've both done fake IDs in the past, there's no way I want her anywhere near Odin's. What's he like? Abby's clearly gotten over her shock that her boring eldest sister has done something exciting for once. Got a photo? No. Taking selfies with Gage never even occurred to me. I ignore the stab of regret. Besides, I have the sinking feeling I'll never forget his face, even without a picture to remind me. So, are you having another one-night stand with him tonight? Ava sits cross-legged at the end of my bed. Keep him going for another few days at least. You might get a Christmas gift from him. I don't think you understand the meaning of one-night stand. My voice is sharper than I intend, and she raises her eyebrows at me. Great, I've just given myself away. And although I would have shared how I feel about my mystery lover sooner or later, right now I'm late for work, and it's all still too raw. My cell rings. I stare at the ID, and my face heats again. Hey. I sound bored, as though I haven't just been obsessing over him. Shit, maybe he's only calling to tell me not to bother coming back to work. Just one of the perils of being a casual worker and sleeping with your boss when he's a member of an MC. Then again, I can't say I'm looking forward to going back to Odin's and watching him take a succession of girls out into the alley in any case. Hey. His smoky voice wraps around me, and I clutch my cell tighter so I don't drop the damn thing. Woke up, and you're not here. I gulp and shoot a desperate glance at my enthralled sisters, neither of whom possesses the good manners to leave the room while I embarrass myself. Didn't think you'd notice. Jesus, did I say that? What a dork. His sinfully sexy laugh warms me from the top of my head to the tips of my toes and everywhere in between. I try not to wriggle and fail. You want to know what I'm doing right now? His voice drops an octave and need quivers between my thighs. This time I don't dare catch my sister's interested gazes. Having breakfast. I squeeze my eyes shut. If I was alone, I'd play along, but no matter how close the three of us are, there's no way I'm talking dirty to him in front of them. Amelia. He drags out my name as though he's tasting every syllable and loving it. I swallow, my throat dry. He's not said anything even remotely smutty, and yet my skin's prickling with frustrated need. You can do better than that. I give a nervous giggle. Sure, I can, but not with an audience. I don't want to corrupt my little sisters. Ava and Abby make disgusted noises, and Gage chokes. Okay, I'll put my dick away then. I snort with laughter. Is that the only reason you called? Nah, wanted to make sure you got home safe. My stupid heart leaps at his concern. Maybe it's more than just sex. More than a drawn-out one-night stand. And to let you know, I haven't forgotten. We've some unfinished business. Right. My ass gives an involuntary twitch, and I'm back to avoiding my sister's eyes. But despite the spark of lust, disappointment burns through me. Of course he's still interested. He said I owed him, and he wants full satisfaction. That's fine by me. It's not like I've never wondered what doing that would be like, and Gage is the only guy I've met who's told me he wants it. One more night together, and that'll be it. Over. And when I say over, I mean the whole mess of plotting the Viking bastard's downfall in the dead of night. You still there? He sounds on the point of laughing, as though he thinks he's freaked me out. Sure. My voice is breezy, even though I have the terrible fear my heart's cracking. You didn't think I'd back out, did you? You didn't think I'd let you, did you? He turns my words back on me, and I stifle a sigh. Christmas or not, I don't think I'll be able to stay at Odin's once we're done. Before I forget, you're not working tonight. We're going clubbing. And tell your mom not to wait up for you, because you're not going home tonight.
Chapter 12. Gage. I toss my cell onto the bed, still grinning from our conversation. She didn't say anything about our date tonight, but I'm taking her silence as a yes. No way is she walking out on me in the middle of the night again. I was fucking pissed when I realized what she'd done, until I remembered the only reason she hightailed it was because of her mom. I link my hands behind my head and can't stop another stupid grin from cracking my face. I've never had a chick worry about what her mom might think before, but somehow it's so Amelia. A loud banging on the front door pulls me out of a memory of the look on her face as she rode me last night. I consider ignoring the door and taking a shower to relieve my heart-on, but some masochistic streak I never knew I possessed wants me to wait until tonight, when I've got my girl back here, where she belongs. I drag on my jeans and leave the fly open in fear of irreversible injury. Gotta be in full working order tonight. It's crazy how much I want to see her again. Zach's at the door. Might have guessed. Ever since he told me he didn't want me rocking up to his place like I still lived there in case he was fucking Grace, he stopped using his key here. Although, now I've got Amelia, that's not such a bad thing. If only Todd would just shift his ass and find his own place. We go into the kitchen and I refresh the coffee while Zach paces the floor like a caged lion. I shoot him a sideways glance. What's up? Something occurs to me. Heard any more about Rex Abbott? I've hardly thought about him since Zach texted me a couple of old pics, and I mean old, like 10 years. While I respect my brother's sharp wits, it's possible he was mistaken. He frowns at me as though he has no idea what I'm talking about. Need to talk to you about something. He folds his arms and leans his butt against the counter. I shrug and mirror his stance. Fine. He doesn't say anything, just glares. What the fuck's eating him? I'm doing Christmas with Grace this year. Okay. I'm not sure why he says that like it's a huge revelation. He can't get enough of her. Although we've always tried to make an effort for Kat's sake, it's not like we ever do much for Christmas anyway. She spends the day with Savannah's family, and Zach and I usually drop by for the big spread Jet's old lady does. She wants you and Kat there for the evening. That sounds fun. Yeah, might give that a miss, bro. His scowl deepens. It wasn't a request. Fuck that. I wanted to hang out with Amelia. Does she spend the whole day with her family? I guess she does. Would she leave her mom on Christmas Day to come see me? What the fuck? I'm as pussy-whipped as my brother. It's hard not to snort with laughter, but the mood Zach's in, he'd probably give me a black eye. Something funny? He sounds ready to launch at me whatever I respond. Just thinking. Not that I'm going to share what I was thinking. I'm still trying to figure it out myself. It's not for my benefit, he says, eyes narrowed in warning. I'd rather spend the day just me and her. It's Grace. She thinks families should be together at Christmas. I can't help myself. Why isn't she spending it with hers then? Zach gives a shudder, and while he's still glowering, he no longer looks as though he'd like to punch my brains out. We are. 4 hours of torture. Fuck. The things I do for that girl. Amelia could split the day between her family and me. I'm down for that. Still can't make it. I've plans. You'll be there. It's a threat, and I can't help smirking. My big brother led around by the dick by his girlfriend. Bring the chick if you have to. My smirk freezes. He and Ty are best friends. Of course he knows about Amelia. Except he just invited her to a family thing. You don't do that for random chicks. How does he know she's more than that? I grunt in response, not sure if I even care that he's guessed Amelia is more than just a hookup. Doesn't change things. Why the hell would she want to tag along to some boring family get-together? I want to give Grace Mom's ring. Shock punches through me. And finally he has my whole attention. So, this is the reason he came around. It had nothing to do with inviting me over for Christmas, because he could have done that in a text. Not this, though. I don't know what to say. He shifts his weight and rolls his shoulders, obviously waiting for my response. You sure? I manage at last, my voice guarded. You've only known her a month. Nearly 2. My point still stands, but clearly not for my brother. And while I've known for weeks that he's serious about Grace, we've never talked about it. Fuck, it's not the kind of thing you talk about. But Mom's ring? Before she died, our mom gave Kat her grandmother's engagement ring, which Mom had always worn, and the other 2 rings that Dad had bought her had passed on to Zach and me with the understanding they were for our old ladies. I gripped the back of my neck and let out a long breath. Have you told Kat yet? Nah. Wanted to let you know first. Have you asked Grace? We've talked about it. He shrugs and avoids my eyes. I pour us both a coffee, mainly to give us both some space. As brothers go, we're close, and we've been through a lot together. There's no one else I'd trust more to have my back, but it's all action with us, not emotional shit. Big church wedding? It's not necessary, but somehow I know marriage is what Zach wants when it comes to making Grace his old lady. If that's what she wants. He swallows half his coffee before placing the mug in the sink. Catch you later. He's clearly relieved to have gotten this conversation out of the way, and as he strolls out, I frown. While I've every intention of getting out of the family thing Grace is planning, it's a reminder that Christmas is only a few days away, and I want to be with Amelia, which means I need to get her something. I've never bought a chick anything before, unless you count drinks or dope, and then it was only as a prelude to sex. I go into the living room, but the change of scene doesn't give me a brainwave in the chick gifts department. It reminds me of last night, though, and a weird warmth fills my chest. I sprawl on a chair and search the web on my cell, but can't pull up her name. Shouldn't she be online if she's selling ebooks? I frown, but it's not a big deal. Right now, I need to sort out my plan for tonight. I punch in a number and make a call. After tonight, everyone who matters will know Amelia Davis is my girl.
Amelia. Gage told me to meet him at Odin's at 9, which suits me, since there's no way I want him picking me up from home. I spent the whole afternoon at the diner obsessing over every word he said on the phone, and am still no closer to figuring out what exactly he's up to. I didn't expect another date. We've already slept together, and he knows I'm up for completing the Smexy Triad challenge. If he was anyone else, I'd think he wants more than just sex from me. But I can't help remembering how the wolves categorized girls, and there's no reason to think the bastards are any different. Just because I want Gage to be different doesn't mean a thing. So, why is he taking me out tonight? I take one final look in the mirror and pull a face at the strategically knotted scarf around my throat. It's lucky Abby has a huge collection, and also lucky it's winter, so Mom didn't ask any questions when I left for work this afternoon. I know I could just shrug it off, but why upset her when it's an easy fix? Besides, the last thing I want is her asking me, in that tearful way she has, what my dad would think. I take a deep breath, and my glance falls on my laptop. This will be the first time in 2 years I've gone more than one night without meeting my daily word count goal. Then again, until last night it had been more or less 2 years since I'd had any kind of social life. I think my self-imposed deadlines can take it. Mom's in the living room with her sister, binge-watching another show on Netflix. She gives me a smile as I hover at the door. Drive safe, honey. I'll be back late tonight. I have a date. Okay, so I chicken out of telling her I'm staying out all night, but my sisters know. There won't be a mad panic in the morning because I'm not here. Good for you, my auntie says with a wicked grin. Really? Mom looks so amazed it's kind of embarrassing. That's great, hun. You've become a real recluse since you started doing your writing. Where'd you meet him? How long have you known him? I knew she'd ask me all these questions. She's always going on at me about working all the time and not having fun like my sisters. Of course, by having fun, she doesn't mean enjoying hot biker sex. A couple of weeks. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I know it's a mistake. I should have said a few weeks. Then she wouldn't immediately realize it's someone I met at my new bar job. Someone you met at your new job? She says, right on cue. Yeah, kind of. She frowns. What's the matter? Something wrong? No. Why did I tell her about my date? I could have just told her I wasn't back tonight. Except I know why. And even though my head thinks it's a bad idea, I can't stop myself. It doesn't matter what we say in front of my auntie. She knows everything that's happened with us. Mom, do you think kids should pay for, the sins of the father kind of thing? For a second, she looks as though I shot her through the heart. Then she's on her feet and takes my hand. Of course not. Don't ever think that, Amy. What your dad did, it's nothing to do with you. No one knows about our old life. Why do you think I made you girls take my name? You don't ever have to tell anyone about the wolves. You know that, don't you? Of course I do. She's hammered that into us enough over the years. It's not like I ever disagreed. Why would I want to let anyone know about my past when the wolves turned their backs on us? And although she has no idea that she misunderstood my question, guilty relief streaks through me at her reply. It's what I wanted to hear, needed to hear. Because if I shouldn't be held responsible for things Dad did while he was the wolves' enforcer, then it stands to reason Gage can't be blamed for his dad's actions. I'm clutching at straws. I've no idea whether Gage wants something serious with me, or if tonight is just an extended goodbye. But at least I've planted the seed in Mom's mind. And if she ever meets Gage, big F, well, she said herself the old sins of the father don't mean shit. Keep dreaming, Amy. He's waiting for me outside Odin's, leaning against the door frame and looking so hot and badass in leather pants, a black t-shirt, and his cut, I nearly rear-end an SUV. I pull into a parking space down the street, and by the time I've changed into my spiky-heeled boots, he's pulling open my car door. Hey, gorgeous. His smoldering gaze rakes over me. Hey. I step out of the car into his waiting arms. God, I've missed him, and we've only been apart for a few hours. You're pretty gorgeous yourself. Yeah, I know. He laughs and threads his fingers through mine, so I slap his chest with my other hand. You're still so full of it. That's why you can't get enough of me. He tugs me close as we make our way to his bike, parked outside the bar. You good to ride in that? He eyes my short skirt, fishnet-covered legs, and leather ankle boots. I've got leathers you can wear. Hell no, I'm fine. I'll probably freeze, and if we're in an accident, I'll be toast, but I was practically weaned on the back of a bike, and until I met Gage, I hadn't realized how much I missed the freedom of riding. Admiration glows in his eyes. That's my girl. I love the way he says that, and can't stop myself. This feels like a date to me. Our second one, in fact. You got a problem with that? You said you didn't date. I'm just trying to figure out what we're doing here, that's all. What do you think we're doing? He grabs my other hand and pulls me toward him. I'm taking you out and showing you off. There's no mistaking the possessive note in his voice, and I remember the way the wolves were when they laid claim to a girl. I can't keep comparing Gage to them. but I can't help it. The Silver Wolves were a huge part of my life, and I've measured every guy I've known since to their standards. The wolves are the reason why I've always avoided bikers, guys with ink, or any links to a shady underworld. I didn't want to get mixed up with someone who thinks more of his club than of me, a guy who'd never take my word above that of one of his brothers. The wolves only took a girl out and showed her off if they were serious about her. Jesus, I'm doing it again. Gage isn't a wolf. His comment doesn't necessarily mean anything. Stop jumping to conclusions, Amy. Somehow I drag my tumbled thoughts together. Okay, well, so long as I can show you off as well, I guess that's fair. He gives a snort of laughter and swings his leg over the bike. Get on before I change my mind and tie you to my bed all night.
Gage. This time she wraps her body around me, and if I hadn't already decided that tonight I'm going public with my claim on her, I would have made good on my threat and taken her inside. The Hammer is in downtown L.A., and I park in the small private lot behind the club, one of the perks of knowing the owner. I wrap my arm around Amelia, and she's shivering so bad she can't keep still. I pull her closer and whisper in her ear, I'll soon warm you up. She nods, her teeth chattering, and I grin down at her as we approach the entrance to the club. Her gaze sweeps over the fuck-ugly brick wall, and I can guess her thoughts. Wait until you see inside.
It's got a real unwelcoming vibe going on.
Yeah, it keeps out the wrong kind of clientele. She gives a huh of laughter.
Let me guess, it's got connections to the bastards, right?
This is Ty's baby. We're nothing if not subtle.
Like a flying brick.
There's a new bouncer at the door, but he takes one look at my colors and lets us in without a word. The thudding music from the live band downstairs hits us straight away, and as soon as we're inside, Amelia starts fussing with her hair. You look great. I tug her around so she can see herself in the huge mirror that takes up half the wall in the small reception area. She frowns and fusses some more, forking her fingers through her hair and tugging at her bangs before heaving a sigh and shaking her head. Her earrings jiggle, catching the light, and for a second I stare, mesmerized, as a gift brainwave hits me right between the eyes. She pulls off her scarf and catches my gaze in the mirror. I give a satisfied smile at the marks of my possession on her throat, and she rolls her eyes in mock disgust.
Animal,
she says. Don't you forget it. I wind my arm around her waist and head toward the iron staircase that leads to the subterranean club. The bar and seating area are on the far side, and I lead Amelia over there, away from the band and dance floor and past a small stage where a couple of strippers are doing a show. Amelia leans her back against the bar and surveys the club as I order our drinks.
Do you come here often?
Cheesy. Is that your best chat-up line? I take her hand and stroll toward a table with semicircular padded couches that'll not only give us the best view of the place, but will ensure everyone can see us. The occupants take one look at me, grab their drinks, and beat a hasty retreat. She gives me a frown that tells me she's not impressed. I shrug, sit on the center of the couch, and then pull her onto my lap. There are some things she's just going to have to get used to now that she's my girl.
Huh.
She wriggles as though she's trying to get comfortable, and my heart-on just keeps on getting harder.
Okay, Mr. Macho, I'm not that easily distracted.
I slide my hand beneath her pink cardigan. She's wearing something silky underneath, and it takes a few tugs before it pulls free of her skirt. What's that? I'm kind of distracted myself as I finally connect with naked skin. She sighs and winds her arm around my neck.
You, here, Often?
Sometimes.
You don't bring all your hookups here?
My fingers caress her waist under cover of her cardigan, and it's hard not going any further. But there's no way I'm going to allow any other guy to see more of her gorgeous body. I catch her gaze. She's smiling, but there's an odd tension, as though there's more to her question than she's letting on. Enough with the fucking about. I lean in close and kiss her earlobe, and she gives a little shiver. You're the only chick I've ever brought here. She pulls back just enough so she's looking at me, and there's a startled expression on her face, as though she hadn't guessed the significance of tonight. Sometimes I forget she doesn't know the unspoken rules, since she fits in so well with my life.
That sounds...
She bites her lip for a second.
Special.
Too right. I give a smile of thanks to the chick who brings our beer, but have no interest in taking her up on the unspoken offer in her eyes. Been there a couple of months ago, and we both knew it was a one-time thing only. I push a strand of Amelia's hair from her cheek and tuck it behind her ear. Why do I need any other girl when I have her? Her fingers stroke the back of my neck, threading through my hair, and it's driving me crazy.
I never expected any of this.
There's a strangely wistful note in her voice that I don't understand, because it almost sounds as though she doesn't want more from me than a side alley screw.
I might only date nice boys, but tonight I'm with you.
That's what she said in the alley. I didn't like it at the time, but now the words thunder around my head, crashing through my mellow vibe. It's fucking insane. Why should I care if all she wants is hot sex? That's all I've ever wanted in the past. I chugged down half the beer, but it doesn't help with sorting out the shit pounding in my mind. She's frowning at me like she doesn't understand what the problem is, and I slam the bottle back on the table and cradle her face in my hand. If she wants me to spell it out for her, I will. We're dating, Amelia. You and me. And just so you know, I don't share well. So don't even think about going out with one of your nice boys again.
Chapter 13. Amelia. My face is hot, and my heart's pounding, and I don't think I could move if the roof caved in. Gage Reynolds, member of the Viking Bastards, just told me he's serious about me. He's wrong for me on so many levels that I can't even. But he's all I want. If only there wasn't bad blood and history between our families, this would be the most perfect moment of my life. But I can't keep my head in the sand for much longer. I can't tell him right this second, though. Not in public. Not here. I don't share too well, either. The harsh frown on his face fades into a grin. Is that right? This can work. It's a fierce promise, and I shove the creeping doubt to the back of my mind. I'll work out the best way to break the news to him, to tell him who I really am. It shouldn't be too hard once I've gotten him in the right mood. Don't think you can take a succession of girls out into the side alley anymore. He scoffs. How many chicks have you seen me take out there during the last 2 weeks? I'm about to scoff back at him when it hits me. I haven't. And the one time I thought I had, he'd been helping the girl with her date. That's kind of knocked me sideways. Okay, then. You're gonna pay for that later. I probably will, and I'm definitely not complaining. But I'm not letting him get away with it completely. All right, so you don't shit in your own backyard. Except with me. I try and keep a straight face. That doesn't mean you haven't been getting it somewhere else. I should have. But guess what? I was waiting for you to come to your senses. He's laughing at me, and even though I smile back, inside I'm reeling. He seriously went without sex for 2 weeks because he wanted me? Sure, he could be lying, but there's no reason why he would. I'm here with him, and I'm not going anywhere, and he knows that. I tug his head forward until our breath mingles. Good thing I was worth waiting for.
You have no idea.
His kiss is hot and tender, which shouldn't even be possible. But nothing with Gage should be possible. My eyes drift shut, and I trail my palm over his jaw, his stubble chafing my hand, and his fingers are warm and firm against my waist. I shift on his lap, and his erection brands me with rigid heat. I grin at the image, and he pulls back just enough to break our kiss.
Something funny?
His voice is raw and sexy, and I wriggle again, just to torture him a little more. I was just thinking that your cock is like a rod of iron. The expression on his face is priceless, and I can't help a little snort of laughter. Obviously, no one's ever told him that before, but since I've never said anything like that in the past, I guess we're even.
Is that the kind of stuff you put in your books?
Ha ha, that would be a no. He hauls me even closer, his hand on my thigh, just skimming the hem of my skirt.
Are you using me for research?
Would you mind if I did?
Hell no.
His smile is lethal and makes me wet and needy. How long before we can leave?
You got a website or something?
I blink, disoriented. Weren't we just talking about sexy times? A website?
Yeah, for your books. I looked you up and couldn't find anything.
He looked me up? My stomach flips, and I press my thighs together in the vain hope that'll help my thinking process. All it does is make me need him more than ever. And then, through the thud of desire, I understand what he means. Nerves spike through my chest. Just tell him. Not that I want to have the big conversation right now, but at least it'll plant a seed in his mind, won't it? Write under another name. That's pathetic. His fingers are stroking my thigh, but surprisingly he's not sliding higher to grab my ass, and it's not because we'd be thrown out if he did. There are a few couples who are making out so heavily they need to get a room.
What name? Amy?
My courage fails, and I sit up and rescue my purse. Yes, do you want a card? I whip one out before he can answer and thrust it at him without looking at his face. My heart's hammering so hard it's hurting my ribs.
Amy Crane?
There's no hint that Crane means anything to him. Davis is my mom's name.
What, so you picked Crane out of your ass?
He shoves the card into his pocket and then resumes playing with my thigh. How easy if I could just say yes. No, it was my dad's name. I hold my breath. I don't want him to jump to conclusions yet. I just want to give him a little clue, that's all. Comprehension dawns, but not the kind that brings back memories of 10 years ago. Shock stabs through me, and for the first time I wonder, does Gage even know the name of my dad? Or is he just another anonymous victim of his father's violent past?
Right.
He pulls me close and rubs his jaw against my head, and my tense muscles relax. Even though he doesn't say anything else, he doesn't need to. The way he's holding me and stroking my waist means more than any awkward words. I lean against his broad chest. He's rock hard all over, and I feel safe, cocooned in his strong arms. He hands me my beer, and I take a long swallow before idly glancing around the club. From its name, I'd imagined a Viking-inspired place dedicated to Thor, but it's dark and gothic, although it doesn't continue the vampire theme from the black iron mirror with the Dracula image that's upstairs. The small raised stage with the exotic dancers is bathed in a pale glow, and vintage metal and glass lanterns are dotted around this end of the club. It's cool. During the following hour, a few guys stop by and pass the time with Gage, who introduces me as his girl, Amelia. I nod and smile and keep my mouth shut. I know what he's doing, showing off his property and marking his territory. And while a part of me is spitting bricks at the macho shit going on, another part understands. The part that grew up in this lifestyle and knows the thing that counts is what happens behind closed doors. It's like a rite of passage. No one he knows will try anything with me now. My status in their eyes is elevated from casual lay to a total hands-off zone. It's everything I've avoided. It's why I've only dated guys who wore suits and drove cars. But the truth is, I can't escape my roots. This life is in my blood, no matter how much I wish it wasn't. Except when it comes to Gage, everything I never wanted is turned on its head. A couple of bikers pause by the dancers. I guess they're bastards, although I don't recognize them. Then one turns his back, and disbelief slams through me. No way. Even though the lighting isn't great, there's no mistaking the colors. Every detail of that patch is scored into my heart. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can see the magnificent tattoo that covered my dad's back. He's a fucking silver wolf. I grip my bottle of beer with suddenly sweaty fingers. What the hell are wolves doing in a bastard's club? I don't know who he is, so the chances he'd know me are 0. And even if he was hanging around with the wolves more than 10 years ago, it's not likely he'd remember me, a skinny kid with braids and braces. You okay? Gage's voice penetrates the panic swirling through my head, and I take a deep breath. I need to get us out of here without raising his suspicion. And I need to clear the air between us. Tonight. Well, tomorrow morning. It'll be easier when we're both glowing from a night of sex. Yes, sure. I snuggle into him so he's less likely to catch sight of the wolves. Obviously, they're welcome here, but I sure as hell don't want Gage introducing me to them. Before I realize his intention, he lifts me off his lap as he stands and threads his fingers through mine. Let's dance. There's nothing I'd love more than to dance with him, but it means we have to walk right by the wolves. Then again, we'd have to walk the same way if we were leaving the club. My stomach pitches, but there's not a lot I can do about it. They turn around as we approach, and Gage's fingers tighten around mine. It's obvious, to me at least, that he's not happy they're here, but he gives them the nod as we pass by. Without an introduction, thank God. On the dance floor, he pulls me close, and I wind my arms around his neck. Has everyone seen me now? He grunts in apparent approval of how I know exactly what he's up to. Not everyone, but enough. Don't even think about trying to escape. I was thinking more about your rep. Are you sure you're ready to let everyone know you're my man? He laughs, a low, sexy sound for my ears only. One day you're going to tell me how you know so much about my rep. I stroke his powerful shoulders through the warm leather of his cut. I don't know much about you at all. I guess you might not have slept with so many girls you can't even remember their names. If so, my bad. I remember yours. That's all that matters. His hand glides down my back and grasps my ass. You know what I'm doing tonight, don't you? It's not a question. It's a statement of fact, and I shiver with a combination of anticipation and nerves. I slide my fingers into the back pockets of his jeans. Even through our clothes, the heat of his body wraps around me, and the scent of leather and bikes makes me dizzy. Why don't you remind me? Whoa, is that really my voice? I sound all kinds of sultry. He obviously thinks so, too, if the way his cock jerks against my stomach is any indication. I wriggle my hips for some friction, and his strangled groan is the best sound ever. Keep doing that, and we won't even make it back home. Ooh, I breathe against his mouth. Promises. Closet exhibitionist, are you? I'm not fucking you in public. Well, there's a relief. Don't laugh. I'm serious. I know he is, and I can't help my evil grin. I've never done it in front of an audience before. He bares his teeth like a feral Neanderthal, and I love it. You're not going to, either. I'm not having any other guy see you naked. We don't have to get totally naked. Baby, you're going to be totally naked, on your hands and knees before I've finished with you tonight. And I'm the only one who's going to see you. I guess I can live with that. You better. I'm not giving you any options. I don't bother hiding my mocking smile. So, no more quickies in the side alley then? He rubs my ass in a blatantly proprietorial gesture, and my lady parts are horny as hell. If we're the only ones using it. So, is there a side alley here? I don't know why I'm winding him up so much. I'd much rather go back to his apartment where it's warm and dry and I can stay all night. But his possessive streak is just too adorable. There's Ty's office. I go onto my toes and whisper in Gage's ear. I've never done it in an office before either. His laugh sounds more like a groan. I'm not screwing your tight little ass for the first time in Ty's office. I'd almost forgotten about that. Almost. I give a theatrical shiver. That's probably a good thing. I might not be able to sit on your Harley afterward. His grin is downright lethal, and I have the urge to sink onto my hands and knees already. You're not going to be able to do anything afterward. That's a promise. I believe him, and my flirty banter dries up. Not that it matters, since he wheels us about, his arm slung around my shoulders, and leads me toward the stairs. Another bastard appears by our side, and Gage halts, cursing under his breath. Huck, man, didn't think you were coming. Got held up. Huck gives me a smile, the kind you'd give a sister, or your brother's girl. Can we talk? Sure. Gage glances at me. It's obvious whatever they need to talk about can't be done in front of me, and I'm ridiculously touched that he didn't just tell me to go. I'll go up and collect my jacket. I pull away from him, and his hand slides down my arm before briefly manacling my wrist, as though he's reluctant to break contact. This won't take long. He watches me climb the stairs, and I put a little extra wiggle on for his benefit. I'm still smiling as I reach the lobby and retrieve my jacket. I fluff up my hair in front of the mirror and am just about to wrap the scarf around my neck when a tall figure in a long black coat moves out of the shadows behind me, his creepy bloodshot eyes fixed on me. Jesus, what the fuck? If I wasn't staring at his reflection, I'd think it was a real live vampire. Vampires aren't alive. Whatever. I swing around, heart pounding, and Rex looms over me, a manic smile on his face. A shudder crawls along my spine at his black and broken teeth. He looks even worse than the last time I saw him, and I take an involuntary step back until I'm flat against the mirror. Are you ignoring me, Amy? Stop texting me, I hiss, glancing around to make sure Gage isn't coming up the stairs. I told you, I'm not going through with it. I don't even believe they're doing anything illegal. You're doing great, he says, which doesn't make sense given what I just told him. His legs jiggling like he can't keep still, and it's freaking me out. Just go. I don't push him toward the door, though. I don't want to touch him at all. It's over. Don't contact me again. His crazy smile vanishes, and he grabs my arm, his fingers digging into me as though he wants to gouge the flesh from my bones. It's not over until I say it is, Amy Crane. He grinds the words between his teeth, and nerves spike through me. Not at what Rex might do to me, but what'll happen if he's still here when Gage comes back. That'll be a nightmare to explain. Why did Rex have to turn up tonight? One more day and it wouldn't have mattered. All right. I keep my voice low, as we're attracting attention, and the last thing I need is for someone to go find Gage. Look, we'll talk about it tomorrow, okay? I'll call you. The hell I will, but I'll say anything to make him leave. And tomorrow Gage will know everything, so there'll be no more secrets to hide. Rex jerks me toward him, and he's hurting my arm. If not for the fact I don't want to cause a scene here, I'd stamp my heel right through his damn foot. And then the world goes to shit. Gage rips Rex from me and slams him against the wall, choking him with one hand. Gage! I sound like I'm the one who's choking. Not that he takes any notice of me.
Keep your fucking hands off my girl.
Gage narrows his eyes.
I've seen you before, hanging around where she works.
I never saw Rex while I was at work. What's Gage talking about? A chill slithers along my spine. Has Rex been stalking me?
Pretty little Amy.
Rex slurs, like he's completely out of it.
Such a great lay.
I stare at Rex as my stomach churns with a mix of horror and revulsion. What's he doing?
Shut up, you fucking crackhead.
Gage looks murderous. No one tries to stop him.
I know who you are. Rex Abbott. You got a death wish or what?
I'd forgotten Gage probably knew who Rex was, but it's still a jolt when he says his name. I've no idea what other shit Rex might be planning, but I sure as hell don't want to hang around to find out. Gage! I clutch his arm and try to pull him away before he crushes Rex's windpipe. It's like trying to shift a mountain.
You stay there.
He doesn't take his gaze from Rex as he speaks.
No one talks about you like that.
When it was just the two of us messing around, his machismo was cute. Out here in the real world, it's anything but. From the corner of my eye, I see not only a couple of brothers from Gage's club, but also the two from the Wolves. None of them will interfere. It's a matter of pride for Gage to put Rex in his place, to defend the honor of his woman and show any casual onlooker what you get if you mess with a bastard. My face is blazing, even though no one's looking at me. So much for my plan to tell Gage the truth when we were both basking in the morning after the night before sexual glow. I just hope he waits until we're alone before he asks how I know Rex, because I sure don't want to tell him in front of an audience.
She's good, isn't she?
Rex wraps his hands around Gage's forearm, but it doesn't get him anywhere.
Sleeping with the enemy on command. Got to admire that kind of commitment.
Gage swings him around, and Rex sprawls on the floor, which at least shuts him up. The music thumps through my head, but I don't know if it's loud enough to muffle the garbage coming out of his mouth. God, I hope so. I just want to sink through the floor and disappear. Gage crouches down, his face only inches from Rex.
If I see you sniffing around her again, you're a dead man.
The way he says it, in that cold, flat tone, is the scariest thing I've ever heard. Then he straightens, takes my hand, and everyone backs off as he strolls out of the club as though he owns it.
Chapter 14. Gage. Amelia's shivering so hard as we leave the hammer that another wave of fury scorches through me. I should have made sure she was safe from Rex Abbott, and instead he managed to scare the shit out of her in the bastard's own territory. It's no excuse that he barely resembles the photo Zach sent me. I saw him hanging about outside the diner, and I should have followed up on my hunch. Once we're outside, I wrap both arms around her and pull her close. Don't worry about him. My voice is gruff. He's not gonna hurt you. She clutches my t-shirt.
What he said back there, it's not true. I've never been with him.
Why's she worried I'd believe that? I know that. He's out of his fucking mind. He looks half dead. Not that I give a shit. He might be a pathetic asshole and surviving on crack, but that won't stop me helping him on his way if he even looks at Amelia again. I'm sorry you were caught up in that. It shouldn't have happened. Too right it shouldn't. When Ty finds out Abbott got through his security, heads will roll. She looks at me as though she doesn't understand what I'm saying.
He came out of nowhere. I'm so sorry, Gage. I didn't mean to cause a big scene in front of everyone.
It's not your fault. I hug her tighter in the hope that it'll stop her shaking. Christ, is she going into shock or something? This is something between the bastards and wolves. It goes back years. She's smart. She'll understand what I'm saying and leave it at that.
We need to talk about it.
Her voice is muffled against my shoulder, and I suck in a deep breath. Did I really think she'd let it go? Except this is club business, and we don't discuss club business with chicks. Hell, most girls wouldn't even dream of questioning me about what just happened. She's not most girls, though. And even though I don't want to talk about it with her, I know I will. She deserves that much from me after Abbott screwed up her night. Not right now. I need to get her home, and fast. Later, okay?
Okay.
She sounds reluctant, as if she's having second thoughts.
Just promise me you won't get too mad.
I give a grim laugh as we make our way to my Harley. Can't promise that, but I won't get mad at you. Odin's is still open when we arrive, but I take Amelia down the side alley to the private door to the apartment. I don't even make a joke about having a quickie outside since she's still jittery and clings to my hand like she's never going to let go. Not that I mind. It's just the reason why she's doing it that pisses me off. At least Todd won't be interrupting us. I told him to find somewhere else to crash tonight, with the clear implication his days living here rent-free are numbered. Once we're inside, Amelia stands in front of the heater in the living room, her arms wrapped around her waist. She's wound up tighter than a spring. So much for my plans to give her a great date so she'll be mellow and relaxed, ready for tonight. I pour double shots of whiskey and hand her one. Get that down, you? She sips it and pulls a face, but doesn't stop drinking. I finish mine in 2 gulps, shrug off my cut, and fold it over the back of the couch.
This is disgusting.
She wrinkles her nose and takes another sip before handing the glass back to me.
So, about Rex Abbott.
No fucking way are we talking about that dipshit tonight, and I slam the glasses onto the coffee table. Stop! I press my finger against her lips and she blinks up at me. And it's crazy how adorable that is. Not now, Amelia.
Yes, but...
Christ, what is it with this chick? There's only one way I know to shut her up. I claim her mouth, and her soft sigh pushes the last of my irritation with Abbott to the back of my mind. I ease her jacket off her shoulders, and it drops to the floor before I slowly tug the silky scarf from around her throat. The buttons on her sexy top undo easily, and I slide it over her arms. She pulls it off her wrists, and I catch sight of a couple of angry red marks on her pale skin. What the hell? I grab her wrist, and despite the rage pumping through me that Abbott dared to touch her, gently trace my finger over her arm. He'll pay for hurting you.
It doesn't hurt. I bruise easily, that's all.
She tries to tug free, but she's not going anywhere. I kiss her injuries and force the image of smashing Abbott's face to a pulp from my mind. Not going to think about him tonight. This is all about Amelia. And when she rakes her fingers through my hair and sighs, it's easy to forget about everything but her. I lift her into my arms and she wraps herself around me. She's so tiny and fragile, and another wave of anger against Abbott whips through me. If I hadn't been there to protect her, I crush the thought. Not going there. In my room, I lower her onto the bed, and as I strip, she wriggles out of her clothes. Best show I've ever watched. You better not do that for anyone else.
Do what?
Her thong hangs from one finger as she gives me the sweetest smile.
This?
She tosses the scrap of lace aside and presses her thighs together, hiding her pussy. I drop a rubber with an easy reach and join her on the bed, trapping her beneath me. Any of it. She winds her arms around my neck before tracing her hands over my shoulders and biceps, as though she's worshipping my rock-hard muscles.
Give me a reason not to.
You're playing with fire. I kiss her throat using my tongue and teeth, and she gasps and arches her body, her nails digging into me. I'll give you plenty of reasons, all night long. She drags her nails down my back, and I suck hard on her nipple. Fuck, I love playing with her tits. And when she grabs my ass, it's hard not to just sink right into her soft, hot body. Not yet. I shift down and kiss her tat, and she wriggles, her fingers gripping my hair. She doesn't let go, and I move between her legs and drink in the sight of her gorgeous pussy, her lips all swollen and spread open for me.
Jesus, Gage, just do me already.
Her demand is breathless and so hot it takes all my self-control not to grab the rubber. But I have plans, and I'll stick to them if it kills me. I'm gonna do you so hard, you won't be able to leave this bed. I give her a feral grin before dipping my head and teasing her wet slit with my tongue. She bucks and groans, and I push in deeper, tongue-fucking her. I slide my hands beneath her ass, holding her still, and kiss her clit long and hard until her choked cries fill my head. She's close, and I roll on the rubber without taking my eyes off her writhing body. I push her legs up over my shoulders and thrust into her. Her harsh breathing and the way she claws my chest drives me out of my mind, but I have to hold on. Have to stay in control. I ram into her, faster, harder, and when she comes, I nearly lose my damn mind. I grip my teeth and tense my muscles, sweat slicking my skin, but I won't give in. She's still convulsing around me when I withdraw, and that's the hardest thing I've ever done. You ready, baby? It's not really a question, and I don't expect an answer, but she gives me an exhausted smile anyway. I roll her over, and her naked back and cute ass take my fucking breath away. I shove a pillow under her hips. Gage, she pants, and I lean over her so we're cheek to cheek, my dick pressed tight against the small of her back.
What do I need to do?
Nothing. I kiss her nose and eyelid and briefly bury my face in her hair. I've never had a girl ask me that before, and it gives me a weird, warm glow in the middle of my chest. You just stay there and let me take your sweet little ass and make it mine. She shudders and fists her hands in the sheet.
I don't know how you're going to get it in there, but okay.
I give a grunt of laughter and nibble her earlobe and earrings. I'll get in there. Don't worry about that. Even talking about it makes me harder than ever. I inch down her body, not wanting to break skin contact, but lust wins out. On my knees, I run my hand along the length of her back and slide my other hand between her thighs and play with her pussy until my fingers are drenched with her juices. I circle her, lubricating her with her cum, and she shivers, uncertain. But before I'm finished, she's gonna want this as much as I do.
Feels good,
she mumbles as I tease her tight hole, easing my finger inside her. What about this? I push in a second finger, stretching her gently, hoping it's enough. This feel good? She doesn't sound too sure, and her body is tense beneath me. Relax, I whisper. You're gonna like this. I promise.
I know.
From this angle, I can only see the side of her face, and she opens one eye and gives me a gorgeous smile.
First time nerves, that's all. I want you, Gage. I want this.
I've butt-fucked loads of chicks, but never a virgin. And last thing I want to do is hurt her. I back down the bed, my fingers sliding over her warm skin and trail kisses along her thigh. She wriggles and gives a breathy sigh, and I shift to her other leg, using my tongue and lips to taste and tease. Her groan echoes through my head, and I trace the curve of her ass with my fingertips. This view is awesome. She chokes out a laugh.
Don't you dare take a photo.
Don't need a photo. I've got you. I reach for the lube. Never gonna forget your sweet ass. She gives a little huff.
That's good to know.
There's no hint of uncertainty in her voice now.
Don't want to join Butts Anonymous.
With a lube-coated finger, I circle her. No chance. You've a butt in a million. This time she snorts with laughter, and my finger slides inside her easier than before. That feel better? She gives a soft groan and lifts her ass.
Not bad.
I tear my hypnotized gaze from her gorgeous ass and glance at her face. Her cheek is pink, her eye closed, and her mouth is open as she drags in a ragged breath. Never seen anything so irresistible in my life. I tease her a little more until her sweet gasps and little shudders are too much for me to handle. With hands that shake, I massage lube over my dick before I spread her ass cheeks. I've never wanted a girl as bad as I need her, and I guide my dick into her tight little hole. She goes rigid, and I tease her clit, mesmerized by the sight of my dick invading her ass. Christ, this is so hot. I push in a little farther. Couldn't stop if my life depended on it, and her tight, untouched muscles expand around me. Told you I'd make it. My voice is raw with lust, and she makes a strange noise in her throat, but there's a half smile on her face. Fuck. You should see this, baby. Your ass is the prettiest thing ever. It's torture not to ride her hard, nail her to the bed and hear her scream my name in mindless need. And sure, I'm going to do all that and more. But not tonight. Not when this is all so new for her. I screw my eyes shut, try to slow down, but the pressure's building like an out-of-control volcano. A hoarse laugh flays my throat at the image, but does nothing to halt the inevitable. I wanted to make this last, savor it. Hell, I wanted to keep going all fucking night. Tonight's not that night. I grip her hips and slowly push into her, not all the way. Hell, nowhere near, but enough. More than enough. And when she gasps my name, the whole damn world explodes. Chapter 15. Gage. It's not even 6 yet, and much as I want to spend the rest of the day in bed with Amelia, Hawk will be here soon to pick up the keys to the club's truck. She's still asleep as I ease my arm from beneath her head so I don't wake her, and with her hair all ruffled and just the top of her naked shoulders showing above the sheet, I have the crazy notion to wrap myself around her again. She might be tiny and look fragile, but damn, this woman can take everything I give. My dick, already at half-mast, throbs with renewed need as visions of taking her last night flood through me. I grit my teeth and edge off the bed before I lose my mind and sink into her gorgeous body again. Despite the discomfort of my early morning hard-on, there's a weird kind of peace deep in my chest, and I don't need to be a shrink to work out the reason why. She's lying there in my bed. I grin and shake my head, still unable to drag my gaze from her as she sighs and snuggles further under the sheet. While I've lost count of the number of times I've left chicks in bed while they've been asleep, it's never been my bed, and I sure as hell have never been reluctant. Would she move in if I asked her to? And the question hangs in my brain, and I frown as I pull on my jeans. Shouldn't I be freaking the shit out at the thought of asking a chick to move in with me? Except I'm not. It feels right. Hell, maybe it's the incentive I need to finally get around to fixing up the shitty kitchen.
Pussy whipped.
Kat's mocking voice echoes through my mind, and this time I don't shrug it off. I don't care. If being with Amelia is being pussy whipped, then sign me the fuck up. The laughter's still locked in my throat as I make my way out of the room and quietly shut the door behind me. I dig into my pocket for my keys and pull out the card she gave me last night. Amy Crane. She'll never be an Amy to me. I grab my cell and swipe the barcode on the back of her card, and her website appears. Fuck, that's professional. I go into the kitchen and scroll down the page. Seems like she's writing a series about shapeshifters. Hot shifters that, according to the blurbs, have a lot of dirty sex. Hooked, I click on one of her buy links. There are like 80 reviews for the book, and I skim through them, a mix of awe and disbelief curling through my chest. I wasn't sure what I thought when she told me she was a writer, but seeing it all on the internet like this kinda makes it real. Even though I'd much rather watch a movie than read a book, I one click and buy it. I don't think I've ever felt so guilty about doing something in my life. My cell rings, a reminder from Hawk, and I curse. And there's no time for coffee now, and he's already at the gate by the time I get downstairs. "Your girl okay?" Hawk glances at me. "Yeah, she's fine." I toss the keys at him. "The wolves gonna sort Abbott?" "They didn't say much. Said they wanted to talk to Ty face to face." Huh. I guess it makes sense. Abbott was in Ty's club and Ty's our VP. I walk with him to where his bike's parked out front. "Have fun." I grin when he gives me the finger. He's helping his cousin set up her new business today and needs the truck to move her shit. Amelia's still asleep, curled up on her side when I go back upstairs. But there's enough light now to see the sprinkle of freckles across her nose. And man, they are such a turn-on. I grin and crawl up the bed, trapping her between my knees and fists, and drop a possessive kiss on her bare shoulder. She stirs, wriggling her body, but doesn't open her eyes. I nuzzle her behind her ear, and then gently suck on her earlobe, pulling the 3 silver hoops into my mouth. She makes a little humming sound, and it vibrates straight to my dick. "Morning, baby." I inch the sheet over her tits, and her nipples are perky and irresistible.
What's the time?
Her eyes are screwed shut against the light, and there's a cute frown on her face. Time for another fuck with my favorite girl. Finally, she looks at me, a sexy smile replacing the frown. She's all sleepy and soft, and mine.
So long as you don't want it up my ass again.
I wouldn't say no. My dick strains against my zipper at the thought. You said you liked it.
I did, but more like a...
She pauses and lets out a long breath as though she's thinking about it.
You know, a special treat, not to be taken daily.
You do know you can't have too much of a good thing, right?
Greedy, aren't you?
I push myself up, open my fly, and shove my jeans over my hips. Only for you. Before Amelia, it had never occurred to me to say anything as dumb as that. But the way she looks at me, as though I've just given her the world, more than makes up for it. What does it matter anyway? There's only us here. No one else is gonna know she makes me think and say shit that under any other circumstance I'd rip out my tongue rather than voice.
That's so sweet.
She trails her hand over my leather, and I don't even mind that she thinks I'm sweet. I swallow a laugh, and she tugs on my cut.
Something funny?
Yeah, you. I pull the sheet off her so I can admire her body. She's still lying on her side and gives me the perfect view of her curvy ass. She might not be very tall, but she has killer curves. I cup her butt, but not hard. I just like touching her. Roll over. She stretches and slowly rolls onto her back, giving me a challenging smile. Like I care. As long as I'm inside her within the next 5 minutes, she can take me in her mouth if she wants. I kiss her, long and slow, raking my fingers through her hair. Her hands are all over me, scraping her nails over my leather, but she doesn't try and pull it off me. We break for air, and she gives a breathless laugh.
God, that's so hot.
I grab a rubber and sling her a grin. You talking about me again?
Doing this while you're still wearing your cut. It's so badass.
I told you I'd bring out your inner bad girl, didn't I? She grips my leather and hauls me down to her. I brace my weight on my fists, holding myself above her so I can watch her face as she struggles to force me to her will. It's crazy how much I like teasing this girl. I've never held off taking pussy before just so I could keep a fucking conversation going. There's an evil gleam in her eyes.
You've unleashed a monster, honey.
It's the first time she's called me that. First time any chick has called me that. And I bask in it for about 2 seconds before she wraps her hand around my balls, and not gently either. I groan and my self-imposed restraint unravels. You're asking for it, baby.
No.
She pants, and her fingers tighten like she's on a nut-cracking mission.
I'm taking it.
You'll fucking cripple me if you don't let go. She doesn't let go, but one finger explores behind my sack, and it's too much. I grab her wrist, and with a smile of triumph, she releases me.
Don't mess with a horny woman.
I choke back a laugh and pin her hand above her head. Horny women are the only ones I mess with.
I thought I was the only one you're messing with.
She's still smiling, but there's a weird note in her voice as though she's serious. Does she really think I'm still screwing around? I told her last night I hadn't been with another chick since that night in the kitchen, and I thought she believed me. And guess I was wrong. The words lodge in my throat. I've never said them before, never even thought them, and I sure as hell never imagined I'd want to say them to a girl. She gnaws her bottom lip and gives me this sad kind of smile, and something deep in my chest cracks wide open. I lean in close. You're the only one I want. I'm not fucking anyone else.
Okay, then.
Her voice is husky, and she blinks a couple of times like she has something in her eyes.
Same here.
You better believe it. No one else touches you, you hear me? You're my girl. I've never meant anything more in my life. Her legs wrap around my hips, and I let her pull me down until I crush her sweet body beneath me. My movements are restricted with my jeans around my thighs, but my dick finds her pussy without any problem. Christ, she feels so good around me. Slick and tight and all mine. She runs her free hand over my chest before gripping my leather.
You're not really a badass.
I tighten my fingers around her captured hand. She's right. It's fucking hot having her naked while I'm in my leathers. I really am.
No,
she gasps as she digs her heels into my ass.
You're not, Gage. You're really not.
I've no idea what she's talking about, and right now I don't care. Sure, I'm a fucking angel. That reminds me of something she said the night we met. We're both fucking angels. Christ, my brain's imploding with all this shit I'm saying, but I don't care. She gives a breathless laugh as though she remembers that time too.
It doesn't matter, does it? What happened before? Nothing matters but now.
Yeah, baby, that's right. I suck her nipple, playing her with my tongue, and I want to go slow, savor every second, but her writhing body is driving me over the edge.
Gage,
she gasps, all throaty and sexy as she rakes her nails over my jaw. Her pussy convulses, squeezing me tight, and I can't hold on any longer. Amelia. Her name fills my head, burns my throat, and I give her everything I have. I collapse on top of her, heart pounding, breath rasping, and it's too damn good to move. Finally, she stirs, and I prop myself up on one fist and grin down at her. Morning, Angel.
You're a lot more fun to wake up to than my alarm.
You need to work on your compliments. I pull out and dispose of the rubber before hiking up my jeans. She's lying on the bed, a sated smile on her face, and I brush a kiss across her unicorn before I rake my fingers through my hair.
Are you coming back to bed?
She flops one arm over my pillow, an irresistible invitation. But there's something I need to get today, and while I have plenty of contacts who could come up with the goods, I want to do this in a way I never have before. Legit. Sorry. Stay over tonight after your shift.
I guess I could.
Stay for Christmas.
Christmas?
She sounds as though she has no idea what I'm talking about, and it hits me just how much I want to spend that day with her. My brother's old lady's putting on a spread. She wants us there. Well, shit. Looks like I've committed us to spending a couple of hours with Zach and Grace. Somehow, if Amelia's there, it doesn't seem too bad.
Oh.
She pulls the sheet up, not looking at me. Is she blushing?
Well, I'd love to. Yes, sure.
She looks up at me.
That'd be great.
Okay. I stare at her for a couple of seconds, not sure what else to say. I feel like we've just gone to the next level or something, and I have no idea how to handle it. Maybe I'll have to swallow my pride and ask my big bro for advice when it comes to getting serious with a chick. See you tonight. I can't resist. and lean down to give her another lingering kiss. Be good.
Chapter 16. Amelia. It's almost 9 before I get home, and I'm no closer to sorting out the crazy rabbit hole my life has become. This isn't just a casual hookup. It's serious, and my stomach churns with nerves as I open the front door. I know I still have to tell Gage who my dad is, but that's not worrying me anymore. He already knows the name I grew up with, and that I'm used to the MC life. Sure, he might be pissed that I first took the job at Odin's because I'd been sucked into Rex's plans. But the fact he totally believed me last night and didn't even question me about the whole nasty sleeping with the enemy thing is more than enough proof that I'm not just another chick to him. The biggest problem is telling my mom that I'm dating Axel Reynolds' son. She'll never understand how I could do it. I don't even blame her, because deep down inside I'm eaten up with guilt that I'm so crazy about Gage. I should hate him, the way I hate his dad and all the Viking bastards for what they did, but he isn't his dad. He's the one I love. I groan and briefly press my forehead against the doorframe. What a great time to face the truth. "Amy, honey, is that you?" Mom comes into the hall, pulling on her coat. She works part-time at the mall, and if I tell her right now what I'm doing, she won't have time to hang around to argue the issue. "Hey." I give her a weak smile and can actually feel my courage leaking out through my pores. She cups my cheek. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." I take a deep breath. "I'm, spending part of Christmas Day with my new guy." Okay, I couldn't quite say his name, but one step at a time. "Oh." Mom stands there for a couple of seconds, and it's as clear as anything that she's struggling with that bombshell. We always spend Christmas here together. Well, hell, who else would we spend it with? But it isn't as though I'm not going to be here at all, just for half the day. "Why don't you invite him here? It'd be nice to meet him." "Yeah, right. I don't think so." "It's a bit soon for that, Mom." I smile to take away the sting, but really, who takes their guy back to meet their mom that quickly? And I need to get to the point. He belongs to an MC. She stares at me as though I've just done something unspeakable. I know I have. But you can't choose who you fall for, can you? "I thought you said he owns the bar you're working at." "He does, but he belongs to a club as well." "I don't know how you could do that, Amy, after everything we've been through with the wolves." A hard knot forms in my chest. I know, but I couldn't help it. I practically cringe. How lame is that? All those lovely guys you've dated in the past, before you started all this writing. You could be married to Lucas by now, have your own house, everything. For God's sake, I finished with Lucas 3 years ago. He would have done anything for you. You would have always been the #1 thing in his life. Not like when you're with a member of a club. You're never their first priority. You know that. Of course I do. She's said it often enough over the years. And yet I remember when I was a kid, she and Dad were so happy together. He might have been a hard ass, but he put Mom before his club. I just know he did. I didn't love Lucas. He didn't... I hesitate for a second, because how the hell do you tell your own mother an ex-boyfriend didn't appear to have a clue what the clitoris was for, never mind where it was located? Light my fire. Her lips thin. There's more to life than having a guy who's great in bed, Amy. There's something called respect, trust. I'm reeling over the great in bed comment. Jesus, I don't want to talk about sex with my mom. Gage does respect me. I do trust him. And if I told her about last night, Mom would understand that because she knows the code even better than I do. But of course I can't mention the name Rex Abbott to her. Not now. I guess this wasn't such a great idea to confront her when she's in a rush. They don't trust anyone outside of their club. They're bad news. She leans in close. Remember what happened to your dad just because he had more loyalty to the wolves than he did to me or you girls. With that, she storms out. I unclench my fist and stare at the crescents my fingernails have gouged into my palm. Huh, that went well.
Gage. It takes a lot longer than I thought it would to find what I'm searching for. I've lost count how many jewelry shops and outlets I've been to, and although I don't usually notice the suspicious looks flung my way, they're starting to piss me off. Who knew buying a chick a present was such hard work? I'm in the mall, checking myself for local stores, when a hand slides down the front of my cut. Move it. I don't even bother looking up from my cell. The owner of the hand gives a breathy sigh and obeys.
You want some company, Gage?
I shove my cell into my pocket and give Ruby a disinterested glance. Nah, I'm good.
What are you doing here anyway? Christmas shopping?
She blinks a few times, like she thinks that's sexy or something, and I'm about to deny it when I change my mind. That's right, getting something for my girl. Ruby steps back.
Amelia?
She sounds like that's the most unbelievable thing she's ever heard. I stare her down until she drops her gaze to my chest. You don't have a problem with her, do you? It's not really a question because if she does have a problem, she's no longer welcome at Odin's. She shrugs.
No, it's just the thought of you being serious about anyone. Kind of weird.
That's an understatement, but there's no way I'm discussing Amelia with Ruby. Gotta go. There's another shop just around the corner, not that I'm holding out much hope. Maybe I'll just have to take Amelia out tomorrow and find something together. That's not such a bad idea. This last stop is a small corner shop that does piercings and tats, and in the window, I see exactly what I've been looking for. My cell rings, and it's Zach. Any other time I'd answer Stat, but he can wait 5 minutes. I stroll inside to get a better look, and he sends a text. He wants to meet at the club ASAP. Must be urgent then. Not that I'm leaving until I've bought what I've spent half the day searching for. It's early afternoon before I stroll into the club. When I spoke to Zach earlier, he was evasive and just said there was a problem that needed sorting, which didn't sound urgent enough for both a call and a text. The only others there are, Ty and Hawk, and all three of them are leaning against the bar like they're in a bad western. I smother my grin, since by the expressions on their faces, there's some serious shit going down. Heard there was some trouble with Rex Abbott last night, Ty says as he hands me a beer. That's enough to wipe the amusement from my mind. Fucking prick took aim at Amelia. If he comes near her again, I don't care what alliance we've got with the wolves. I'm dealing with him. The three of them exchange a glance. That does nothing to improve my temper. Spoke to Tanner and Zane earlier, Ty says, referring to the wolves who were at his club last night. Turns out they knew Abbott was back before Zach saw him outside Odin's the other week. He'd been stirring shit with their club, trying to infiltrate with a couple of hang-arounds. Why weren't we told? Far as I know, after Zach passed his suspicion on to Jet, the wolves said they'd keep an eye out, and that was it. I glance at Zach, who shrugs. That's what I'd like to know. He sounds almost as pissed off as me. They didn't think there was any need, Ty says. He's so wrecked they were going to let him self-destruct. There's no way he can bring them down the way he seems to think. He should have been put out of his misery 10 years ago, same as his old man. But instead, the wolves banished him since he hadn't been directly involved in his father's final crazy plans to wipe out the bastards. Too right. Zach finishes his beer. Hawk places his bottle on the bar and folds his arms. You're not going to like this, Gage. Amelia's face flashes into my mind, and an ice cold fear stabs through my chest.
Allow yourself a moment of stillness, where time slows and the world feels gentle for just a breath.
Heart racing, we're on the prowl. In the dark, we're not backing down. In the dark, we're not backing down. Whispers in my ear, you're taking control. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. Fingers tracing, you're leading the way. I love this feeling, I can't help but stay. Love this feeling, I'll just stay. Fingers tracing, lead the way. Love this feeling, I'll just stay. Fingers tracing, lead the way. Lead the way. After you, lead the way. I'll follow you. Tonight I'll stay. After you, lead the way. Heart racing, we're on the prowl. In the dark, we're not backing down. In the dark, we're not backing down. Whispers in my ear, you're taking control. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. Fingers tracing, you're leading the way. I love this feeling, I can't help but stay. Love this feeling, I'll just stay. Fingers tracing, lead the way. Love this feeling, I'll just stay. Fingers tracing, lead the way. Lead the way. After you, lead the way. I'll follow you. Tonight I'll stay. After you, lead the way.
If he's touched Amelia, I don't bother finishing. There's no need. Christ, he couldn't have gotten hold of her. I was with her just a few hours ago. But it only takes a second for a life to end. Don't even think it. No! Zach's voice is rough, but when I transfer my glare to him, he glances away. She's fine. But Tanner recognized her from 10 years ago. He's not making any sense. What the fuck are you talking about?
She's Hank Crane's daughter.
Ty's voice is flat, and it takes a moment for his words to fully penetrate.
When they were tailing Abbott last month, they saw him meeting her, did some digging, and discovered who she was. She's working with Abbott.
I give a harsh laugh, and white-hot fury burns my guts at what they're daring to suggest. That my Amelia's been lying to me? No, she fucking isn't.
I know it's hard to hear, bro.
Ty takes a step toward me but stops dead when I round on him. Shut the fuck up! For the first time, I understand how a silence can be deafening. All I can hear is the thud of my heart in my ears as my brothers face me, all convinced my girl isn't who she says she is. Amy Crane.
Davis is my mom's name.
She told me Crane was her dad's name. So what? Crane isn't that unusual. Abbott was using her to get to you. There's a hard note in Zach's voice, and my hands clench into fists. Same way he tried to use the hang-arounds to destabilize the wolves. No one's saying she knew what she was doing. Ty does a bad job of trying to sound like he means it. But she's Crane's girl, and she's been seen with Abbott before she started work at Odin's. She's bad news. They're talking shit. My brothers stare at me, and there's a tension in the air that wasn't there before. The wolves aren't the bastards, but we have an alliance. They're my brothers when it comes to the outside world, and loyalty is everything. Amelia is just a chick, and it doesn't matter how great a lay she is, because no woman comes before the brotherhood. The fuck she doesn't. I don't even fight the thought. I don't know what's going on or why anyone would try and link her with Abbott, but when I find out the truth, there's gonna be blood. She knew Abbott last night. Hawk's words hammer through my brain even though he doesn't raise his voice. Something's going on between them, even if the wolves have gotten it wrong. I exhale a long breath and forcibly relax my fists. If I don't get out of here, I'm going to take on all three of them, and the chances of me coming out the other end without a trip to the ER are 0. Don't follow me. I take a step back and give each of them a hard glare. I'm going to sort this shit out. There's no need to say any more. The lines are drawn, and there's no going back. Chapter 17. Gage. Writing always improves my mood. Not this time, though. I don't go straight to Amelia's work. Instead, I take off into the mountains where there's nothing but me and the road. Still doesn't help. I skid to a halt and stare across the valley below. But all I can hear in my head is Amelia saying,
"We need to talk about it."
Because she wanted to know who the hell Rex Abbott was and why he'd attacked her. That's all.
Just promise you won't get too mad.
Why'd she say that? It didn't make sense last night, and it doesn't make sense now. There's no way she's involved with Abbott, because if that's true, it means she is Hank Crane's daughter, and the only reason she came to work at Odin's is to get some twisted kind of revenge. She's not that girl. Fuck whatever the wolves think they know. It's almost time for Amelia to knock off work when I stroll into the diner and lean against the door frame. She's behind the counter, and when she sees me, she gives me that smile that makes her whole face light up, and a hard pain grinds deep inside my chest. She's not playing me for a fool. I hang around while she gets changed, and within 5 minutes she's tucking her arm through mine and snuggling up to me.
This is nice.
She gives me another smile as we leave the diner.
Didn't think I was going to see you until tonight.
I grunt and shove my hands in my pockets. The gift I bought earlier today rubs across my knuckles. Everything okay? I ask.
Sure. Well...
She goes onto her toes, and without thinking, I lean down so she can whisper in my ear.
My butt's a bit sore.
A reluctant smile cracks my face, and my dick twitches in response to her comment. What about your arm? Anger stirs again at how Abbott marked her. Christ, is he going to pay?
Huh? Oh, it's fine. I told you I bruise easily. Don't worry about it.
We walk in silence for a few minutes with her leaning against me as though... Fuck, I don't know. I've screwed more girls than I can remember, but she's the only one I've walked down the street with like this. It's like there's an unspoken agreement between us as we go into the small park at the end of the block and find a graffiti-covered bench. I sling my arm around her shoulders and haul her against me as we sit on the bench. It's quiet and cold and kind of peaceful, except there's this sick sensation in the pit of my gut. After a while, she tips her head back to look at me.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I don't want to talk. Don't want to think. I just want to sit here holding her. But we need to straighten things out. Not because I believe the wolves, but because I need to know whatever it was she wanted to talk about. You got anything to tell me? Is that guilt that flashes across her face? The knot in my gut tightens.
Well, I guess I should tell you how I knew about the job in Odin's. It was Rex Abbott who told me about it.
It's like the world freezes, and there's a strange rushing noise in my head. I can't move, just stare at her as she gives a small smile as though she thinks it's no big deal that she's just admitted betraying me in the worst way. Abbott. My voice sounds dead. I didn't believe for a second any of the shit he spewed at me in Ty's club. But now, graphic images of Amelia fucking him shred my mind and my stomach cramps. It's true, then. Her smile slips.
What's true?
She doesn't sound nearly so sure of herself now. I drag my arm from around her shoulders before I'm tempted to crush the life from her sweet, lying body. You've been working with him to bring down the bastards. Deny it. For Christ's sakes, give me another reason why you know Abbott. Her cheeks go pink, and she grips her hands together on her lap. I'm fucking dying inside. My girl, Amelia, setting me up.
No, I haven't. Well, I mean, maybe at first that was the idea, but I was never going to go through with it. Not after I met you.
I breathe through my mouth, trying to keep control. But my vision's narrowing, turning dark, and there's a thundering in my head. I defended her, told my brothers they were talking shit, walked out on them for her. And she was lying the whole time. Why? My throat's raw. I should just walk away, but I'm paralyzed, as though I need to hear her admit everything before I'll really believe it. She leans toward me, and those gorgeous, lying green eyes kill me a little more.
I've wanted to tell you the truth, Gage. You have to believe me. My dad, he was Hank Crane. When Rex suddenly reappeared after 10 years and said he needed me to find proof that the bastards were gun-running, I jumped at it. You have to understand. I've hated the bastards for nearly half my life. But that was before I met you.
It's like she reached inside my chest and ripped out my heart. I can't breathe anymore. Can't think. She's Hank Crane's daughter, and she came back to finish off what he and Abbott's father started 10 years ago. A harsh laugh lays in my throat. What was the plan? To cut my throat in my sleep? It looks like you failed.
Of course not.
She looks stricken, as though I've just said something outrageous.
Look, I was wrong. I'm sorry, I really am. But he turned up just after I lost my last job, and it seemed like, I don't know, like a sign.
Spare me. I grind the words between my teeth. To think of you and him together, my guts heave, disgusts me. She jerks upright.
We've never been together. I told you. How can you even think that?
Disbelief curdles through me. How does she have the nerve to be pissed by anything I throw at her? I don't think it. I fucking know. Crane's daughter and Abbott's son. Whatever you cooked up together isn't gonna work. She sucks in a ragged breath like she's trying to hold on to her temper. Her nerve is seriously unbelievable. It's like she thinks I'm the one in the wrong, calling her out on her deception.
We didn't cook up anything. His police contact needed evidence before they could act, and Rex said all I had to do was get close to you.
Her face flames, and she can't look me in the eyes. Not that it matters. Nothing matters anymore.
It sounds so bad when I say it out loud. It's just, I loved my dad so much. I've never gotten over the way he died. I know it's not your fault, Gage. I see that now. Honestly, even if I had suspected you were into something illegal, I'd never have told Rex. It's like, I don't know, being with you, things became clear to me for the first time in 10 years.
What the fuck is this chick on? Quit with the innocent act, bitch. It's not working anymore.
What did you call me?
She leans in close again, fury glinting in her eyes. It takes every last atom of self-control I possess not to grab hold of her and squeeze the life from her throat.
Okay, so I knew Rex, and yeah, I was stupid to listen to him. But if I hadn't, we would never have met.
I give a bitter laugh. If only.
Well, fuck you, Gage Reynolds. Sitting there like you're God or something. How the hell do you think I feel? Falling for the guy whose old man killed my dad?
Her words don't even register. No one talks to me like that. Definitely not some cheap little whore who's managed to mess me up so bad I put her before everything that's ever mattered in my life. Be careful, Amy Crane. I spit her name at her and rake my gaze over her, hating the way part of me still wants to wrap her in my arms and never let her go. Or I'll be the one exacting vengeance for the way your cowardly son of a bitch father murdered my old man. I half expect her to try and scratch out my eyes, but it's like she's frozen. The blood drains from her face, and if I didn't know it was all part of her act, I'd... Fuck. It doesn't matter what I do. I stand so I don't have to look at her anymore, but even that doesn't work. I still glance back at her and then can't look away.
No.
Her hands are fisted on her thighs and she's looking everywhere but at me.
Don't try twisting this back on me. That's not how it happened. You're just...
I crouch down until I'm at eye level and she finally meets my gaze. I'm not taken in by the threat of tears or her familiar scent, or the hollow memories mocking me. Finally seeing you for what you really are. I finish her sentence for her, loading each word with the contempt that's gnawing through me like acid. Be grateful I'm letting you crawl back to your crackhead screw. If I ever see you again, Amy... Amelia, but I can't call her that name because she was never that girl. You're going to wish you never crossed me. You understand? She doesn't answer. I didn't expect her to. She knows the game's over. I walk away and don't look back, but it doesn't make any difference. The image of her sitting on that bench, looking as though I just crushed her world, is scored into my brain.
Chapter 18. Amelia. He walks away from me, arrogant, confident, uncaring that he's just smashed my heart at his feet. I watch him disappear through a blur of stinging tears, and my throat aches so bad I can hardly breathe. It's over. Dad didn't kill Axel Reynolds. The loathing in Gage's eyes as he glared at me burns through me, eating away everything I ever thought we had together. I was nothing to him but a challenge, and as soon as he got what he wanted, he reverted to type and dumped me without a second thought. Axel Reynolds murdered my dad. He did. I know it. My hands slide between my knees, and I rock on the bench, trying to ease the pain consuming me from the inside out, but it doesn't help. All the stupid hopes I had that we could make it together, that he wouldn't care who I was, are dead. Because it was my dad who killed his. No, I won't believe it. I squeeze my eyes shut, but it doesn't stop me from seeing Gage's face or silence the final words he spat into my face. Everything he said about me being special, about how I was his girl and he hadn't been with anyone else, were the usual club lies. And I sucked it all up because I wanted him to be different. He's a Viking bastard. They're no different than the Silver Wolves when it comes to closing ranks against the outside world. And women are always outside. It doesn't matter what I think I remember. Mom's told me how it really was, and I thought I was so special that it didn't apply to Gage and me. But at the first hurdle, all he can do is throw accusations and lies in my face. They can't be faithful, so they always think the worst. Bile burns me that he could imagine, for even a second, that I'd ever been with Rex. That he refused to hear anything I said. That he'd acted just like I always knew a bastard would act. I sniff and roughly swipe the tears leaking from my eyes. I'm not crying over him. It's a bleak promise. I know I will, but not in public. Never in public. The wind's gotten cold and I shiver, wrapping my arms around my waist, and I stare, unseeing, across the forlorn little park. Dad was the wolves' enforcer. I've always known it, but somehow it's never been real. Maybe because I was still only a kid when he died, and I was shielded from the reality of what he might have done for his club. An icy chill snakes through me. What if Gage wasn't talking shit? What if he's right? No, that's not how it happened. Dad was murdered in cold blood while he was inside, and sure, Axel Reynolds was killed soon after by those loyal to the wolves, but those are the facts. Mom told us. It's why we had to leave the only home I'd known and change our name. Unease slithers through me. For the first time, things don't add up or make sense. As kids, we were too devastated by Dad's death to question anything she said or did, and as the years went by, well, it just hurts too much to talk about. It still hurts, but we need to talk. She's already home by the time I arrive, cleaning the goddamn oven of all things. I lean against the counter, and she finally stops what she's doing to look up at me. Are you going out again? No. I can't get warm and tug my jacket further across my chest. Mom, I need to talk. She sighs and gets to her feet. It's okay, honey. I didn't mean to shout at you earlier. It was just a shock, that's all. You know what you're doing. If you need to get your bad boy phase out of your system, go ahead. I'll always be here to pick up the pieces. I hunch my shoulders and nearly chicken out. It'd be so much easier to just cry on her shoulder and tell her what a complete jerk Gage is. And he is. It doesn't matter how much I try and delude myself, he always was, and I was blind to it. Don't think about him. Not now, when I need to find out the truth about my dad. I already know the truth. Yeah, I do. I just need Mom to confirm it, and then I can get on with getting over my bad boy phase. It's about Dad. The words rush out of me before I can change my mind. She frowns, as though she doesn't understand what I mean. Dad? What about him? Then her face clears. Oh, you're worried what he'd think about you dating a biker? Well, honey, I guess... No, I'm not worried about that. My voice is sharp, and I know it's because of the guilt churning through me. Of course, Dad would hate that I'm dating Gage, but I'm not about to tell Mom that. I want to know exactly what happened with how he died. She stares at me in obvious shock. You know what happened. I take a deep breath. Did Axel Reynolds really kill him? Why are we even talking about this? It's in the past. I don't want to go over it all again. She turns away and starts fussing with the coffee machine while her words echo in my head. Why didn't she just say yes? My stomach churns with nerves, but I can't back down now. Or did Dad kill Reynolds? She freezes, and it's like a giant hand squeezes my heart. It doesn't matter what she says now. Finally, I'm close to the truth, and it's killing me. Slowly, she turns around. Her face is white, and it's like she's aged 10 years in seconds. Amy, what's this all about? Her voice is barely above a whisper, but there's a thread of fear there, as if she knows. There's no point in keeping any more secrets. It's over anyway. I was seeing Gage Reynolds, Axel's son. Her lips move, but nothing comes out. Then she lets out a ragged breath. When you said you were seeing a biker, it never crossed my mind you'd take up with a bastard. And him, of all people. I thought you'd be safe from that life. Moving away, changing your name. Jesus. Moving away? There's a hard, ugly note in my voice as everything I've ever believed crumbles around me. We moved right into the bastard's territory. Did you even know that? I got you all away from the wolves, but I couldn't move away from all my family. You know how much we need each other. But I never thought Reynolds' son would come after you. God, I'm so sorry. Of course he didn't come after me. He didn't even know who I was until today. She comes toward me, arms outstretched for a hug, and I back up so fast I hit the wall. Her hands clench before she folds her arms, and I can see the tears glittering in her eyes. For the first time, they don't move me. You know your dad would have done anything for Shane Abbott. Of course, I do. Shane had been the Wolves' president, and he always had time for me and my sisters. He was like an uncle, even if I never did think of Rex as a cousin. My stomach heaves. I don't want to think about Rex. Ever. There'd been talk of an alliance with the bastards, but Shane hated them. I don't know all the details. It went back generations. But it wasn't just that. He was getting crazier by the year, and there were rumors of getting rid of him, yet your dad wouldn't hear a word said against him. So what happened? Your dad was only supposed to be inside for 18 months, if that. He could have just done his time, and he would have been a hero for taking the heat off his brothers. But no. He had to listen to Shane goddamn Abbott and take out Axel Reynolds. Mom swings around and slams a couple of cups on the counter. So of course the bastards don't take that lying down. Your dad was dead by morning. She makes coffee, then grips the edge of the counter as though she's about to vomit. The wolves turned on Shane. I couldn't risk them turning on us as well. I didn't wait for a summons or a visit. I grabbed you girls and came back home. Right. It comes out as a croak. So, Gage was right about my dad. He still could have listened to me, though. Heard my side. not jumped to conclusions and accused me of... I slammed down the thoughts. What's the point? Why'd you lie to us? All these years. My voice trails away, and I suddenly feel so tired, defeated. It doesn't matter why she lied. It's not going to change anything. She straightens and turns to face me. You girls idolized your dad. I couldn't tell you he'd been a stupid idiot and ruined everything for us, could I? All because he'd do anything Shane Abbott told him to. He knew things were changing at the club, but he still believed Abbott could turn everything around. She heaves a sigh. The wolves might not have turned their backs on us the way I told you, but we couldn't have stayed. Not after what your dad did. We stand there in silence for a while, facing each other, but there's nothing left to say. For 10 years, I've believed my dad died a hero, protecting his club, and that the wolves had rewarded his family by closing ranks against us. He was their enforcer, and for all I know, he might have killed other people for his club in the past. Just because I'd never believed it doesn't mean it's not true. And now I have to live with the fact he didn't just kill anyone in cold blood. He killed Gage's dad. I hate what he did, but he's my dad, and he's still my hero. He always will be. He was only being loyal to his president, but God, what a fucking mess. I can't stand it anymore, and as I rush out of the kitchen, I collide into Ava. It's obvious by the look on her face she's overheard at least some of the conversation, but I'm in no mood to discuss it right now. Go find your fake ID, I tell her. Tonight we're getting pissed out of our heads.
Gage. Whiskey bottle in hand, I step back into the center of the kitchen and admire my handiwork. Every fuck-ugly cabinet is ripped off the wall, the sink is in pieces, and the counter shredded. I take another swig of liquor, and the buzz in my mind blocks out the last memory of Amelia Davis Crane. This is good shit. I stagger across the floor and reach the hall. I've always hated the old-fashioned tiles that surround the gas heater in the living room. About time they came out. It's only 2 a.m., so I take another slug of whiskey before I grab my sledgehammer and advance. The satisfying smash and the flying shards of tile fill my head and the room, and it's not long before there's a ragged hole in the wall. I frown, pick up the bottle from the floor, and chug down some more whiskey as I contemplate my home improvements. Not bad for a first attempt. Hey, Gage. Zach's voice penetrates the comforting drone between my ears, and I swing around, almost losing my balance in the process. He's standing at the door, a blank expression on his face, and Hawk and Ty are behind him. If you're not here to help, you can fuck off. I wave the nearly empty bottle at them. Sure, bro. Zach advances. Give me the sledgehammer. I grip it tighter. I'm working. We can finish up in the morning, bro. Hawk reaches out, non-threatening, and after a couple of seconds, when I can't think of any reason not to comply, I hand him the sledgehammer. With that out of the way, the three of them stand in front of me, arms folded, as though they're waiting for something. A sluggish thought crawls through my brain. What are you doing here? Ty gives a twisted grin. Todd was afraid to come upstairs. He called Zach. Without the benefit of the sledgehammer to lean on, I'm feeling weirdly unsteady. Todd's a fucking pussy. There's no disagreement, and I stagger toward the couch. The room's reeling around me. I don't think I've ever been so smashed in my life. I roll over, and vertigo hits me a split second before I smash my face onto the floor. The smell of coffee hits me and my stomach rebels, but it's too much effort to stand. I lie there on the floor next to the couch, and my head splitting open like someone drove an axe through it. "You still alive?" Zach prods my ribs with his boot, and I can't even find the energy to retaliate. "You're going to have one motherfucking hangover today." He sounds way too cheerful, and it reminds me of Thanksgiving, when I was the one kicking him after he'd gotten wasted over breaking up with Grace. I finally managed to heave myself up enough to sit on my ass and give him the finger. "Yeah, he'll live." Ty's voice is dry as he leans against the wall by the door. "Why couldn't you just get some pussy last night instead of wrecking your place?" My head hurts way too much to think, but not enough to stop the image of Amelia's face flooding my mind. I don't even have the strength to fight it. Instead, I let it wash over me, the sick stench of betrayal. "I'm meeting Grace in an hour." Zach crouches down and frowns into my face. "You're not gonna do anything stupid, are you?" "Keep away from Abbott. He's the wolves' problem." I grunt in response, which appears to satisfy him. Ty follows Zach out, and Hawk sprawls in the chair opposite me, but doesn't say a word. Finally, I can't hold out any longer and stagger to the bathroom and heave my guts up. I close my eyes and press my sweaty forehead against the wall. I've gotten wasted more times than I can remember, but never over a chick, and never this bad. On my way back to the living room, I catch sight of the kitchen. Jesus Christ! What the fuck was I thinking? It's like a grenade went off in there. Guess I don't have any choice but get a new kitchen now, once I've cleared all the shit out, and I can't see that happening anytime soon. Hawk hasn't moved, and I collapse onto the couch and glower at him. This goes on forever, since Hawk's the only guy I know who can last an entire day without saying a word. I shove my fingers through my hair and break eye contact. "Don't you have somewhere to be?" "Nah." It seems the handful of pills I swallowed in the bathroom are useless at battling my hangover, since I can still barely see, never mind anything else. I don't need a fucking babysitter. Even if I did have plans to pay Abbott a visit, I'm sure as hell in no fit state to confront him today. Hawk doesn't bother answering. "Be my guest if you want to clear up this shit." I wave my arm in the direction of the smashed tiles. "Or the kitchen. Whatever." "Nah," he says again. And although I know it's just his way, why say two words when one'll do? For some reason, he's pissing me off. Guilt stirs, and that makes me madder than ever. I dissed my brothers for the sake of a chick who wasn't even worth it. But they still had my back, still looked out for me, and made sure I was okay. That's what we do. That's my life. What was I thinking to put a girl before my brothers? We'd give our lives to protect each other. All Amelia did was lie to my face every time she saw me. I always had the feeling she fit right into the biker scene.
"I know enough,"
she told me once. Know it? She'd fucking lived it with the Silver Wolves. Fuck off, Hawk. I close my eyes and lean my head back against the couch and try and ignore the way everything's spinning. Ty was right. I should have gotten laid last night. It wasn't as though the thought didn't cross my mind, but even with 2 sexy strippers offering me anything I wanted, all I could damn well think about was Amelia. It had just seemed easier to grab a bottle of whiskey and drown the memory of her instead. Now I've got a wrecked apartment to prove it didn't work. I'll go when I'm ready. He doesn't sound riled by my attitude the way Zach would be, but I've known him since we were both kids in elementary, and no matter what, Hawk just never loses control. I give up trying to annoy him and pull out my cell. I don't know what my fingers are doing, but somehow Amelia's book fills the screen. I flip it open, and right there is her dedication.
This one's for you, Dad. All my love. Amy, XOXO.
My heart bangs against my ribs, and I stare at the words for so long my vision goes blurry. There must be a way to delete the book off my cell, but it's like I'm paralyzed. For 10 years, I've battled the frustration of never being able to settle the score against the douche who murdered my dad. Sure, he was avenged. The bastard saw to that. But it's not the same as the satisfaction you get from dealing out justice yourself. If Crane had sons, we would have known about it. Maybe even gone gunning for them. But daughters? I don't remember that ever coming up. Not that it would. The bastards would never have demanded retribution from girls. That's not our way. She loved her dad, even if he was scum.
He was only obeying the word of his crazy president.
I toss my cell next to me and groan. My whole body hurts, and it's got nothing to do with alcohol, and everything to do with the fact she played me like a pro. Right from the start, down in the cellar, when she reeled me in, and then told me it was a mistake and gave her notice. I frown. That was a gamble. She couldn't have known for sure I'd go chasing after her like a fucking idiot. You finished with Amelia for good? I'd forgotten Hawk was still here. What do you think? I growl the words at him, not wanting to admit I made such a massive mistake in letting her close. Not that it matters. Hawk knows that already. Do you want me to pay Abbott a visit? That gets my attention. When Hawk's this laid back and he makes that kind of offer, there's only one thing he's proposing. He's the bastard's enforcer, but this is off the record, not sanctioned. And it's only because we go back 20 years together and he's the best damn friend a man could have. I let out a ragged breath. I'm tempted. I don't know, bro. Was Amelia ever with Abbott? She denied it, and the stupid thing is I believe her. But is that only because I don't want to think about her and Abbott together? Wouldn't be a surprise to anyone if he OD'd. Just say the word. Instead of considering his offer, all I can see is Amelia's shocked face when I told her to crawl back to her crackhead screw. I narrow my gaze at Hawk. What made you think she knew Abbott when we were at the Hammer? He shrugs. Something. The way she looked at him, like he was her worst nightmare. I brood on that, which isn't easy given the state of my brain right now. I don't get it. I don't want to talk about it, but I'm going crazy inside my head. Sure, Abbott had an axe to grind with the bastards and wolves, but why did Amelia come after me? She's a chick, man. They don't make sense. That's not it. There's something just beyond my grasp that I can't quite figure out. Her old man kills a bastard. We get even, and that should end it right there. Except you can't account for twisted chick logic. There's still something that's not adding up. I know she loved her dad. Hell, there's a part of me that admires the way she wanted to get revenge for his death. I sure know how that feels. But if she was so set on payback, wouldn't she at least have known who to set up? Abbott would know which of our contacts inside had finished the job. Why didn't he tell her?
How the hell do you think I feel, falling for the one whose old man killed my dad?
It's like a shard of ice stabs through my brain, momentarily freezing my alcoholic fog. The missing piece that's been bugging me, the reason why Amelia took the job at Odin's when it landed in her lap. Fuck. I lean back and close my eyes, but it's like a dam's burst as everything she said and done since the moment I met her thunders through my mind. Abbott's taunts were hollow. Whatever he'd wanted her to do, she never set out to drag me into bed. If that had been her plan, she could have had me from the start.
I was never going to go through with it. Not after I met you.
I was the one who chased her, persuaded her to come back, told her I wouldn't touch her until she was ready. And the reason she took the job was because she thought my old man killed hers. Why would she think that? Did Abbott feed her that lie? Except she hadn't seen him for 10 years before he told her about the job at Odin's. Fuck Zach's warning. I look across at Hawk. Need to pay someone a visit.
Chapter 19. Amelia. I've no idea how Ava and I got home last night, or why she decided to crash in my bed. Can't remember much at all after we left the house and hit the first club. It's been years since I've gone out and had such a great time. At least I hope I did. Otherwise, this hangover is a real waste of time. Ava groans as I accidentally elbow her in the ribs trying to get out of bed without waking her. "Surprised you can even move," she mumbles. I fall over my feet and end up on the floor. "Did we have a good time?" She sits up, and although it's kind of hard to focus, she doesn't look nearly as awful as the way I'm feeling. "I've had better. Good thing I was the designated driver." I slump against my dresser, since that's easier than trying to stand up. "I'm guessing I didn't get laid, then." "Since you threatened to rip the balls off the few guys who were brave enough to approach us, that would be a no." I fold my arms across my knees and ignore the queasy sensation churning through my stomach. I didn't go out last night with the intention of screwing a stranger, but I'd bet my last dollar that's exactly what Gage did. Don't think about that loser. My head drops to my arms, and I close my eyes. My grand plan for drinking him out of my system was an epic fail. I don't want to admit it even to myself, but the things he said to me hurt even more than the fact my mom's lied to me for so long about how Dad died. "So," Ava joins me on the floor, and I open one eye to see her leaning against the bed. She nudges my toes with hers. "Are you going to tell me what's going on?" Last night might be a haze, but I remember Ava wasn't nearly as freaked out over the truth as I was. Then again, she hasn't been sleeping with the enemy. My stomach churns again, and I squeeze my eyes shut, but it doesn't blank out the images of Gage's wicked grin, his self-confident swagger, or the tender way he held me after Rex spewed his lies in the hammer. Gage hadn't believed Rex then. It was only after he found out who I was and didn't give me a chance to explain anything. Explain what? I might have got my facts twisted, but I always knew there was bad blood between our families. I'd just hoped we'd be able to work through the problems together. I want to crawl into a dark hole until I'm over it all, but my sister's not going anywhere until I answer her. It turns out I've fallen for Axel Reynolds' son. What a cosmic joke. She doesn't answer right away, and finally I can't stand the silence any longer and squint at her. She's frowning, as though she doesn't understand. It's not your fault. If he's blaming you for what our dad did, then he's a dick. I really want to agree with her. I do agree with her, except I don't. It's complicated. I scowl because that's so lame, even if it is the truth. My head thumps so bad I can't even figure out whether the fact I fell for the son of the man I thought killed my dad is worse than what really happened. Ava hugs her knees. It's always complicated, she says, like she's an expert on impossible relationships. The question is, what are you going to do about it? I glare at her because, what the fuck? Well, I've tried getting smashed out of my head and that didn't work. What do you suggest? I mean... My sister gives me a look as though she thinks my hangovers affected my brain. Is it over between the two of you, or was last night because you found out the truth? I give her a bitter smile. He said if he sees me again, I'll wish I never crossed him. Ava sucks in a harsh breath. What a piece of shit. How can he blame you for what happened? You're better off without him. I suppose he takes responsibility for all the shit his dad did, huh? I bite my lip. My sister looks so fierce, defending me. But strangely, the more she attacks Gage, the less I agree. After all, I was the one who went undercover so I could get close to him, even if I wasn't in full possession of all the facts. Her words fade to a buzz. Through the pounding that's trying to mash my brain to a pulp, there's a disjointed sense of unease. Was Gage more furious because of who I was, or because I hadn't told him who I was? Get real, Amy. There's no difference. What am I thinking? I'm grasping at straws, that's what. And why do I care what he thinks when it's obvious there's no chance we could ever get back together? He made that clear, and I need to face the fact that I won't, be with a guy who puts his club first, second, and third. Ava finally runs out of invective, and we stare at each other. I clear my throat, which feels like it's full of sand. You remember Rex Abbott? Abbott was the Wolves' president, wasn't he? Didn't think his name was Rex. It's strange how 3 years make such a huge difference when you're a kid. I remember so much more of our life with the Wolves than Ava does. I sigh because I have no idea where I'm going with this. It's done and nothing can change it, but I can't seem to stop obsessing over why Rex dragged me into this. He must have known the truth. Why did he set me up? She frowns. I have no idea what you're talking about. You know that, right? How much coffee do you think I need before I can drive? It's late afternoon when I park opposite Rex's apartment block. He doesn't live far from the diner, but the area's real dodgy and I wouldn't want to be here after dark, which means I have less than an hour. For the first time ever, I called in sick to work, and even though I had a vat of coffee, my head still pounds like hell. Rex didn't ask why when I texted him for his address and said I needed to see him. It's almost like he expected me to contact him. I huff out a breath, hunch my shoulders against the cold wind, and cross the street. He'd better have a damn good reason for lying to me. Inside the building, the walls are covered in graffiti and the whole place stinks of pee. I wrinkle my nose and make my way up the dirty stairs to the 3rd floor. Maybe coming here wasn't such a great idea. I bang on his door, and after a few minutes he pulls it open. He looks worse than ever, and alarm stabs through me. Maybe I should get him to hospital or something. His grin sends a shiver along my spine. Amy. He says my name in a way I don't like at all, and I take an instinctive step back. I knew you'd do it. I fold my arms. I might not have solid proof, but my gut instinct is enough for me. They don't run guns. There was nothing for me to find, even if I'd looked. Bring the bastards down. There's a manic gleam in his eyes.
Fucking shit's ruined my life. They deserve everything that's coming to them. He's completely delusional. It's scary how much he's deteriorated over the last few weeks. I didn't bring the bastards down, Rex. I didn't do anything. Do you have any idea what it's done to them, finding out who you are? Killed them, that's what. Destroyed them, finding out a piece of pussy got one over them. I take a deep breath, which is a mistake considering the smell, but at least it helps clear my mind. Rex never had a coherent plan. All I heard was, bring the bastards down, and I was his. How was I stupid enough to believe he was a police informer? I'm going to rip myself a new one for that later, but right now I have another issue with him. You always knew it was my dad who killed Reynolds, didn't you? He looks at me, but I don't think he sees me. He's so far gone in his own fantasy world. I knew the shit your mom fed you. You were so easy, Amy. Just waiting for me to give you the chance you always wanted. I'd always guessed that's all there was to it, but having the words flung at me, even by a drug-crazed wreck who probably has no idea what he's saying anymore, tears me open. If I hadn't been desperate for both revenge and a job, if I'd just given it all a second's thought instead of leaping right in, I would have seen the holes in Rex's so-called plan. I just want to go home and forget all of this ever happened. But while I might one day forget my total stupidity at believing Rex, I'm never going to forget the way Gage looked at me before he walked away. And then Rex steps toward me.
Gage. I swerve the bike into the curb and watch Amelia disappear into the building where Hawk told me Abbott's been staying. Denial thuds against my skull, and there's a hard knot in the center of my chest. I don't fucking believe it. She's not with Abbott. The stricken look on her face the last time I saw her haunts me. She wasn't pissing around. I jumped the gun. Should have let her talk. For the last 5 hours, that's all I've thought about, and it doesn't sit easy with me, knowing I'm in the wrong. But shit, was I wrong? I gripped the handlebars tighter, trying to focus and failing. Because if she wasn't lying, then why the fuck is she here now? Finally, I get my shit together and dismount. I came here to get the truth from Abbott, and if that means I discover Amelia was everything he said, then that's too fucking bad. For a couple of seconds, indecision grips me. A paralyzing sense of futility at the whole damn mess. I don't want to find out she was lying to me. Christ, I don't know what I want. Lies. Of course I know. I want her back. The admission burns through me. It's like I don't care what she said or done, that I'll keep making excuses for her, no matter how damning the evidence against her. What the hell's wrong with me? I throw back my shoulders and swagger across the street like I own it. She's just a chick. I can get pussy anywhere, anytime I want. I don't need her. Get a fucking grip. As I mount the stairs, I hear muffled voices from above. I slow down, even now not wanting to face the truth, and Abbott's voice hits me. You were so easy, Amy. Just waiting for me to give you the chance you always wanted. It's like my boots are glued to the stairs. I should charge up there, break his fucking neck, but she's up there too. And if she's wrapped her arms around him... I stamp the image down, but the echo remains. If I saw that, I'd never be able to scrub it from my mind.
Go to hell.
She sounds furious, and the heavy weight crushing my lungs eases just a little.
You lied to me, just like Mom lied to me. You fucking bikers, you're all the same.
I let out a jagged breath. I was right. she hadn't known. Yeah, and don't you just love fucking bikers? Abbott's tone is derisive and my hackles rise. No one talks to my girl like that. I stamp up another couple of stairs, then a high-pitched squeal pierces my eardrums. What the hell? I'm up the stairs, heart pounding, nightmare visions of Amelia injured slashing through my mind. I round the corner, fists at the ready, and find Abbott's curled on the floor, clutching his nuts, with Amelia standing over him. Chapter 20. Gage. She looks at me, and there's no smile of welcome or even surprise that I'm there. A chill skates along my arms. She looks as though she hates me. Amelia. My voice is rough. I step over Abbott, but instead of meeting me halfway, she backs up. Now I'm here. I don't have the first clue what to say. You okay? Her lip curls, and her disdain is like a slap to the face.
Well, sure. I'm fine. How are you?
Abbott clutches my boot and I kick him off. The gut-wrenching fear that he might have attacked her combines with the flood of relief that she's the one still standing, and anger boils to the surface. Fuck it, Amelia. What are you doing here? He could have hurt you.
I can take care of myself.
I suck in a harsh breath and flex my fists. She told me the night we met that she fought dirty, and I laughed at her. But she wasn't pissing around. And even though I want to drag her into my arms and give her hell for putting herself in danger, I love how she put Abbott in his place without a second's hesitation. My girl doesn't take shit from anyone, and that's the way it should be. Fuck. Did I just think the L word? I let out a cracked groan. It's only a fucking word. Let's get out of here. I hold out my hand and wait for her to come to me. She glances at my fingers as though she's no idea what I'm doing. Baby, come on. I can't help the thread of impatience because why is she holding back? We need to get out of this shithole. I can't even think beyond that. Instead of taking my hand, she folds her arms.
I'm not your baby.
There's a hollow note in her voice that hits me right in the gut.
That's over. Remember?
I don't want to discuss it, any of it. Definitely not here with Abbott as a witness. But she obviously wants more from me before she's willing to move. It's not over. What happened 10 years ago isn't her fault or mine. We'll deal with it. And so will my brothers.
Why? Are you after payback now so you can make me sorry for trying to cross you? Don't bother. I already am.
My head's still pounding from last night, and it takes longer than it should before I get her meaning. For fuck's sake, is this any time to hold a grudge? Forget what I said. You didn't know what you were doing. I get that now. Instead of accepting my word, she looks as though I just slapped her face. Christ, what is it with chicks? How much clearer does she want me to be?
Don't treat me like an idiot, you patronizing jerk. You didn't believe me yesterday. So what's changed?
For a second, I'm struck speechless. That's not only because no one talks to a bastard the way she does. Hell, it might be twisted, but I've always liked the way she says what she thinks, even if I'd crush anyone else who dared say anything like that to me. It's because of the venom behind her words, as though she's not saying it for show or whatever, but she means it. Nothing's changed. That's not true, since everything's changed, but fuck if I know what she wants from me. Right now, I'd say anything to get us out of here.
Sure.
She rakes her gaze over me, and not in a good way.
It doesn't matter what a piece of pussy says, does it? But hear it from a brother, even one as pitiful as Rex Abbott. And you're all over it, aren't you?
What the fuck is she talking about? I came here because I believed her and wanted to beat the truth from Abbott. And he isn't, and has never been, my brother. Since I've no idea how to explain all that shit, I'll focus on the other stupid things she said. You're not a piece of pussy. Even saying it out loud pisses me off, and I glare at her.
No, that's right. I'm Hank Crane's daughter, guilty as charged, and there's nothing I can do to change it.
This is crazy. I'm not discussing it anymore. I just need to get her out of here and back home. It's okay. I forgive you. That should do it, right?
Wow.
There's a faint tremor in her voice that rips me open. Why is she making such a big fucking deal of this?
Thanks. So, what are you forgiving, exactly? That I'm Hank Crane's daughter? Or the fact I wanted revenge?
My head's killing me, and it's not all due to my hangover anymore. Whatever, I don't care. Just drop it, okay?
Uh-huh.
She nods like she agrees with me, but I'm not fooled.
It'd be so much easier if I was a guy, wouldn't it? We could have just kicked each other to a pulp years ago, gotten our need for vengeance out of our systems. But because I'm a girl, you can't hack it. Because when it really counts, you'll always trust a brother's word more than mine.
Now she's pissing me off. You're talking shit. I've had enough. I go to grab her arm, but she manages to evade me, which does nothing to improve my temper. Don't push it, Amelia.
Why? What'll you do?
Her voice is oddly calm, which for some reason is a lot worse than if she'd yelled at me.
There's nowhere to go from here. I won't be your cheap lay because you still want me but can't stand the sight of me. I've despised the bastards for the past 10 years. But I couldn't hate you and the others I met at Odin's, no matter how much I wanted to. It hurt, Gage. But I wanted to work through it, everything, so we could have a chance together.
She takes a deep breath.
Can't expect you to do the same or even want to. Your rep is everything. I know that.
Without waiting for an answer, she walks off, head held high, and disappears down the stairs. It's late Christmas Eve when Kat strolls into the kitchen. I ignore her, same as I've ignored everyone for the last 24 hours. But unlike Todd, my sister isn't intimidated by my silence. Finally, I swing around and glare at her. She runs a critical glance over the wrecked kitchen, but at least it's cleared up now. Just an empty shell, useless for its purpose. Not that I care. What do you want? It's a growl. Christ, I'd kill for a drink. But some perverse part of me hasn't let me touch a beer all day.
Did Amelia really think our dad killed hers?
I don't want to do this. Not now. Not ever. Definitely not with Kat. But despite all that, I can't help answering. Yeah. She's silent for so long, I think she's dropped it.
That sucks,
She says at last, and she doesn't sound as though she's taking the piss.
Imagine finding out the truth after all this time.
I can't. It's too big. She was never Abbott's chick. Kat gives me a strange look.
I never said she was.
I rake my fingers through my hair. Christ, I need a shower. She jacked in the job the first night here. There was never a real plan to bring the bastards down. My sister doesn't make any smart retort, which isn't like her. The silence drags on, and it grates on my nerves. She hates bikers. Told me right up front she only dates nice boys. The words are like acid on my tongue. Kat gives her a familiar smirk.
No one ever accused you of being that.
I don't know what the fuck she wants from me. I told her I forgave her. Shit, I didn't mean to tell Kat that. She'll never let me forget it, except right now I don't care if she gives me hell or not. It won't bring Amelia back.
You're really serious about her.
Kat sounds kind of amazed, and there's no mockery in her voice anymore. I'm about to deny it when the fight drains from me. What's the point? My whole fucking club knows it. Why shouldn't my sister? Doesn't matter. It's over.
Huh.
She frowns as though she's trying to figure something out.
Does she know you're serious?
Of course she fucking knows. I stood there while Amelia threw everything back in my face. I stamp out of the kitchen, but the massive hole in the wall of the living room isn't exactly welcoming, so I make my way to my bedroom. At least Kat won't follow me in there. But as I lean against the closed door, doubt eats through me. Truth is, I can't remember what I said to Amelia yesterday. The only thing that's clear is she talked a lot of shit about how I never believe a word she said. Then she walked out on me.
I won't be your cheap lay.
The words thunder through my head and I tense. She wasn't serious. Was she? Why would she think I can't stand the sight of her? Because I never told her what she means to me. I parked down Amelia Street. The houses are small, but the area's quiet, with no bars or chop shops in sight. The neighborhood's definitely nicer than where Odin's located. Christ, I hate that word. This has got to be the dumbest idea I've ever had. But I can't think how else she's going to believe me. Christmas Day is usually spent getting hammered and hanging out with my brothers, apart from a couple of hours with Jet and his old lady. Even the thought of sitting through an evening with Zach and Grace is preferable to knocking on Amelia's front door. I square my shoulders and cross the street. For so many years I wanted to get my own back on Crane. Maybe Amelia was right, and if he'd had sons, Zach and I would have fought it out with them. Who knows? One thing's for sure. Blood and broken bones are a hell of a lot easier to bear than the possibility of never holding Amelia again. I grip my teeth to stop the disgusted groan from escaping. Not that it makes any difference. It's the truth, even if I try and deny it. The door opens, and she's standing there in a fluffy black sweater and bare feet, looking at me like she can't believe her eyes. I offer her a grin that hurts my face. Merry Christmas.
Gage?
At least she doesn't slam the door in my face.
What are you doing? I mean, I didn't think I'd...
She hitches in a breath and appears to forget whatever it was she was saying.
Amy, honey, who is it?
A woman's voice calls from inside the house. Her mom, I guess. and despite my best intentions, a hard knot forms in my chest. Can I really go through with this? Amelia stares at me. She obviously doesn't have a clue what to tell her mom.
A friend?
She says at last, which isn't what I want to hear, but I guess it could be worse. I shift my weight from one foot to the other and have the prickling sensation that her neighbors are at their windows, hiding behind their drapes, 2 seconds from calling the cops.
Bring her in,
her mom says and comes into the hall. Her smile freezes as she takes in my colors, and for a second she looks as though she's going to pass out.
What do you want?
Her voice is barely above a whisper, and she clutches Amelia's hand as though she thinks I'm going to carry her off or something. Inside, I'm sweating, but I won't let anyone see how much this is killing me. I want to straighten things out. Fuck. Now more women are flooding into the hall, staring at me like I'm some kind of monster. I thought it'd just be Amelia and her family here today, but it looks like all her damn relatives are there.
Gage?
There's an odd tone to her voice, and she manages to pull away from her mom's grasp.
There's nothing to straighten out. What do you mean? You need to leave.
Her mom steps toward me, although it's obvious she's terrified. If I don't get on her good side, there's no chance for Amelia and me. I will. My voice is gruff. But you need to know, I don't want revenge against you or your family. I suck in a deep breath, but it's gotta be said. That died the day I met Amelia. Even if we're finished. You understand? She doesn't say anything, doesn't even move, and the silence is electric. Before I screw my guts together for the second part of my grand fucking plan, Amelia squeezes past me and pulls the door shut behind her. Relief washes through me, although I'll die before I let her know how much it took for me to face her mom like that. She wraps her arms around her waist, and I shove my hands into my pockets to keep them away from her.
That was unexpected.
She eyes me as though she doesn't know who I am.
And nice of you. Thanks.
There's that fucking word again. I'm not nice, Amelia, okay? Shit, that's the wrong way to try and win her back, but I can't help it. I'm a bastard. The same way you're a crane.
I didn't lie to you about my name. Mom changed it legally 10 years ago.
I don't care what your fucking name is.
And what did you mean by even if we finished? I thought it was obvious whatever we had was over.
You thought wrong. Christ, I hope she just accepts that without me having to spill my guts.
I didn't. You changed your mind about things after you overheard me talking to Rex.
Why is she so hung up on that? She threw that in my face outside Abbott's apartment, too. It didn't make sense then, and it doesn't now. Why the hell do you think I was going to see Abbott in the first place? It was to find out why he'd kept feeding you the lie about your dad, and yeah, I was gonna kick the shit out of him, too, but you beat me to it.
What?
Despite the uneasy conviction this conversation isn't going in the right direction, I can't help the smile cracking my face at the memory. You always told me you could bring a guy to his knees. Never thought I'd see it. Sure, let her think I'm talking about Abbott. But hell if this girl hasn't brought me to my knees as well.
No, I mean, why did you decide I was telling the truth before you got to Rex's?
I sigh heavily. I've never known anyone who's so obsessed with details. When you told me about your dad, I didn't hear you. I was too pissed with you. It wasn't until later all the pieces fell into place. The stricken expression on her face when I'd flung the truth at her fills my mind. For the first time, the enormity of what I did, even if I didn't realize it, slams through me. Christ, how must she have felt finding it out that way? And then, like a fucking jerk, I'd pushed her away.
I thought,
She clears her throat and shivers.
I just thought you didn't care that I'd gotten it all so wrong.
I can't help it. I tip her chin up with one finger. Her hair is messy from the wind, and her beautiful green eyes slay me. Maybe it's because I'd say anything not to lose her. Maybe it's because it's Christmas. It's because I care too fucking much about you. She blinks a couple of times like she has something in her eye.
Gage Reynolds, are you drunk?
I wish. I'm stone cold sober. Her smile is small, but it gives me a warm glow deep inside. Fuck, this girl's messed me up so bad, and I don't ever want it to change.
That seems so wrong, seeing as it's Christmas and all.
Yeah, well, there's still half a day left to make up for it. Just say it. If you want to spend it with me.
I guess I could.
My fingers curl around the present I bought her the other day, and I pull it from my pocket. Merry Christmas. I shove it at her since I'm not used to doing this kind of thing. I didn't even wrap it up. Girls love ribbons and shit. I should have asked for Kat's help.
Oh.
She looks staggered and tips the contents onto her palm.
My God.
I scowl to hide my worry that she hates them. No good?
You're joking, right?
She looks up at me, and there's tears in her eyes. Is that a good thing?
They're perfect. I can't believe you even thought of it.
I grunt, but there's nobody here but me and her, so I forcibly relax my tense muscles. Why not? Your earrings always turn me on. It's her wearing the earrings that always turn me on, but I think she gets my meaning. She pulls her hoops from her ears and slides in the 3 silver earrings I bought for her. A unicorn, a tiny book, and a bottle of beer. They look even better glinting against her skin than I imagined.
So what does this mean?
She runs the tip of her finger along my cut, but keeps her distance as though she's still not sure of me.
Are we going to date like a regular couple?
Relief pumps through me, and I grasp her wrists and tug her into my arms. Yeah, we can date if that's what you want. So long as you know you're my girl, for keeps. She looks up at me, her head tilted so her earrings are on show.
For keeps? That sounds like commitment to me.
It's more than that, and she needs to know I'm not screwing around. Not anymore. But the words still lock in my throat. Get over it. I hug her tighter so there's no chance of her escaping. I love you, Amelia. Don't give me a hard time. She laughs. At least I think it's a laugh, although she's also crying. And I tense, waiting for her smackdown.
You love it when I give you a hard time.
She sniffs and then sinks against me, her soft body driving every sane thought out of my head.
And I love you too, Gage Reynolds. Crazy, but true.
I bury my face in her hair, closing my eyes and inhaling her gorgeous scent. All I want is for us to be alone. But the apartment's a mess, and in any case, there's somewhere we need to be. You still up for spending a couple of hours with my brother and his old lady? She rests her cheek against my leather, against my heart.
Sure. Why not? I don't care where we spend the rest of the day, so long as we're together.
That's all I need to know. I hold my girl tight and grin at her mom, who's peering through the window at us. This is the best fucking Christmas day ever. This concludes Payback by Christina Phillips. Narrated by Avi Page and Wayne Mitchell. Copyright 2017 by Christina Phillips. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Entangled Publishing, LLC, and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.